And so begins the lawsuits and litigation of the office of the presidency. Donald Trump has taken two major actions so far, one officially, one to come. The first, the Trump campaign is suing to halt vote counting in Michigan. They say that as long as they're not being given meaningful access to the tabulation process, they do not want these votes counted. They also want to be able to see the votes that were counted when they weren't being given access. Trump is also expected to call for a recount in Wisconsin as the race is extremely close. And until they actually certify the results, he will not be able to, which will draw everything out until December. This is going to get spicy and absolutely ridiculous. But one thing I can say is we've got more information coming out. The polls were absolutely and insanely wrong. And what we are seeing is a total repudiation of the Democratic establishment and the media establishment. Not only have Democrats lost substantially in the House so far, I believe, as the time of recording this video, around 5 seats have flipped to the Republicans. We may be witnessing a Republican in Michigan flipping the Senate. But we are seeing in Maine, Susan Collins says that her opponent has conceded in the face of every single poll. This is absolutely insane. When you look at these numbers, you want to talk about historic polling failure. Wow. My friends, we are in for a very, very long month. But one thing we can say for sure, the media, the pollsters, and the forecasters have lost everything. They have no idea what the American people are thinking. And in my opinion, I think what we are seeing, if Donald Trump does lose, there may be fraud, there may be impropriety. We'll get through this. If Trump loses, I believe it's a repudiation of his character. But if the Senate remains GOP and Republicans gain in the House, it shows you that the American people are not having this insane far leftism. What they want is a moderate, charismatic president. And I've said it all along. If you got somebody who was more well-behaved than Donald Trump with the same policies, landslide victory. But Trump may still win, so don't take that as me saying he's going to lose. And I did vote for the guy. We'll talk all about this. We've got some updates to go through. Let me show you the breaking news first. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com/donate if you'd like to support my work. There are many ways you can give. Got a P.O. box. You want to send me stuff. But the best thing you can do, share this video. It's the best way to help my channel as I compete with the mainstream media. And if you think I do a good job of bringing you rational and reasonable news, and you think people need to know about what Trump is doing in terms of lawsuits and recounts, sharing this video would greatly help. But don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Let's read the first breaking story. Trump campaign sues to halt vote counting in Michigan. President Trump's re-election campaign on Wednesday said it was filing a lawsuit to halt the counting of votes in Michigan until it is given access to observe the tabulation process. Campaign manager Bill Stepien alleged that it has not been given meaningful access to observe the opening of ballots at multiple locations. Now, I want to stop here and just say there's also accusations emerging in Georgia that there's irregularities, accusations in Philadelphia since yesterday that poll watchers were being denied. Quote, "We have filed suit today in the Michigan Court of Claims to halt counting until meaningful access has been granted," Stepien said in a statement. "We also demand to review those ballots which were opened and counted while we did not have meaningful access. President Trump is committed to ensuring that all legal votes are counted in Michigan and everywhere else." I'm going to stop and just say, listen, if you think everyone's vote should count and that we should respect the decisions of the individual, then Democrat or Republican, you should support these actions. Absolutely. The only reason anyone would reject what Trump is saying here is because they just want to win. Now, of course, they're going to claim that Donald Trump wants to block votes that are coming in late because that's him just trying to steal an election and every vote must count. Okay, we have an election day. We do not have an election week. Votes coming in after the race is already over, I believe, is unconstitutional, but far be it for me to decide. This will likely go to SCOTUS. However, if someone voted, it's not for you to decide who they voted for. If Trump says, "I want to see who John Smith voted for because you weren't giving us access," and they read it and it says Trump, but they mark it as Biden, then as a Democrat, someone saying people's votes must be counted, you certainly must agree we shouldn't allow people to have their votes disenfranchised. And if Trump is observing, I believe the Biden camp should be observing too. So let's see how things play out. The suit was filed after Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden pulled ahead of Trump in Michigan after largely urban and suburban counties reported mail ballot totals overnight. Trump tweeted misleading or inaccurate claims about ongoing vote counts in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania from Wednesday morning into the early afternoon. The tweets in which Trump sowed doubt about the legitimacy of counting legal votes beyond Election Day were flagged by Twitter as containing misleading information. Quote, "They're working hard to make up 500,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania disappear ASAP. Likewise, Michigan and others," Trump tweeted. Trump held an early lead in Michigan on election night, but experts had cautioned the race may tilt toward Biden as mail and absentee ballots were counted. State laws prevented Michigan officials from processing those ballots prior to Election Day, delaying the tabulation process. I'm sorry, that makes no sense. The only thing that does make sense is that historical voter turnout resulted in longer counting times or delays. But even then, we should be able to accommodate for this by bringing on more people and hiring more people for the job. It makes no sense that mail and absentee ballots would be counted late. If the ballots would have come in person, they would have counted them, right? So I think we got some dirty games if that's the case. To be completely fair, however, right now, what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, obviously, is that there are votes from before Election Day that have not yet been counted. I believe, and I can check the numbers, as of the time of recording, Trump's lead has dropped from 500,000 to 325,000. Now, Trump's camp, my understanding is they believe they'll end up winning by a very, very slim margin. And that may be. And that may be true for Arizona as well, because news is coming out that there was a reporting error in Arizona. This is crazy stuff, where they said 95% plus precincts reporting. It was actually 86. Now we're learning Trump might actually end up swinging Arizona. We don't know for sure. Based on what we're seeing today, the 500,000 vote advantage Trump is talking about, I'm sorry, he is wrong, okay? It is just the day after Election Day. If ballots come in now, well, then we've got a problem. But they're saying that there are votes to be counted from Election Day. Now, they also mentioned that I believe there are several 100,000 ballots that were not returned, that may be returned, and they want an extension. That will probably go to the Supreme Court. My opinion there is that is cut off. Look, man, I'm not trying to disenfranchise anybody or argue for that. I'm just saying, if the Democrats want to change the rules and it negatively impacts their voters, the blame is on the Democrats, and we cannot change the rules simply because Democrats wanted to. There has to be a consensus on the rules we play by. Imagine you're watching a baseball game. We see the score, and then they say, wait. It's the bottom of the ninth. But before we can declare the Cubs the World Series champions, we need to stop, take a few days, and review all the footage from the game and make sure there was no impropriety. Because maybe no. Bottom of the ninth, the score is in. That's it. Now, I think there's a little bit of middle ground here. They are still counting ballots today. Why did they stop? I don't know. But many people, even on the left, are saying it's a disgrace that our election system can't accurately count ballots fast enough. Why would mail-in ballots be delayed after Election Day? In my opinion, makes little sense. They could have been counting them on Election Day, same as any other ballot. But sure, my only point is the cutoff period was yesterday. I believe Trump will go to SCOTUS. He will probably win. I don't know for sure. Let's read more. Biden overtook Trump in Michigan on Wednesday morning as Detroit and suburban areas began reporting their totals. The former vice president led by roughly 50,000 votes in the state as of Wednesday afternoon. Trump carried the state by less than 11,000 votes in 2016. The Trump campaign has maintained it still has a path to victory in Michigan, but it also conceded that its best path to 270 electoral votes will come via wins elsewhere. And this is true. The lawsuit in Michigan is likely a preview of a flurry of legal actions to come as Trump's path to re-election narrows. The president's campaign has already requested a recount in Wisconsin, where Trump is trailing by about 20,000 votes, and officials signal they may challenge results in Nevada. Quote, "We are obviously leading a full court press to make sure that we have all of our legal teams that are in place," senior Trump campaign advisor Jason Miller said Wednesday morning. "We want to make sure that all legally cast ballots are counted. We also want to make sure that illegally cast ballots are not counted. The Nevada Supreme Court on Tuesday denied an emergency request from the Trump campaign to impose more restrictive vote counting procedures in Democratic-leading Clark County, one day after a lower court rejected a request by the campaign and state Republicans to allow greater opportunity to observe the vote counting process. So the next major story, Trump campaign will request a recount.
President Trump's campaign said
they will
Wednesday
request
it would
a recount in Wisconsin. Forgive the autoplay. The Hill reports, quote, let me read a little bit. President Trump's campaign said Wednesday it would request a recount in the state of Wisconsin, where Democratic nominee Joe Biden has a razor-thin lead, but multiple outlets have projected the former vice president to win. Quote, there have been reports of irregularities in several Wisconsin counties, which raise serious doubts about the validity of the results. The president is well within the threshold to request a recount, and we will immediately do so, Trump campaign manager Bill Stepien said in a statement. Biden was up by little more than 20,000 votes in Wisconsin Wednesday, with nearly all local jurisdictions having completed the unofficial count of the votes. No networks had called the state for Biden at the time of the Trump campaign's announcement. The AP and CNN declared Biden the winner in Wisconsin later Wednesday afternoon. Wisconsin offers 10 electoral votes, which could prove crucial to either candidate. Trump won the state by less than 1 point in 2016, and Biden has pushed to return the state to the blue category this year. There are not automatic recounts in Wisconsin, but a candidate who is within 1% of the winner can request one. Biden's campaign expressed confidence earlier Wednesday that the former vice president would ultimately be declared the winner in the Badger State, as well as Michigan and Pennsylvania by a wider margin than Trump won in those same states in 2016. We are going to win Wisconsin, recount or no recount, Biden campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon said in a Zoom call with reporters when asked about a potential recount in Wisconsin. Now, I believe that's true. I believe Joe Biden is on track to win in Michigan and win in Wisconsin. But this does not guarantee him victory, my friends. We are going to draw this out into December because, like I said, they can't have a recount until the results are certified, and the results aren't going to be certified for quite some time. Things are going to get annoying and spicy. But let me show you the results as the AP has them. Right now, Joe Biden is up just around 20,000 or so votes, a little bit more, and the AP has called the race for Joe Biden. However, over at our 272-win electoral map, if we give Wisconsin to Joe Biden and we give Michigan to Joe Biden, Donald Trump winning PA only gets him 266, meaning Joe Biden will win the presidency with 272. And right now, Arizona has been called for Joe Biden, but the Trump campaign says that they're actually tracking to win in Arizona, which may not be the case. It may be. It's not Joe Biden that's saying it. This one may be coming from the Trump camp, but it is true. Earlier, it was reported that the New York Times said due to an Edison research error, when they reported 95%, it was actually 86%. And it's entirely possible that Arizona does, in fact, flip to Trump. And if it does, Trump can lose Wisconsin and Michigan. And if he wins Pennsylvania, Trump will win the presidency with 277 votes. This means it is very likely Trump is going to go nuclear on North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, and Nevada, anywhere he can for a legal battle that he might be able to win. I don't fault him for it. If Joe Biden also wants to engage in any legal actions, I believe he should as well. My friends, this is an extremely close race as it stands. Personally, I do not believe votes received after Election Day should count. That's not up to me. That'll be for the courts. But my personal gut feeling right now is that Donald Trump has a path to victory, but it is increasingly becoming more and more narrow. However, it's not all bad news. I'm not going to be happy with a Joe Biden presidency because we got to live through 8 years of the Obama-Biden presidency, and I saw what that meant for foreign policy and domestic policy. And I think ultimately it was fairly bad in terms of foreign policy. Domestic policy wasn't all that great, but it was kind of, in some areas, I think there were problems. Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the last best defense against the rise of critical race theory and leftist identitarianism and leftist neo-segregationism. So I certainly want Donald Trump to win. But I must admit, what we should be hoping for right now is a GOP Senate at the very least. I think many people have actually said this, many moderates, that although, Trump supporters and conservatives really want to see the Republicans take everything, and I got to be honest, I do too, simply as a statement against the media establishment and the Democratic establishment, a GOP Senate will keep a Biden presidency in check and kind of slow things down, and maybe it may be good for us. It may kind of simmer the stew a little bit. We're boiling over and we want to calm everything down. However, that's just an opinion. And in the end, what we're really going to see is going to be the result of months of litigation. And I got no idea. The one thing I absolutely do not want to happen is Democrats taking everything. It's still within the realm of possibility that Democrats will take the Senate. As of right now, let me refresh the Wall Street Journal's live results. The Democrats have lost 5 House seats, a rejection. The Republicans have lost 1 House seat, but still have 48. And there are still some we cannot call, but it is leaning to the Republicans. So we can see here, Maine has been called for Collins, North Carolina, Alaska, and Michigan, and Georgia looks like are all leaning towards the Republicans. And it seems like the Republicans will be maintaining their Senate majority in the governorship. The Republicans have gained 1 and the Democrats have lost 1. All in all, we don't know what's going to happen with the president, but it does seem like we're looking at good news for Republicans, not what they wanted, but better than getting crushed. This was always a possibility. The media being 100% wrong. Now, as it pertains to Michigan, I want to highlight something. Scott Walker tweeted, after a recount in the 2011 race for Wisconsin Supreme Court, there was a swing of 300 votes. After the recount in 2016, the presidential race, Donald Trump's numbers went up by 131. As I said, 20,000 is a high hurdle. Of course, as you know, Scott Walker is the 45th governor of Wisconsin. It seems like a recount will not help Trump in Wisconsin. And that's why I highlight Trump doesn't need Wisconsin, but he does need either Arizona, Michigan, or Nevada. In fact, I think Nevada's not going to matter. If Biden takes Arizona and Trump takes Nevada, okay, so he will, yes. That will give Trump a 272 victory. So there is a path through the courts, which is what many of us suspected would happen. I got to say, though, personally, I am a bit surprised that there wasn't a larger rejection of the media establishment. Take a look at this from Fox News. Susan Collins claims victory in Maine. Senate race, Sarah Gideon concedes. Collins, a perceived moderate, has taken sustained fire over the past few years, but you know what? Good for her. Look, Maine is not red or blue. It's actually split. It's like most states, to be completely honest. Let's take a look at the live election results, and we can see for the president, Maine has, I believe, 1 electoral vote for Donald Trump, and they have 1 so far for Biden. Is that where we're at so far? Or 3 for Biden, I'm sorry, and 1 for Trump. Like most states, there's a blue area and there's a red area. Well, Maine divides up their electoral votes. Susan Collins has tried to be a moderate, not just blindly agreeing with Trump, and I respect her for it. I do. As much as I might disagree with her because I think Democrats are wrong, I respect her trying to be a bridge and trying to still keep the sides, stop the polarization to some extent. Tulsi Gabbard did the same. I don't agree with everything Tulsi Gabbard has proposed in her policy positions, but I can respect her efforts to try and communicate with the right and make sure the divide in this country doesn't become extreme. However, take a look at this from Greg Price on Twitter. Greg Price is, I believe, I'm not sure if he works for anywhere, but he said, literally, not a single poll in the RCP average had Susan Collins winning in Maine. Quinnipiac had Gideon at plus 12. Take a look at these numbers. And this is the most glorious failure of historic proportions. My friends, if there is one thing I can say in all of this that I've said in probably the past, every segment I've done so far, is that the media has failed. Stop listening to them. You don't got to call them the enemy of the people, though there are certainly Democratic operatives and propagandists in establishment media. They don't know what they are talking about. My stars and garters. Emerson had Gideon up 6, Colby 4, Pan Atlantic 7, Bangor Daily News up 1, Quinnipiac 12. That's just absolutely insane. Colby College, PPP, they all said Gideon would win. It wasn't even a close race. And Gideon called to concede. The media has done horrifying things to this country. They have lost the connection to the people. They don't know what they're talking about anymore. And their polls are based on Twitter's perception of reality. They need to fire every single pollster and these forecasters and these contributors and these contractors, whatever, for these networks. Time to go. Time to go. We knew the polls were wrong. You know what? I'm proud to say I believe I got a decent amount of this correct. You know why? It's not hard to be wrong when you don't take harsh stances, right? I didn't know who was going to win the presidency, and no one does yet. But I did know the polls were going to be wrong, and I said it over and over again. I think the polls are wrong. We won't know for sure, but we'll see. And sure enough, the polls weren't just wrong. They were ridiculously wrong. Jeff B. on Twitter, he is a attorney, Eddie-friendly rhino. He tweeted, let me show you the first tweet. Charles Gould Ba says, as of this writing, it looks like Biden will win the popular vote by millions. The electoral vote by a small to decent margin, and Dems will net 1 to 4 in the Senate and retain control of the House. If these all happen, including 3 in the Senate, what am I missing? Jeff says, what you're missing is that the narrative had this as a complete Democratic blowout. And not only are they set to not gain the Senate as predicted, they're actually losing House seats, which only idiot crazy people might have predicted. That's worth contemplating. I've been talking to some friends about the results. And they're saying Joe Biden needs to win. And they're saying the Democrats need to win. And I said, can you ask yourself, please, why you are on the side of the billionaires, the moguls, the multinational corporations, and the political establishment? Where did the punk rock go? Anna Missaglia tweeted this. Fascinating data visualization of political contributions by occupation and employer in election 2020. Donald Trump's top donors include NYPD, U.S. Marines, ranchers and homeowners, Facebook employees, university professors, and others in academia give more to Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the candidate of Wall Street. He is the candidate of Facebook, of Twitter, of Google. He is the candidate of massive multinational billion-dollar corporations. I don't understand why this is happening. I can say, it's probably better to say, I think I get it. I do. Many people on the left who are voting, I believe Joe Biden gained about 5 million votes from where Hillary Clinton was, and Trump also gained about 5 million votes. So a lot of people have become politically active, which is a good thing. But I've noticed that many of the people I know who moved to vote for Biden are low information voters. They don't know anything about the Obamagate scandals. They don't know anything about Voldemort. That's right, he who must not be named, the CIA whistleblower, that if I say his name, this video will be deleted outright. No joke. There are strange things afoot. There are millionaires and billionaires doing everything in their power to make sure Joe Biden wins. And unfortunately, there are many people who claim to be progressive, who claim to be leftists, who are actively supporting the millionaires, the billionaires, and everyone they claim to oppose. I think it's because the media did a good job. I'm just so curious how it is there are people who think Trump is all of these awful things. They don't even know anything about what's going on. You know, I'll just put it this way. Trump is an imperfect avatar of the rage of the American people, those who have been paying attention for too long and wants their jobs back, want the economy to do well, and are tired of having everything extracted from them. Joe Biden's brother, Jim Biden, made millions in Iraqi contracts after Joe Biden got into office and then began overseeing Iraq. His son got a job that paid him $1 million a year on the board of a Ukrainian energy company. The mafia has been paying off the media to tell you all that the guy screaming about it is the bad guy. And many people bought it. Meanwhile, the mob is extracting from our communities. I don't mean any literal mob. The Democratic and Republican establishment, the Lincoln Project types, have been stealing from the coffers, figuratively, for too long. They stopped governing when they realized people will just check R or D. Finally, people rose up and said no, and it was Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. Well, Bernie Sanders sold out, and Trump took over. Through all the political establishment's might, they were able to muster a very strong defense. And it is surprising to me. You know, I don't know how things are going to play out. Trump might actually win, but I think if you're sitting here right now saying that I'm wrong, that Trump is the crooked one, let me tell you, I've talked repeatedly about Trump's private properties, his corporate properties, his use of the military, the military coming and staying at these places, the fact that Trump Hotel is like the old post office building. I've talked about this stuff. Joe Biden's family got rich off of his name. Obama had a meeting with Biden and Yates and Comey, and they talked about prosecuting Michael Flynn. In FBI notes, they said they wanted to get him fired or prosecuted. Which one? We have text messages from former FBI agents saying we have an insurance policy to stop Trump. An ex-FBI lawyer has now been prosecuted for altering evidence to frame Trump or to get false warrants. We have seen what they have done, and they do not deserve to be allowed back into the castle. And that's it. There's not much you can say to me, but I'll tell you this. 4 historic peace agreements. No new wars. The first president to do this in like 40 years. The end of the Sudanese-Israeli conflict. The recognition of Israel by several Arabic nations. Withdrawing our troops from the Middle East. A booming economy pre-COVID. Banning critical race theory, which is neo-segregationist and a violation of civil rights law. And Trump has done enough that I think it warrants second term. There's no clean win for anybody. If Biden wins, it will be viewed as dirty. And if Trump wins, it'll be viewed as dirty. And Twitter is censoring my post that says that. But for the time being, the litigation hath begun. I hope you're ready for a roller coaster of a month or two. We'll see how things play out. The next segment is coming up at 6 p.m. over at youtube.com/TimCastNews. It is a different channel from this one. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you all then.
How are you? Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And hello, Janesville, and hello, Wisconsin. We love Wisconsin. Look at this crowd. This is massive. But you know, we're having massive crowds all over the place, and I'll tell you what, and I look at a poll, we're even in Wisconsin. I don't think so. With what I've done for you, USMCA, we got rid of those horrible, you were being charged 287% tariff to do business with Canada. I heard about that. I didn't like that. Your specialty milk people got me. Do you believe it? It was all about specialty milk. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. I said, what do you mean? Yes, sir, they're charging us 287%. And I said, no, they're not any longer. And we knocked the hell out of it, and we got the brand new USMCA. And Sleepy Joe can't do that. It's not in his vocabulary. He has no idea what we just said. He's sitting in his basement right now watching us. He has no idea. And I hate to do this to you. I was having a great hair day, and then I heard you had 40-mile-an-hour winds. I'm looking. And I said, all right, give me the cap. I don't do it often. But now I'm looking at that beautiful sight. Is that beautiful? Now, as beautiful as that is, OSHA, as beautiful as that is, I don't know that I'd want to be those people right in that little corner. Look at that. I think it's magnificent, but I'd get out of there. But they have no fear, do you? You have confidence in Trump. Yeah, we get good equipment. Good equipment. It's great to be back in Wisconsin with thousands of loyal, hardworking American patriots. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. It's a great honor. And we're doing great. We're doing really well. I wish you'd have a Republican governor because, frankly, you got to open your state up. You got to open it up. You got to open it up, get back to school. I'll tell you what, we had a little problem in Florida. We had a surge, and then it went away, and they opened it. But we had a problem, big problem in Texas. We had a surge. They opened it up. It's all opened up. Arizona, they had a surge. It's all opened up. And our country is opening. And I'll tell you what, when you look at our numbers compared to what's going on in Europe and other places, but we're doing well. We're going to have one of the best economic years we've ever had next year. One of the best we've ever had. 17 days from now, we're going to win the state of Wisconsin, and we are going to win 4 more years in the White House. And by the way, early voting begins on Tuesday, so get out and vote, okay? Now, we've had great success in your state, and I've been very good to you likewise with the ships. You build good ships, you know that, right? A lot of other states wanted that contract. I probably lost some states because of it, but we gave you the big contract. And honestly, I went to the yards. It's incredible what you do. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And 6 months ago, I was saying, well, how do you compare it with the last one? I don't know. That was important. The fact is, this is the single most important election in the history of our country. And Sleepy Joe Biden's made a corrupt bargaining exchange. You saw the bargain he made in exchange for his party's nomination, which he shouldn't have gotten because if Pocahontas got out one day early, I'd be running against Crazy Bernie, which would have been okay too. I would have had a small but energized base. Now we have a little bit larger base to run against, but there's zero energy. They're reporting on it. We've got the most energy in the history of politics, and he's got the least. The most in the history. And Biden handed control of his party over to hardcore militant left. The Democrat Party you once knew no longer exists. It's now a party of socialists and Marxists and left-wing extremists. If Joe Biden and the Democrat socialists are elected, and I've always said, our country will never be a socialist country. They would kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, and you have a lot of great law enforcement people here today. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have every single law enforcement group in the country has endorsed us. Even New York City's finest, they endorse us. First time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate. It's big stuff. Chicago, Florida, Ohio. Everybody's endorsed us. And I said during the debate, I said, Joe, name one group, law enforcement, that's endorsed you. Name one. And he was starting to go, he couldn't breathe. And then Chris Wallace bailed him out. And I said, Joe, say the words law and order. Say them, Joe. And he wouldn't do it. I said, say the words law and order. Then Chris Wallace bailed him out again. But he can't, because if he says law and order, that means he loses the radical left, which I think he's losing anyway. But they want to dissolve your borders, raise your taxes, destroy your suburbs. Oh, have I saved your suburbs. The women, they keep telling me about suburban women. I think suburban women like me. I've only saved your house, and frankly, I've saved your way of life. I've saved the American dream, but they keep saying, Trump has a problem. Well, last time they said the same thing. It was even worse. They said I had a problem with women, period. And then the night, that beautiful night 4 years ago, was that the greatest of all time? It's probably the greatest night in the history of television, right? That was, we had so much fun, the tears that were flowing out of Pure. Remember the tears? From the totally non-biased anchors. We have another one of them coming up next week, Kristen Welker. She deleted her entire account. I wonder why. I can't imagine. I've known her for a long time. She's extraordinarily unfair, but that's all right. We did very well the other night with a person I knew was even more unfair, Savannah. In fact, nobody's seen Savannah for 2 days. What happened to Savannah? What happened to Savannah? They said, we'd like to give Savannah Guthrie. I said, that's all right. What difference does it make? They ask you a question, you give them an answer, right? It doesn't matter. But she was sort of jumping out of her seat. She was like flying for her. She was like, I told you. I said, I don't care what you told me. What does that mean? No, but we actually got 8+ marks on that, but it was very unfair. And then you watch Sleepy Joe get interviewed by George Stephanopoulos, nice guy, but he's a tough guy, and he's tough. I interviewed with him 2 weeks ago. He was tough. He's given like these lobs, like in slow motion, lobs. No, it's unfair, but you know what? It's so unfair, and we're president, and they're not, right? That's how unfair it is. We're. But they want to fund extreme late-term abortion. They want to pack. Well, you got to get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. They want to pack the Supreme Court. You know what that is? They could end up with 16, 19, 20. They want to put far-left judges on the court. They're going to pick people so far left. And you'll end up with far-left justices like we've never had ever before. And our Supreme Court, instead of being what it is now, revered, will end up being nothing. And they want to protect criminals and disarm law-abiding Americans. They want to take away your Second Amendment. If Biden wins, the lawless demonstrators in our streets, and you see them all the time, they're Democratic-run. You know, I always say Democrat. You know why? Because it sounds worse. They should actually change their name to the Democratic. Democrat sounds lousy, but you know what? That's actually their name. The Democrat Party, right? The Democrat Party. So I always say Democrat. They say Democratic. I said, why don't you try changing your name officially? But the lawless demonstrators, and they're all Democrat-run cities and states. Almost every single one of them. And they don't want to really take care of it. They don't want to take care of law enforcement. They want to cut. You see what's going on in Seattle? I mean, first of all, the police, who we love, they're all quitting. They're all leaving. And they'd still be occupying Seattle, except they found out that we were going in the morning that they all raised their hands. The reason they raised their hands is we were going in that morning. We're going to take over. Can you believe it? We're going to take over the large section of Seattle that these anarchists had. They're anarchists, that's all they are. But you know, in theory, law and order is right. In theory, we have to be asked. We have to be asked to do it. The federal government has to be asked. But we went into Minneapolis, and you know what happened? How long did that take? About 30 minutes? Remember, they formed a line, they formed another line. They were not socially distanced, which is very bad. In fact, they were very close. They had the world's most expensive uniforms on. They had helmets that cost a fortune. There was more computer stuff going on in those helmets. But you know, under the helmets, great brains and tough. And they formed those lines. And then they said, okay, let's go. This is after 2 weeks of destruction in Minneapolis. That's why we're going to win Minnesota for the first time since 1972, Republican Party. We're going to win. Now, it doesn't hurt that in Minnesota they have Ilhan Omar, who hates our country, who's broken the law. I mean, she's broken the law. Let's see what happens, but she's broken the law. But she hates our country. No, we're going to win. We're going to win because of what we did with Minneapolis. We saved Minneapolis, and we saved Seattle. I mean, Seattle was going real bad. And do you want to know the truth? We're sort of saving the whole country, if you really think about it. And that's why we have spirit, the likes of which I don't think any campaign has ever had. That's what's happened. That's what's happened. You know something, I just left Michigan, you know that. Look forward to coming over here, but I just left. And the early voting is going, big. It should. It should go it's supposed to go 70, 80% to the Democrats, and then we come in with the big red wave. It's going to be a wave like nobody's ever seen. Because our people want to get out and vote. So they'll start big heavy when it gets, the early voting, but especially on that November 3rd day, we're going to be swamping it. But here's what happened. And this is early, but, still hundreds of thousands of votes. Here's what happened. So we're supposed to be down, big. And then we catch it like a racehorse. A racehorse secretary would start off and on a ball. Well, that was what was supposed to sort of happen. And then you see what happens in the end. and I think we win, right? But something strange has happened in Michigan. You know, we brought back many car plants, many. They hadn't brought back a plant. I think it's 42 years, and we brought back many, an expansion of the car plant. So in Michigan, a strange thing has happened. We're leading substantially in the early voting. What's that all about? What is that all about? Because something's happening out there. Look at, I mean, take a look at this crowd. You can't see it. As far as the eye can see, you have people. As far as the eye can see. This election day, the people of Wisconsin, and you know what? We win Wisconsin. We win the whole ball game. It's a... I mean, what the hell do you think I'm doing here on a freezing night with 45-degree winds? What do you think? Think I'm doing this for my health? I'm not doing this for my health. I'm doing it for that. And I'm doing it for that. How beautiful that is. Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But this election day, the people of Wisconsin must stop these anti-American radicals by issuing Sleepy Joe Biden. He has no clue anyway. Look, let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. He's shot. Okay, I don't care. Think of it. Because this puts pressure on you. I am running against, perhaps in the history of presidential politics, the worst candidate. Obama wouldn't even endorse him. They ran together, they went together, yes. And then even after he won, I didn't think Obama, it took so long, right? And now I heard today, they said, sir, what? Well, we have a little problem. What? Obama's going to campaign for him. I said, well, that's good news. He campaigned harder than Hillary Clinton did for Hillary. And it just made us stronger. I want him to campaign so much. I want him to campaign, you know, because we're going to do even better. But it is true. By issuing Joe Biden a tremendous defeat at the ballot box. But it's not Joe Biden. Remember this. It's a radical, left, sick ideology. Okay? An amazing poll just came out. 56% of the American people, Gallup poll, right, say that they're better off today than they were 4 years ago under the Obama-Biden administration. And that's a record. That's a record. And think of what we're saying. And by the way, that's a record. 56% of the people. And that's during, and we're rounding the corner. We got the vaccines, all that, but even without it, we're rounding the corner. You'll see it. We're rounding the corner. And we have unbelievable. The vaccines are unbelievable. And frankly, except for a little politics, but we have unbelievable vaccines that are coming out real soon. And the therapeutics are unbelievable. And the cures, excuse me, I'm here. I didn't feel so good, I'll be honest with you. I hadn't been sick in a long time. I don't have any time to get sick. It's good. You know, if you're busy, you don't get sick because you have no time. You don't think about it. But I wasn't feeling so good. I wasn't feeling like your president has to feel. I wasn't feeling like Superman. And all of a sudden, the doctor, we have great doctors. One thing with being president, you got more doctors than any human being. I'm lying down in a bed. I got 12 doctors from Johns Hopkins Hospital, University, great people. All great. I mean, talented, great people. And they love their president. They love their country. But I have doctors, they wanted to touch every single part of my body. I said, doctor. But I didn't, you know what? I didn't feel great. And there's a drug, it's Regeneron. It's a transfusion. And all I know is the next morning, I felt stronger than I've ever. I wanted to get out there, and I wanted to make new trade deals for your jobs, and I wanted to do a lot of things. We've done a great job, a lot of jobs. It's just a great job. But the most menacing aspect of the Biden-Harris agenda is their attack of law and order. And I was a big part. You know, I came in and I had your sheriff, and what a great guy, Beth. I had your sheriff's endorsement and a lot of other endorsements in Kenosha. You ever hear of a place called Kenosha? Because if I didn't get involved, there would be no Kenosha right now. There would be no. And I wish they called earlier. I wish we could have gotten in a little bit earlier, but that's okay. And say what you want. I'll tell you what. I give you Governor credit. Unlike Oregon, because we could solve Portland in about, I'd say, 22 minutes. Okay. They're anarchists. They're wise guys. They live in the basement with their parents. Not with Joe, but with their parents. Different basement. A different basement. They go home with their parents. But wise guys, right? Antifa, radical left. You know, nobody likes to say it. They're Antifa, they're radical left. But they're wise guys. We could solve that in 2 minutes, but they don't want to do it. At least your governor said, let's go in and let's solve the problem. And we solved it. It was late, but better late than never. But we solved and we saved Kenosha. And I want to thank the sheriff, and I want to thank the chief. I want to thank all of the law enforcement. I was there. I want to thank the people that were helping rebuild their stores and their businesses. Kenosha. I never thought of Kenosha, that it would be an important part of my life, but it did become, because it was a terrible scene. And it wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. But I'll tell you what, your law enforcement did a great job. We did a great job. And I want to thank everybody involved. Our law enforcement in this country, if you let them do fairly what they do better than anybody in the world, they wouldn't have any problem. They wouldn't have any problem. You look at what's going on in New York under Democrats. You look at what's going on in Chicago under Democrats, Portland, Oakland under Democrats, Baltimore under Democrats. We have a great young congresswoman hopefully running in Baltimore. She's going to be fantastic. I hope she gets a shot. Republican. I hope she gets a shot. Today I want to explain to you the threat that their far left plans pose to the safety of your family, your community, and your country. If you give the power to Democrats, the radical left will defund, disband, disarm, and dismantle police departments all across America. Asked if he supports slashing police funding, you saw this last week, he said, yes, yes, absolutely yes. Honestly, look, he didn't even understand the question, but that's what he said. It's just like fracking, right? He said, there'll be no fracking for a year. There'll be no fracking. Then he gets lucky. Elizabeth Warren refuses to get out so Bernie can have the nomination. So Joe lucks into it on a Super Tuesday. And now he's standing in Pennsylvania, and they want to frack because they have 1 million fracking jobs and because we're energy independent and things. So he goes from saying for a year and a half, there will be no fracking. I wanted to put it on a screen, but it was so windy, we would have needed like 15 cranes to hold up the screen. Would have been a giant sail, but we have it. He says no fracking like 18 times. He then becomes the nominee, goes to Pennsylvania, which we're going to win too. He goes to, you know, because in Pennsylvania, I know it well, I went to school there. In Pennsylvania, they believe in law and order, and they believe in energy, and they believe in intelligence, okay? They believe in intelligence. But so he now goes to Pennsylvania, he gets hit hard, and he all of a sudden says, I never said that, there will be fracking. First of all, always follow with these politicians, because, you know, I've only been doing this for a short while. How the hell did I become president, you know? No, I've only been doing it for a short while. But one thing I've learned, but I've known politics, I've been dealing on the other side of politics. One thing, it's the first thing they say that always matters. And he said it for a long time, along with everybody else in his party. And there's no way he could not do what he didn't agree to in the first place. So he gets up and he says, in Pennsylvania, no, we will frack. We will frack. And the whole place, and not once see all the, you know, the fake news media back there, nobody said to him, but for a year and a half, you said there'd be no fracking, and now you said there'll be fracking. And nobody asked him that question. It's an incredible thing. You know why? Because they're fake news. CNN. Only in Wisconsin can this happen. I know you well. As long as I'm president, we will never defund the police. We will strongly defend our police. And I will always stand with the heroes of law enforcement. You know, I think I'm endorsed by every law enforcement group all over the country, beyond the country. I get world endorsements. It's the craziest thing. I said, I never knew I was that militant. And I'm not militant. You know what? I want common sense. I want people to be safe, right? I want people to be safe. The Biden plan calls for abolishing cash bail. Oh, that's wonderful. You have a murderer. They want to abolish, so there are people all over. Look at what happened in New York. They abolished cash bail. Your crime went up like 200%. It's terrible. And it's common sense. It's not like you have to be tough or not tough. It's common sense. They're going to release 400,000 criminals onto your streets and into your neighborhoods if Crazy Joe becomes president. It's not even conceivable. No, running against him, it's put such pressure because I'm running against the worst in the history of presidential, and now if I lose, can you imagine if I lose? I will have lost to the worst candidate in the history of presidential politics. If I lose, what do? I'd rather run against somebody who's extraordinarily talented. At least this way I can go and lead my life. But we're not going to lose. We're going to win. We're going to win at numbers. We're going to win in numbers, right? Now, that's why I can't lose. That might be the second most important. You know what the first most important is? Because we're going to make America greater than ever before. That's what the first. Their plan also includes disarming law-abiding citizens, namely taking away your Second Amendment. Think of it. While turning the entire country into one giant sanctuary for criminals, illegal aliens, including those charged with rape, assault, murder, killing. The wall is almost built. I am very proud of that because any guy, being a developer, you just learn how to do it. But we had an entire very powerful party. That's all they have. They have two things. They have a very powerful Democrat Party that always sticks together. They don't have any of these rebels that we have in the Republican Party. I call them stupid people. Okay. I call them stupid people because they play right into the hands. But the Democrats really don't have that. They have two things. They stick together like you've never seen. They are smart and they're vicious. Like, let's impeach him even though he did nothing wrong. They're vicious. They're vicious. Now, what we have is we have much better policies, like how about we want a strong border? They don't want to have a border. They want to have open borders, right? We don't want sanctuary cities. We don't want to protect criminals. We want jobs. We want low taxes. We have a lot of good things, but I tell the Republicans all the time, a lot of people say I have a lot of influence over the party. You say you got to get tougher. You got to get, only fairer, but you got to get meaner, but you got to get tougher because they play a tougher game. But we have these rebels and all of, they think they're hot stuff. By the way, they usually end up outside of politics in a very short time. We make sure of that. For the entire summer, Biden was silent as radicals, anarchists, arsonists, and vandals rampaged through Democrat-run cities in Minneapolis, Chicago, New York, Seattle, Portland, and other places. Biden called them peaceful protesters. Remember the guy on CNN? He's standing there and he's saying, this is a peaceful, his hand is shaking. This is a peaceful. I have no idea. It's Ali Velcher. I have a really good Ali Velcher. Shaved head, right? Shaved his head. I'm thinking about doing that. That way I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry. You shaved? No, he shaved it all off. He doesn't have to worry about, How does it look, darling? How does it look, First Lady? How does it, darling? You're the most handsome president. I said, First Lady, am I the most handsome president ever? Yes, absolutely. I said, who could top me? Well, she said, well, JFK was good looking, but nothing like you. Nothing like you, darling. Thank you. Now you go home and you see this crazy CNN. Fortunately, their ratings are terrible, which is great. But you'll see them say, Donald Trump said he's better looking than JFK. You'll see. They're sick people. They got a lot of problems, but fortunately, they're not doing so well. Earlier this month, rioters laid waste to suburban residential neighborhoods just outside of Milwaukee. Biden will appease the rioters and the looters and the anarchists, and I'm having them arrested. You know what we're doing. We're having them arrested. And you know, when they knock down statues, you notice that's very much stopped, certainly with federal statues. A little thing happens. It's amazing how quickly it stopped. They go to jail for a period of 10 years, you know? It's amazing. They were getting all set to take down the incredible statue of Andrew Jackson right by the White House, right? And I said, we can't let that happen. And I'll tell you what, the police went out and they charged. It was an incredible thing, you know, because today everyone wants to be so damn politically correct. The police are afraid if they touch somebody or speak to somebody rudely, they'll be destroyed. Their pension will be gone. Their family will be gone. No, we got to protect our police. We got to take care. They're going to be fair. And you're going to have problems and you're going to have mistakes. And people will choke. You know, they'll choke and have a decision to make. They have a quarter of a second sometimes to make. And you'll have some bad cops. And we got to do something about those bad cops. And that happens. But 99.9, I mean, we have them. They're the most incredible people. And they keep us safe. Right? They keep us safe. They keep us safe. So we have to take care of them. This year, more than 1,000 law enforcement officers have been viciously attacked. Nobody talks about that. You know, nobody talks about that. Several police officers have been very, very brutally murdered. You saw it a month ago with the two sitting in a car. And it's, I mean, that's just a horrible thing. The anti-police rhetoric of Joe Biden and the Democrat Party is really what causes a lot of this, too. But it puts police officers in harm's way. It really puts them in harm's way. We can't let that happen. Biden referred to police as the enemy. He just referred the enemy, quote, quote, the enemy, and vilified them as an oppressive, racist force. I mean, this guy's gotten just beaten up. He doesn't believe that. I really don't believe. I shouldn't say that, but I don't believe he believes it. Joe's running mate. Oh, how do you like her? Did Mike Pence do a great job? Did our great vice president do a great job? Never let you down. It was just too easy. I said, Mike, that was just too easy. That's not. Oh, she was just terrible. She was terrible. I mean, I couldn't believe he picked her, right? I've said it a lot. She treated him worse than any. What, they have 27 candidates, right? 27 for this job. I could tell him, it's not that easy. Well, don't forget, we have done more than any administration in the first 3.5 years in the history of our country. We've rebuilt our military. We've cut more regulation than any other administration by a factor of a lot. And we all did this. We have more federal judges by the end of the first term than any other administration. In fact, percentage-wise, the only one that has more, there's only one president that has more percentage-wise, not the number, because we'll have 300, maybe even more than that by the end of the first term. But there's only one president that has a higher percentage than I have. Do you know who that is? George Washington. Give him a hat. Give him a Make America Great Again hat. We'll say Make America Great Again hat. Again, again. We made it great again, and now we're going to make it great again because we had to close it up, save 2 million lives, and now we're opening it up, and we're doing record numbers, and you'll hear. Joe's running mate and America's most liberal senator, Kamala Harris, recently urged their supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out the rioters who did so much harm and even physical damage to people, but damage in Minneapolis. And they wanted to bail him out of jail, and she was heading up a group to get him out of jail, and including a really bad attempted cop killer. He attempted killing a policeman. 13 members of Biden's staff donated to the same fund. You know, by the way, they talk about fundraising, right? I'm good at fundraising. I could be the greatest fundraiser in history. I'm the president of the United States. I'm like a really smart guy like you are. But I'll tell you what, well, think of this. If I wanted to pick up a phone and call Wall Street, say the big firm, say, yeah, I got to raise X dollars, they'll do it everywhere. I mean, it's so easy. It's so easy. I could have more money. The problem is, if you do that, what happens is when they call you in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months because they need something, you got to take their call and you got to do it. So Biden is raising a lot of money because they're promising all these things to all these people. Now, I have a much better platform because I am the president, right? I could raise money, and then the fake news goes out and says, you know what, we're doing great. We're doing great on the small donors. The small donors, like $61 a piece and stuff. But I could raise more money than anybody in the history of politics. But I don't want to call these people and say, do me a favor, the head of Goldman Sachs. I don't want to say, do me a favor, all these people. Nobody could ever raise money like me. I just don't want to do it because it puts us all, meaning us. I did this for us, not for me. Believe me, I didn't do it for me. I lost a fortune. This job has cost me billions of dollars. Billions. They don't like to say that. Billions of dollars. And yet if a man from Kuwait comes up and stays at one of my hotels for $259.13, takes a room. Next day, Trump takes Arab as a guest in one of the hotels. I mean, you know, billions I lost. And that's okay, because I'm doing something that's the most important thing I've ever done. I don't care. There are a lot of rich people around. What the hell difference is it? But I've lost billions. You know, I never talk about it. They never talk about it. So I get paid, I guess, $450,000, and I give up my salary. I don't get it. You don't read that. You don't read it because you know what? It's not good for them to say that. And I don't talk about it, but tonight I'll talk about it. So I get the highest salary because you're the president, and I give it up. I don't take it. So that's nice. But I would say it cost me $2, $3, maybe more $billion, and all the work. I have good kids. They don't do jobs. I don't say you can you imagine if they wanted to go to the Middle East and do jobs all over the place? I'd have hotels being built in every city, in every country in the world. And I have great kids and they're ambitious kids. They'd like to do it. I say you can't do it. And by the way, there's no legal reason you can't do it, but there is a big reason. Psychologically, you cannot go to Saudi Arabia and all these different places that we protect and we do all these things and that buy a lot of our planes and a lot of our everything. You can't allow them. You can't allow them. So that's the way it is. But I would be the greatest fundraiser in the history of politics. But if you don't mind, we don't need the money, you know? And we won't do it that way. But they're raising a lot of money. And every time I see them raising a lot of money, I say, because I know exactly what's going on, deals are being made. That especially when you look at Joe Biden. I mean, look at what's going on with that family. The Democrat Party's war on cops is driving police officers to leave their jobs in record numbers. No one is hurt more by the left-wing crusade against law enforcement than African Americans. They're hurt the most, and you look at it and you know it. Last year, and by the way, large percentages of our policemen and women are African Americans. It's a black community. Last year, in just 4 Democrat-run cities, over 1,000 African Americans were murdered as a result of violent crime. This year, murders in Democrat cities have increased by more than 30%. And we'd help them. We'd help them. We want to help them. We say call. I say call. They don't want to call. More than half of the victims are African Americans. Joe Biden and the left ignore these American victims. I never will. We're never going to ignore them. We have done more for the black community than any president, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln. It's true. It's true. Criminal justice reform. Obama couldn't do it. I don't even think he tried to do it, frankly, but he could have never done it. Bush couldn't do it. None of them could do it. None of them, and it was desperately needed. Criminal justice reform, I did it. Prison reform, we did it. We did things nobody. How about opportunity zones, right? So great for Hispanic, so great for the black community, the jobs. We worked on that with a great senator from South Carolina, Tim Scott. Great senator. Historically black colleges and universities. You went to one. Oh, which one did you go to? I love them. Very good. That's a good one. I don't know if I could have gotten in. That's too good. That's too tough. That's a good one, right? That's good. Well, anyway, they have to be happy with me. But listen, So after 3 years, every 3 years, every year, a group of like 44 people, 44, 45, they'd come up, the head people at all of these colleges. And they'd come up and I'd see them. And the first year I saw them, I thought it was routine, and they're up because they needed money for the colleges. I said, oh, that's interesting. Second year, I said, what are you doing back here? Why are you back? So we have to come every year. For years and years, decades, they've been coming up every year. And then I see him the third year, and I say, wait a minute, let's get this straight. You mean you come up here every 3 years to beg for money? He said, we beg for money, and we feel like beggars. One gentleman who's great, he told me exactly those words. He said, they make us come back every year. Obama never did it. Obama never did it. And I said, so wait, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you long-term funding. And here's what I did. I got them more money than they were asking for. And now for a 10-year period, and I said, the only bad news is I may never see you again. I may never see you again. But we did that for the black community, and we did a lot of other things. And I say that nobody's done more for the black community. But with all of that, the biggest thing of all is criminal justice reform. You know about Alice Johnson, and we have so many people like Alice. She's an incredible person. Ask yourself this question. Do you want to vote for the candidate supported by anti-American rioters, or do you want to vote for the candidate supported by so many of our great people and the heroes of law enforcement? And that's what it is. You know, Biden made his speech, I think it was today. I mean, he makes so few of them. I think, you know, he stays in his place in Delaware. And I like Delaware, but does he ever leave Delaware, right? But he made a speech. There was nobody in the audience. And they never say this. They never say it. We come here, take those cameras and show the police. Please, okay, you know? We come here. No, I'm telling you, today, I think the camera slipped. Because in his case, they shouldn't show the audience. In our case, they should. And the camera must have slipped, and then there was like nobody there. He's speaking, and there's nobody there. And I'm saying, nobody reports that, and he never leaves this little area. And you know, I'll tell you what, as President of the United States, I met with Gold Star families the other week. I meet with a lot of people. I have an obligation. I can't lock myself into a basement in the White House. I can't lock myself into a beautiful bedroom at the top of the White House. I can't, where you'd be, you know, there's no risk, no nothing. I'm the President of the United States. And I would often say, I meet people, and these are incredible, like the Gold Star families. They lost sons and daughters and husbands in Iraq and Afghanistan and other places. And I can't say, I want to cancel the meeting. And I met about 48 families. And you know, when they come up to you, and they're close to you, and they were tested and all, but you know, there's questions all about everything, right? This is a very difficult situation. And when they come up to you, and they want to say, my son was so brave, and they want to tell you the story, it's amazing. I mean, their son died 3 or 4 years ago. This is all, in almost all cases. I say, so tell me what happened. Sir, my daughter was a helicopter pilot, and she was so good. She was so good, sir. And she was shot down, sir, in Iraq. And then they tell me what happened and how brave and how great. And I can't say, do me a favor, stand. You just can't do that. And I say, every time I meet with groups of people, it's not all like that. It's also other people, and you meet with journalists. But I can't cancel, like cancel culture. You know, they want to cancel everything, right? I can't cancel these people. I have to take care of our people. And every time I do it, I say, you know, it's risky. And sure as hell, I caught it. And now I guess they say I'm immune, so you can. I'm immune. And I got better fast. I I can now jump into the audience and give you all a big kiss, the women and the men. I'll even kiss the men. I'll kiss those big, powerful men down there. I won't love it, but I'll kiss them. Anyway, so no, it's, you know, it's an incredible thing, but I have an obligation. I can't say, somebody said, why did you do this? Why did you do that? I said, because these meetings are so important to people, and you're the president, and I can't do that. And what happened, and I always said after, I said, boy, that's risky probably, I guess, but you know, whatever it is. And really, I got really well taken care of. And I really believe that this therapeutic or this cure, it was incredible. And you know, we're going to make what I had available to everybody free. Free. It's incredible. The antibody. I think the antibody is the best thing. We're going to make it free. So, you know, and it's been incredible what we've been able to do. If you support our police, if you stand with the heroes of law enforcement, then you must defeat the Democrats on November 3rd. You have to do it. You have to do it. And by the way, I hate to say it. I got a little briefing. I've been here before, as you know, but I got a little briefing on the area. You know, this is a Democrat area, but it's a Democrat area that really likes Trump a lot. And a lot of us are really great workers, and the workers like me. You know who doesn't like me? The heads of the union, they never like me. You know who does like me? The people in the union, they like me. But I'll tell you, this is largely, you know, a lot of Democrats. And many people in this audience are Democrats, but they're Democrats are going to vote for Trump. And we do great here. We do great here. And I appreciate it. And I take care of our workers, and I take care of jobs. And China will not get away with what they got away with. They're not going to get away with it. Not going to get away with it. We just finished an incredible trade deal. In fact, 2 weeks ago, the largest order of corn in the history of our country. The largest order of soybeans in the history. The largest beef order, cattle, the beef order. And there's all of that's good, but you know what? Not the same. It's not, does that make sense to you? It doesn't mean what it would have meant had they not put us through. Because they stopped it from going into China, but they didn't stop it from going to the rest of the world, including our country, Europe, the rest of the world. So, so you Democrats, some of, oh, by the way, just seriously, without a big deal, I'm just curious. Raise your hand if you're a Democrat. Seriously, it's just interesting. I'm going to do a poll, it costs nothing, right? I like these polls, it costs nothing. You know, they do a poll, it costs $1 million. They interview like 12 people, right? Then they wonder why their polls are off, you know? We've interviewed 253 people. They oversample Democrats by 28%. Trump is down 5. I said, yeah, but you're interviewing mostly Democrats. You ever see that? I guess there must be a legal reason why they have to put it. But they oversample by 18, 20, 21%. How about last election? So I was down in all 9 places that I had to win. That wasn't a good feeling, you know, wake up. How are we doing? Well, you're down in all 9 places. By the end of the evening, I won all 9 places, you know? Right? Think of that. Other than that, they did a great job of polling. They even had me believing it for a while. But what I didn't believe, because we had a lot of spirit 4 years ago. And by the way, nothing like we have now. This is far greater. You know, this is still 17 days out. And, you know, it sounds like very little, but that's a lot. That's a lot. Normally, a crowd like this would be like for the night before for a candidate, one-time shot. We have this all over. You had to see what we had in Pennsylvania, in Florida. We were in Florida. We had, I think, 41,000 people. All over. We were in Atlanta. We were in, we just got back from Georgia. I mean, it's like this. But the spirit, we have much more spirit now than we ever had 4 years ago, and we had a record. A record. But you know what? The media is more corrupt, and they're worse. The media, it's not really Biden, because, you know, you can't have, she was tougher, she was smarter. Look, Hillary was a lot smarter than Sleepy Joe, let's not kid ourselves. She was a better candidate. Well, I don't know, look, you know, we'll see how it all turns out, right? What's a better candidate? It's a better, but she was much sharper, she was much smarter, but it's not that. The media has become crazed, and the big tech companies have become crazed. They won't let the fact that we caught him in a total corrupt deal, they won't let the news get out. They won't let, and in all fairness to Fox, I have my own problems with Fox, but at least Fox is letting it out. And I'll tell you who's incredible. A newspaper called the New York Post, the oldest paper in America. It's the 5th largest paper in America, and they are all into finding out about all of this. Joe Biden, forget about the family, Joe Biden. Yeah, I mean, it really is, right? It's really corruption, but it's Joe Biden corruption. So we're thrilled to be here with some incredible people. And you're going to be joined by a man, and I mean this too. You know, I say, oh, everybody's wonderful, and then half the time you can't stand them, but you got to say it. But this guy is wonderful. He's one of the smartest people in the Senate. A lot of people don't know that. See, I know that because I do a lot of very complex things. And there aren't a lot of people that understand, but he understands. And nobody understands finance better. But now what he's doing he's the chairman of Homeland Security. What he's doing on corruption is unbelievable. And I am very proud of your state for a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is that you have a senator named Ron Johnson. Where's Ron? Where is? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Ron. Would you get him up, please? Get him up. Come on, Ron. I got to get him up. He deserves it. He deserves it. Come on, Ron. Come on. Secret Service is worried about it. Don't worry about it. He is one of the greatest people. He's one of the greatest senators. And I guess, you know, whenever the hell you're running, I'll be here for you. I will tell you that. Please say a couple of words.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As I was saying in the pre-program, what I admire about President Trump is his tenacity. You know, the unfair treatment in the press by the Democrats, by the deep state, it doesn't deter him. He gets up every morning, he wants to make America great. And he talked about the First Step Act. I was a witness. That criminal justice reform was dead. It was going nowhere until President Trump stepped up to the plate and made sure he got it done, and he did. Another piece of legislation that's very dear to my heart was something, again, it was dead, it was going nowhere. It's called Right to Try. And Mr. President, I will never forget, in that State of the Union address, you started talking about this bill that I'd been championing, and you hadn't said the name yet. I'm going, I think he's talking about Right to Try. And all of a sudden he goes, we have to pass Right to Try. And I don't know if you saw me spring up like a jack-in-the-box. But again, that is President Trump's leadership. He doesn't get credit for it. But he wakes up every day like the rest of you, loving this country and doing everything he can to make it a greater country. God bless you. God bless President Trump. Thank you.
He's a great guy. Don't lose him. Ron, when are you up next year? Next time, 2 years, right? Don't lose him. I'll be here, Ron. I'll be fighting for you. No, he's really a great guy, and I'm glad you came up, and I'm glad to have you here, Ron, and really, we're very proud of you. We have some warriors with us and people that have been with us through the fake impeachment hoax. That was one of the great hoaxes. And don't forget, we have done, and Ron understands that better than maybe anybody, we've done more in 3.5 years than any administration, first 3.5 years, than any administration in the history. He mentions Right to Try. That's where a person is terminally ill and they can't get a medicine that looks real good, but it hasn't been approved because it has to go through this long process, which we've cut in half, by the way. But they can't get. So now they sign a document. And, you know, it was very complicated, but not for me. It wasn't complicated. I said, you take the liability away. But we had problems with the insurance companies because they didn't want. We had problems with everybody, including the country. They didn't want to get sued. So people would go all over the world. If they had some money, if they didn't have money, they'd go home and they'd just die. And now if we have something that may work, but it's 2 years away, 3 years away, they sign just a quick waiver, and we've had Right to Try. And Ron, I don't know if you know the success rate. It's been unbelievable, the number of people. This isn't just trying. We have kept people alive and healthy and well and fully recovered. You know, it's a very great thing. And I could never understand it because for years I said, why wouldn't they give somebody who's terminally ill a drug? And because they say, we don't want to get sued because they'll get sued, you know, the family will sue or something happens. I mean, I understand it all, but we got it done. They signed a waiver, but we got it done. And the effects, and you know what else happened? Side effect that nobody thought too much about? These companies that are trying to prove that their drug works, I'll tell you, if it works there, it works everywhere. It's incredible. And they're able to speed it up, where they speed them up, because we've had some unbelievable stories. One in particular that I know, a young lady who spoke at the National Convention, Republican National Convention. But the success rate has been incredible. So I want to thank you for that. You're right. You're one of the real authors of it. We want to also thank Glenn Grothman. Glenn has been incredible. He's been from the beginning by me, and I want to thank you, Glenn, for what you've done. A young, beautiful gentleman, Brian Style. Hi, Brian. What a job he's doing. What a job. This is your deal over here, right? This is good. This is it. Keep him happy, I'll tell you. It's a big future. Thank you very much for being here. And everybody knows Darren LaHood. Darren, thank you. Great job. Warriors. Warriors. You really are. You're all great. Wisconsin. You produce some good in Wisconsin. What can I tell you? The Wisconsin GOP chairman, Andrew Hitt. Where is Andrew? Thank you, Andrew. How are we doing, Andrew? Going to win this state? We've got to win it. We got to win it. By the way, I wanted to ask, before Ron Johnson interrupted me, so who is a Republican here? Just raise your hand. Okay, that's a lot. Seriously, don't worry about your hand. We all love you. Who is a Democrat here? Republicans, you better get out there and win, huh? No, and we really do. No, we appreciate it. We have a lot of them over there, too. We have a lot of Democrats, but we really do appreciate it. You know, because ultimately we're looking for the same thing. We're looking for unity. We're looking for one country. And the question was asked a week ago, and they said, what about bringing the country together? Because I want that. And I said, we were there. Before the China virus hit us, we were there, and we were getting calls because the success was bringing us together as a country. We had the greatest employment numbers. We had the greatest African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, women, people with a diploma, people without a diploma, people that graduated first in their class at MIT, everybody. Everybody was, we had 160 million people working. We never had anything like it. And I'm telling you, I bet it was true with you guys, we were getting calls from people that you would least suspect, and the country was coming together. Then we got hit by the China virus, and it was back to the drawing boards. But the country was coming together, and it's going to come together. It's going to be success. And next year, we're going to have the most successful year economically, I think, that we've had. I also want to introduce the Republican candidate for Senate from the state of Illinois, Mark Curran. Mark? Great. I heard you were here. Good. 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 I like it. That's great. Good luck. I hear you're doing well, Mark. Good luck. Great to have you. Thank you very much. Tell you what, Illinois could use a new governor. That guy doesn't know what's happening. They got to open up that state. They got to open up that state. Kids have to get back to school. You know, Barron had it, right? They said Barron Trump, my boy, my very tall young boy, he's very tall. But Barron Trump had it, and they said, sir, he tested positive. And like about 9 seconds later, how's Barron doing? Oh, he's all better. No, young people, you know, they have, we hate to admit it, they have the stronger, they're very strong immune system, incredibly strong. We have to get back to school. Have to get back to school. You watch what happens. On November 4th, they'll all say, all right, now everybody, they're only doing this for politics. I really believe that. Because they want the numbers to look as bad as possible. So whether it's your state or whether it's an Illinois or whether it's New York or whether it's Michigan. Hey, we won the case in Michigan. The courts have now forced her. They said it was unconstitutional. What she was doing. The only person in the whole state that was allowed to have fun and go bony and play tennis and do whatever he wanted was the governor's husband, right? Her husband was free to do whatever he wanted, but other than that, it was like a prison she was operating. This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery and a Biden depression. And you know, they're going to raise your taxes substantially, like quadruple. There's the only candidate, you know, all my life I've been involved in politics, never from this side, but, you know, a few years ago I said, let's give it a shot. But I've always been involved. This is the only time in my life, you know, I always heard it was good to cut taxes. I said, how do you say we're giving a massive tax increase to everybody? And it's everybody. Because, you know, you're getting thousands of dollars a year from my tax cuts. We gave the biggest tax cut in history. And he wants to end the Trump tax cut. Now he's saying, well, I won't do that. It's the same thing like fracking, you know, I'm going to frack. Okay, he's just changed his mind. But he wants to end it. And don't forget child tax credit. That's $1,000 for every child. So he's going to end all that. So he was going to end. We're going to end. He didn't realize that the middle-income people are getting a tremendous tax cut. And if you add energy to it, because they'll drive energy through the roof, you know. They want to end fossil fuel. They're going to end fracking. 100% they're going to end fracking. I mean, this guy goes about, we're going to end fracking for a year and a half. Then he lucks out, gets the nomination because Pocahontas refused to do what she should have done if she believes really in his philosophy of being a socialist, right? And he gets it. And as soon as he gets it, he says, no, we're going to frack. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. But if you add energy to it, right, you add energy, we're talking about $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a family. That's a tremendous amount. There's never been anything like that. So if you vote for me, you'll have the greatest. If he gets in, he's going to raise your taxes like crazy. If he gets in, and it's not him, again, it's his people that tell him what to do. If he gets in, you have the greatest depression in the history of this country. Your stocks will go to hell. Everyone thinks stocks, oh, it's rich people. Everybody owns stocks. Your 401ks. Who has a 401k here? That's a lot of people. Okay. Are you practically at your all-time high, right? Your 401ks will be like waste paper basket stuff. They'll be right there on the floor. You'll have a depression the likes of which we've never seen, with the possible exception of 1929. Because I don't think it gets much worse than that. But you can't do that. You can't let this happen, because he'll destroy everything we've done. You know, regulations, we cut more regulations than any administration in history. And regulation may be more important in terms of jobs and everything than even the biggest tax cut. It's the biggest tax cut in history. And I think the regulation cut, which is more than any president's done, no matter they were 8 years or in one case more, it doesn't matter. Our regulation cutting was the biggest. He wants to put them all back. That means all these companies that moved to America, that moved to the United States, that came here because of lower taxes, because of all of the things that we've done. Used to take 18 to 21 years to get a highway built, to get a highway approved. We've got it down to 2 years. And it may, and let me tell you, it may not make it if it doesn't work environmentally or if it's unsafe. But at least you're going to know. We're trying to get it to 1 year, by the way, and we're close to getting it. But it used to take, I mean, we have highways for 20 years they've been trying to get approvals. And then after that gets approved, it's totally different, and it costs hundreds of times more money. If you vote for me, prosperity will surge, normal life will fully resume, and the next year will be the greatest year economically in the history of our country. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. I mean, not that you're already in it. And he'll keep Wisconsin locked up, locked down, and closed for business. Biden will shut down the country, delay the vaccine, and prolong the pandemic. And companies will be afraid to invest in Wisconsin. If you have this happen, and our country, but you have a Democrat governor, I don't know him, but he's a nice guy probably. But I will tell you, companies, big companies, very strong companies like, as an example, Foxconn, they don't want to invest with these people. They don't want to invest. They don't have any security. They don't want to invest. I get in. Companies like that will put more money in than they even promised. But they're very concerned. I mean, they have to have the right climate. So we are going to do things with Wisconsin, but we're going to do things with this country like, honestly, has never even been done before. And people will come together because of success. So we're delivering a safe vaccine very soon and a rapid recovery. Biden's plan will crush Wisconsin. My plan will crush the virus and will make Wisconsin greater than ever before. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen fast. You know, you have a spike, you have a surge, but if you remember 2 months ago, Florida had a big surge. It's now gone. The numbers are very down. It's totally open. Texas had a very big surge, and now it's down. If you look at Arizona, had a big surge. All great governors, and it's down. It's down to all low numbers, really no numbers. And you're going to have the same thing. But you got to open up. You got to go open up. Got to get the place going. Joe Biden is the living embodiment of the corrupt political class that enriched itself while draining the economic life and soul from our country. I mean, 47 years. And he says, well, I should have done this or that. I said, Joe, you were here for 47 years. You never. I always hate it when he says that I should have done something. And I said, you know, and he only left a short time ago. It wasn't like they were, 25 years ago. He's been at a high position for 47 years. I said, Joe, you could have done something. For the last 47 years, Joe Biden, you shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, and you know it very well. You got hit hard here. Threw open your borders and ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless wars that were ridiculous in countries that you'd never even heard of. Joe Biden, they're all coming back. They're all coming back. Got a lot of them. Most of them are back. Joe Biden is and always has been a corrupt politician. I hate to say it. And the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. It really is. It's a criminal enterprise. To be honest with you, he makes crooked Hillary Clinton look like an amateur. And China has already bought and paid for Joe Biden. Let me tell you, if Joe Biden became president, China will own this country. China will own. You know, they're paying us billions and billions of dollars a year. I charge them billions. They never paid us 10 cents. I gave $28 billion to the farmers, many of them right here. 28, 12 and 16, 2 years. I said to Sonny Perdue, Secretary of Agriculture, great guy, how much have we been targeted for our farmers by China? He said, sir, 2 years ago, $12 billion. And last year, 16, 28 billion. I said, that's good. We're going to target them. We took $28 billion. We had tens of billions left over. They went to the Treasury, our Treasury, by the way. Our Treasury, right into our Treasury. Not into China's Treasury, our Treasury. But we had $28 billion that went to the farmers, and a lot of you farmers got it. I also cut the tariffs between Canada, what they were doing to you, with 287% tariffs. So I'm not just running against Biden, I'm running against the left-wing media, the big tech companies. But if you think about it, the Democrats and the media are one and the same. When you look at MSDNC and you look at fake news CNN, then you look at the fake New York Times, the failing New York Times. And the good news is, look, well, I don't even call it good news, but when someday I leave, whether it's in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, 16 years. Now the story tomorrow will be with the fake news. He is a fascist. He wants to take over. No. But when, at some point, I leave, they're all out of business. They're going to go out of business. They're going to go out of business. They know it, too. That's why I expect someday they're going to all get together and say, let's endorse him. I mean, it's fun. Because he's done a really good job, and they know that. This political class has nothing but disdain for you and for your values. They flood your communities with criminal aliens, drugs, and crime, while living behind gated compounds and communities. They oppose school choice, so important is school choice, while sending their families to the best private schools. They attack the Second Amendment while employing armed guards for themselves. They want to get rid of your Second Amendment. It's not going to happen with me, I promise. I don't think they'll get Ron Johnson on their side. Ron, could I have your pledge, please? I will protect. Okay, we got Ron Johnson. Fellas, we have your votes. In 2016, Wisconsin voted to fire this corrupt and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president to finally put America first. That's what you did. To defend our workers and our national security, I took the toughest ever action to confront China's rampant theft of American jobs. When China targeted us, we targeted them, and it was very simple, and now we're providing all sorts of everything, what we're doing for you. We have $13 billion coming to help our farmers, in addition to all of the money that China paid our farmers, including Wisconsin's incredible dairy farmers. How's the dairy business? Right? Anybody here do specialty milk? People don't realize that. Specialty milk are very important. Is there anybody? It's a very small part, but it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Because I met with these guys, and what they were doing, ripping you off on the big stuff, specialty milk. And anybody do specialty milk? I don't know. It doesn't, you know what? It's so small, but when I heard it, it was like 287%. Well, those days are over. When the Wisconsin timber industry was threatened, I imposed tariffs on dumped foreign goods and subsidized products, saving your timber jobs. And we have a long way to go. We can save a lot more. We got plenty of timber. I always say, why the hell are we taking in timber from other countries? We have it all over the place, right? And if they ever managed their forests in California and other places, you wouldn't have these forest fires. And part of that is cutting wedges. You know, you have to cut wedges, and all that stuff is sold. We have so much timber, and I don't know, I guess we're just nice people doing it from other lands, right? But we're doing good with our timber. We saved our timber jobs. If Joe Biden gets in, the radical left will shut down Wisconsin timber production forever. You know, they don't want to let you touch a tree. If you happen to touch a tree, they want to put you in jail for the rest of your life. I also issued brand new regulations to ensure American workers are first in line for jobs. We want American workers to be first in line. Biden will allow his donors to bring in a flood of cheap foreign workers and wipe out your middle class. We don't want that happening. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. Our southern border is so secure. That wall, we're doing 10 miles a week, and we'll be hitting over 400 miles within a period of a couple of weeks. And it'll be finished very soon. And by the way, Mexico is paying for the wall. You do know, they keep saying, so finally they said, well, all right, he's built the wall. Let's not talk about the wall anymore. So now whenever they go, but Mexico's not paying. No, Mexico is paying. We're putting a charge at the border, and Mexico's paying us for the wall. But Mexico's been great to us because they have 27,000 soldiers all along our southern border. And I want to thank the president of Mexico, who happens to be a great guy. And they do have a big COVID problem. This is a good time to have a wall because, we have that wall and it is not penetrable. It is just not. Remember they used to talk about, we don't need a wall, that's obsolete, right? They wanted drones, little drones flying all over. You know what the drones would be good at? With cameras on them, so that we could watch all the people pouring into our car. Right? They wanted drones. Remember crying Chuck Schumer? You know Schumer? He cries anytime. I've known him all his life. I've never seen him cry. But when he wants to get on camera, he cries so much. Crying Chuck, I call him. Because he feels so sad. He feels so sorry for people. Don't worry about it, he doesn't. But crying Chuck, you understand what I mean. Crying Chuck, what a beauty. Ron looks like because not a good guy. But crying Chuck was talking about walls are obsolete. I said, walls aren't obsolete. And he said, no, we need technology, drones. I said, drones aren't going to help you. They're nice. We have all sorts of attachments to the wall. This wall is technologically very advanced. And drones are fine, but you got to have a wall. And then I said to a group of people, and they thought it was sort of cool, you do a computer today, you do a chip, you do anything today, it's obsolete in about 19 minutes, right? We've just developed a new computer, it's the greatest thing ever. 3 weeks later, somebody does a better one, right? It's a horrible business. That's why I like real estate. You buy a good piece of land that's good. I like it better. Simpler, right? But you know what? Everything's obsolete like in 15 minutes, except for two things. And you know what that is. I've been telling you, right? A wheel and a wall. In 1,000 years, you'll come back. And the only two things that you'll have that are very modern will be a wheel and a wall. Look at the wall they built over there. They took trucks and they put them together. Because they don't want any criminals coming in here. So that's a wall. If they had a drone circling up there or a great Secret Service, I think our Secret Service would be who are the bad guys and who are the good guys. So look at that. They built a wall. That wall took them about 12 minutes. But the two things are a wheel and a wall. Everything else is going to be obsolete in about 12 minutes. In the last 3 years, we've arrested over 500,000 criminal aliens, including those charged with murder, assault, sex offenses. We have over 6,000 murderers that ICE has apprehended in our great Border Patrol, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. Think of that. Think of that. 6,000 murderers we took off the streets. In some cases, they're so bad we didn't even want to give them. We have to take care. I don't want to pay for them for the next long period of time. Frankly, if it was up to me, I'm a person that believes in the death penalty, but what are you going to do? So controversial. So we'll end up keeping them for 50 years. We'll end up feeding them for 50 years. But look, let me just tell you, we have what the job that ICE does and Border Patrol, and you know, like this guy's a tough guy. You don't want the job. You don't want it. You don't want it. There's a couple of guys could probably, maybe you'd be good at it. I don't know. He looks pretty tough. You got to be tough. You know, these guys, the ICE guys, you'll see these.
Oh, yo. Hell not. I might have to turn it up a bit. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it's quiet. I'll turn you up 1 sec. Try talking now.
Okay, no, it's not
That's a
better.
bit better. It's a bit better, yeah. I doubled your volume. It's still kind of quiet. How about now? That's
don't
pretty
know.
good. That's really good. That's really good. Cool.
So where we can hunt some more other features.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to switch it up, we can go somewhere else. Oops.
Maybe some hell hunt.
Hell spawns?
Hell hunt.
Oh, hell hunt. Yeah, I mean, we could maybe try that, but it's like, you know, I don't know if you have the gear, right? Like,
Yeah, maybe we can just use red helm, and then I use brims, and you use brims too.
but what weapon would you use? Like the wacky?
Oh yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, maybe a wacky.
Oh, holy guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to hunt hell. I think it'd be great if we, us as a guild, if we started hunting hell more often. That's what we need to do. And, you know, MDK would start attacking us and it would be an all-out war. And when that happens, like, I don't know, I think it's gonna be great. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. Like 7 or 8 people attacking MDK.
Yeah, because like I do think that they're probably a lot better than us at just they have more experience killing people, so
Yeah,
they're
they really attach to you, but not like DM or RS. They attach to you, but those guys make some mistakes switching to your character. But when they PK, they do a lot better.
yeah. Oh, so you're saying they're better or not as better as like RS and
Yeah,
DM?
they're just as good as DM and RS, I
Oh
think.
wow, that's a pretty good compliment.
Yeah, I think so, because when I just run with a Balron, they just killed me, you know? I think they really attach to your character, so you have to watch out.
Oh shit.
Oh man, that's terrible.
I'm pretty good at that. That's why it doesn't make sense that I'm in PvE because I'm a pretty good PvE player. So I don't know. I can't wait to fucking fight these guys, man. Like I do have a DMB as well, right? So I can hold my own. What I'm afraid of is losing it. If I lose the DMB, like we're not gonna have any fucking leverage. So it's like I can't afford to lose it. So I have to be careful. But I'd love to fight these guys. I just want a fair fight, man. Because they don't want to have a fair fight with me. They always fight me like 3 against 1 or 4 against 1. MDK is scared of me, man. Like, they don't want to fight me 1v1. Not even DMB versus DMB. They would never do something like that. They're scared of me, man. They're fucking pussies. Like, seriously. I'm not just trying to talk shit, man, but like... First time I fight MDK, it's 1v1. Second time, it's 2v1. Third time, it's 3v1. Fourth time, it's 4v1.
You really fought
I'm
them
not
with,
joking. I'm not joking. Every single time I ever got into MDK, they always stepped it up next time. So what, is it going to be 5 people next time? Like, you know, we're making jokes about, like, you know, 8 PvE versus, like, MDK, but, like, last I checked, they're the ones that group up and mob me. And you just finished saying these guys are as good as DM and RS. It's true. They are actually really deadly. But, I don't know, man. I think they're a bunch of pussies, man. I don't even think they're that good. I think that the only reason why they're good right now is because everybody's playing Ericard's game and nobody even plays Drnsk anymore. So it's like a couple of random guys. It's like, game's dead. And so they took advantage, hunted for a bunch of gear. Now they have rune sets up the ass, probably.
Oh, I thought they were really good.
Oh, they are good. No, you're right. You're right. But they're assholes, man. I don't like them.
Yeah, I can't talk too loud because my neighbors are knocking.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry.
Didn't knew I was that loud.
Crazy.
Yeah, neighbors.
Yeah, some people are a lot more sensitive than others.
Yep. When I level up, we can do. I leveled up,
Oh, nice.
but you better just use brim gear or something.
Who, me?
Yeah, if you go hell hunting.
Oh, hell hunting, yeah. Why? Because the MDK might attack us?
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm.
Or yeah, I used Drnsk and Milwaukee.
So you want to leave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm leveled up, so could leave. Or maybe it's safer to go to the blues and greens. You
Yeah,
need
that's not a
blue.
bad idea. We can do that.
You need blue or green gear.
I have some, but I'm down to hunt dragons. Yeah.
Yeah, some variety.
You have some, you said, or no?
No, I don't. I don't need them. Yeah, I don't know. Or hell hunting. I got 1886 health. But yeah, I should need that helmet or something.
One second, I'm just gonna do a trade with Deja Vu here.
You wanna hell hunt or dragons?
Um. Hmm. I'd probably rather do dragons. I think it's more practical.
Yeah, I'm only level 72.
Yeah, we should do dragons then, man. Fuck that. Okay, one sec here. Oh no, you can have the guns, man, unless you don't want them. But I mean, I don't need them, dude. It's all good. Oh, Deja Vu is about to come up here to do the trade. Just give me one sec.
38 gears.
Sorry, the what? I just made that deal, so I was
Oh, nice.
distracted. We are going BDV, right?
BDV.
That's what you said? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be there soon.
Yeah, I once had a rune sword drop with the brim set.
Nice. Really?
Yeah, but I had a friend or someone I saw in game.
Yeah.
He had a brim set too,
Damn.
and we hunted the rune sword.
Yeah, yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Hold on here. I'm about to switch up. Oh, yo, come back. Come back to the bank. Remember, that was yours. You killed. That was you that killed that Minotaur, man. That's your axe.
Oh.
But just give me a sec. Oh yeah, the green dragons, they're gonna be poisoning. I'll have to go buy some cure pots.
Yeah, some gears.
It's like here. Whoa, where's my gold? What the fuck?
Oh, nice shield.
What the fuck? Where's it? Yo, do you play any other games or no?
Not really.
You ever play StarCraft?
Only watching Twitch TV sometimes.
Oh, you watch Twitch TV?
Yeah.
Do you know Cyril, who plays StarCraft?
No, but I know Winter Games.
Oh, fuck Winter Games, man. Yo. Dude. I hate that guy. Fucking Winter Games, man.
He has a big ego.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I should use electricity.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let me buy a versus electricity shield.
Okay. Oh, wait. No, hold on. You can use that for a while, okay?
Are you sure?
Fuck yeah, man. You give it back to me after though.
Yeah.
I want my lackey and my my Ishio back after. But you can use it for the hunt, yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a smoke and I'll be back and then we'll go.
Sure. Final adventure.
I'm back.
Whoa, you smoked fast.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny is I actually had to clean out the pipe too, so I could have smoked a lot. I can actually smoke in like 10 seconds because I use a pipe. So,
Oh, the weed.
yeah. One sec. Just want to ask him that first.
Be right back.
Yo, you ready? That's
Yeah,
weird how I
man.
talked on both accounts, but it's like I did that by accident, and then I just was like, whatever, let's roll with it.
Okay, you can have the skills.
No, we'll go 50-50.
I don't really need them. If I need them, then I hunt them myself, I guess.
No, but that's why you wanted to hunt them, right?
What do you say?
But you were the one that said, "Hey, let's go to BDV," right? So that's because you wanted to hunt them.
Yeah, I thought maybe you need the skills.
Yeah, I think like they're good skills, but like,
Maybe there are other drops I can use.
all right, it's whatever you want.
Yep. I'm gonna run past you.
Oh shit! How? What the fuck?
Because you use other, your other character.
That's funny. I'm full for now. I can't even pick anything up.
Where did you went?
Oh, where'd I go?
Yeah.
Did we mark our destiny already or no?
Huh?
Oh shit, we got some blues already. Did we mark our destiny already or no?
Yeah, I did.
Alright, I guess I did too, yeah. Okay, so I got this fuck. Like, my potions are underneath an item, and I can't move the item. So it's really hard for me to click on my potions right now. I'm not even joking.
Oh shit.
Like, holy fuck. Oh. Okay, that might have helped. There we go. That should be okay now. I'm dead.
You,
That's good. If I die, my potions will move. So they'll be in a different spot now. That's good. Holy fuck, that was so annoying.
whoa.
That's good. Lots of monsters. Fuck yeah.
I love Here's a few dragons.
Fuck. Hold on. Dude, it went, these items went on top of my shit again. Are you fucking serious? Like, they need to fix that. I can't even click on my fucking potions, man. This is stupid. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I'm coming.
Holy shit.
Like, my potions disappear, so I need to reload too. Like, fuck. And EPH does, like, no damage to these motherfuckers. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, you need a fire axe.
Is fire good?
The fire axe is good.
Hmm. Oh, you're poison. Dude, I can't even equip a fucking potion. I'm gonna die. Whatever, I'll just die by the scales and then pick them up. Watch out.
They don't run so hard. How much health do you have?
1699.
Nice.
How much do you have?
1886.
It's pretty good. Hold on, I gotta reload one second.
Yeah, I think we should quit microphoning because the neighbors will.
Oh, really? They don't like that?
Yeah, I have to talk real quiet, you know.
Alright, hold on. Let's just, how about you just stop talking and I'll just do the talking? Can they hear me?
No.
Alright. Holy fuck, it happened again. It happened again. My gold is on top of the potions. This can't happen. I need to die on purpose. One sec. I'm gonna die on purpose. I need my potions, man. That's crazy. So...
Oh, a lot of dragons.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Quiet. Don't talk, remember? Don't talk. I want you to get in trouble. Yo, run this way, come this way. Come with me. Perfect.
Oh shit. I'm moving out.
That's fine. I'd rather die than pot up. So close to spawn.
tried X mouse yet?
Sorry?
You tried X mouse yet?
No, what's that?
That's a double click.
Oh, the X mouse. No, I haven't tried it yet.
Okay.
But it looks tempting because I mean I have that problem, man. Oh, there's more. Nice.
We got 4 blues.
Pretty good.
Almost died.
Yeah, be careful, man. They hit hard, eh? That's why I kept dying. Like, you gotta run sometimes. It's okay to run. Watch out for the greens now. Give me a sec. I'll be able to handle it. Switch gear. There we go. I got them. I can't even pick up shit because I'm too many pots.
Still have too many pots. Shit.
Take the green one. Take the green one if you can. Take the green one. Take the green one. Yeah, thanks. Because I got all my blue armor equipped.
Yeah.
Thanks. The other two are dead. It's just the one. I got it. I got it. Cause look, control click me. Control click me. Look at my set. Control click me, man. Oh shit. That's a good job, man. go down.
We could go down because there's dragons. Shall we go to HGL again? If you want.
Why not? You don't like this?
Yeah, it's a little bit intense.
No, it's more fun though.
Oh fuck.
Oh
Alright.
shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah, but I turn off the mic now because I
Okay.
anxiety problems.
Yeah.
You know, when it's get too crowded.
No, I get it.
We'll talk later. But it
Okay,
was,
okay. Hey, nice hunting, man, and I'll help you get your body back.
yeah, we could still hunt.
I'm probably gonna jump on StarCraft at some point, but we'll still hunt for a bit here. But no, just let's just get your body back, dude. I got like 10 dragons on me. I need your help with that too. I'm gonna die on purpose. My pots disappeared. Oh my god.
Yeah, it just gets too much for me, you know.
Yeah.
Not hunting, but just talking, you know.
No, I hear you, man.
Oh, okay. Talk to you later.
Oh, did you get your body and everything? You're good?
Yeah.
Alright. See you, man.
Yo.
Yo, press, man. Yo. Oh, okay, it's right there.
and welcome. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. Big hour planned for you. A little bit later on in the hour, we're going to be having on the only pollster who even remotely got it right, Robert Cahaly. We're going to be having him on to take his victory lap, his well-deserved victory lap, plus a victory lap from Representative Chip Roy, who defeated Wendy Davis, who's a terrible person in Texas. We'll get to all of that a little bit later on in the hour. First, your updates, because this race is not yet over. CNN, Fox News, they've both called Michigan for Joe Biden at this point. They've also both called Wisconsin for Joe Biden at this point. That means that if that is accurate, and Trump is challenging in Wisconsin, he is challenging in Michigan, they have filed lawsuits in Wisconsin. They are suggesting that there may be voter irregularities in Wisconsin. At the very least, there will be a recount. In Michigan, they are suggesting that the voting ought to be stopped until there can be a better way of getting poll watchers in there, because apparently there's some polling stations where lawyers for Trump have actually been expelled from the premises. At least those are the reports that we are seeing online. But assuming that both Michigan and Wisconsin did in fact go to Joe Biden by extraordinarily narrow margins, that leaves one possible opening for Trump, maybe two. Okay, the possible openings for Trump, he needs obviously to win Pennsylvania. And then if he wins Pennsylvania, he needs to take Arizona or Nevada. If he were to take Pennsylvania and Nevada, then we get the apocalyptic scenario of 269 versus 269, right? Then you actually get an electoral college heat, and this thing gets decided by the House of Representatives. Nevada is accelerating its release of voting details. So Nevada, I don't know what they're doing over in Nevada. Honest to God, I do not understand what they're doing over in Nevada. So they paused the voting count, and then they were like, you know what? Well, we'll give you all the votes on Thursday. Now they're saying, oh yeah, you know what? Now that you guys are also curious about this, I guess we'll accelerate and we'll give it to you later today. What now? Like, what? You didn't think that in an election year we might want to know the results fast? Like, you were just going to take your time? What, you have to go to the strip club? Like, what's going over in Nevada? What's happening in Nevada? You had to go to the magic show? I'm very confused. Okay, we will have Nevada results a little bit later on. We're also going to get final results from Arizona tonight. Okay, so the Trump campaign, I've been speaking with folks over at the Trump campaign, and they're expressing a lot of optimism about both Arizona and Pennsylvania. In fact, they said it is not just possible, they're suggesting it is likely that Trump can still win Arizona and Pennsylvania. Here are the statistics that you need to know via Team Trump. In Arizona, Joe Biden currently leads by approximately 93,500 votes. There were 605,000 votes cast on Election Day. In order for Trump to make up that 93,500 vote deficit, he would need to poll 57.73% of those 605,000 votes. Team Trump says they are currently outdoing those numbers. They say they're polling 62% in Maricopa County, which is Phoenix and the Phoenix suburbs, and 72 to 80% in the other counties. That means the Team Trump is projecting anywhere from a 30,000 to a 40,000 vote win in Arizona. They are also projecting that in Pennsylvania, Trump will win. Trump himself has already said he is claiming the state, which is not, of course, how this works. You don't get to declare that you want a state. It's not like Michael Scott declaring bankruptcy. Nonetheless, Bill Stepien has suggested that Team Trump has won Pennsylvania. The reason he is saying that is because they're looking at the stats, and here's what they see. Trump is up by approximately 454,000 votes. There are 1.12 million votes outstanding in Pennsylvania. Biden requires 78% of those votes to make up the nearly 500,000 vote difference. Now, 300,000 of those votes are in Philadelphia, right? So that narrows the gap significantly because Philly is a Biden town. Even if Biden were to win 95% of those votes, however, he still would need to pull 70% of the other votes, which is a heavy lift. So Team Trump is expressing a fair bit of, they say that by Friday, it's going to be clear that Trump is still the president. They say that by Friday, when all the votes are counted in Pennsylvania, when all the votes are counted in Arizona, Fox News, AP are going to be put on the hook, and they're going to have to reverse themselves on Arizona. Meanwhile, we are seeing all sorts of confusion in Michigan. People are gathering outside the polling places in Michigan and outside the vote counting areas in Michigan. And the media are covering it as though a mob is at hand. Now, I do love how the media will call it a mob when people literally stand around outside a balloting place. You know, when mobs actually burn things down, then they're like, oh, whatever, that's not a mob. That's just a peaceful protest. Looks like a mostly peaceful protest to me, to be honest with you. Nonetheless, right now, this thing is still very much up in the air, and anybody who claims that it is not up in the air is trying to sell you something at this point. We're going to know the outcome of the election in all likelihood by Friday, one way or another. And we'll probably have a pretty good idea of where things stand when all of the Arizona votes come in this evening. Apparently, there are two tranches of votes that are supposed to come in. One happens at 9:30 p.m. Pacific time, and the other happens apparently just after midnight Pacific time. So we'll have a very good idea at that point what's going on. President Trump tweeted out earlier, "We have claimed for electoral vote purposes the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which won't allow legal observers, the state of Georgia and the state of North Carolina, each one of which has a big Trump lead. Additionally, we hereby claim the state of Michigan, if, in fact, there was a large number of secretly dumped ballots, as has been widely reported." Okay, well, you can't claim Michigan. I mean, that's not how that works. Right? You're going to file a lawsuit, or you can dispute the election. But you don't just get to claim states willy-nilly. It's not like hungry hippos out here. Now, he may very well be right. It may be that he wins Michigan. It may be that the vote count there is not complete. It may be that all of the people who are calling it are doing so preemptively, or that they're voter irregularities. We're going to find out. Rudy Giuliani did a presser in Philadelphia, the president's personal lawyer, did a presser in Philadelphia claiming that a national lawsuit is in the offing to stop what he believes is voter fraud, or at the very least voter irregularities in all of these toss-up states. Here was Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, just a few moments ago.
We are going to continue the lawsuit here. We're going to bring a second one, and then we're going to bring a federal lawsuit. And we're going to take a very good look at whether we bring this nationally. We certainly are going to bring it here and in Wisconsin. Quite possibly, we'll do a national lawsuit and really expose the corruption of the Democrat Party. But this is beyond anything I've ever seen before. This comes when you think you have so much power and you own the media that you can do anything you want.
Okay, well, they're going to have to substantiate those accusations, obviously, if this thing goes to court. Right now, because Fox News has already called Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona, that puts Joe Biden 6 electoral votes away in the Fox News count from being president of the United States. Presumably, if Nevada comes in for Biden, Fox becomes the first network to call the election for Joe Biden, which would, I'm sure, do them wonders with the Fox News audience, considering how early they called Arizona. Whether or not that's right, a little bit of caution might have been in the offer. But we'll see. We'll see. It's weird that we live in a media environment in which being first is much preferred to being cautious. It seems like the opposite should be the case, given how often people have gotten things wrong in the recent past. Okay, so the race continues apace. Joe Biden did a presser today. He then called a lid. He called 2 lids. He called one early this morning, then he called one later. It's just going to be lids all the way down. So here is Joe Biden claiming that he is going to be the next president of the United States, which, of course, again, it means nothing until the counts are actually completed.
Now, after a long night of counting, it's clear enough states to reach 270 electoral votes. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Okay, so a little bit of cautious wording there from Joe Biden, basically saying, I'm not saying we won, but I'm pretty sure we won. Right then, Joe Biden went off on the popular vote, which of course nobody cares about because that is not how the game is played. If this were about the popular vote, then what you would assume is that President Trump would worry deeply about going to deep red states and making sure that everybody got out to vote in, say, Tennessee. Right? If this were all just about the popular vote, then what you would end up with is Joe Biden campaigning solely in California and New York and Massachusetts, and Donald Trump campaigning all over the deepest red states. He'd be in Alabama all day long, making sure that every last person in Alabama went out and voted. But that's not how this works. Here's Joe Biden talking about the popular vote, even though nobody cares and it is completely irrelevant.
Every indication is that the majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes.
People say this sort of stuff, that's because the electorate expanded. Okay, he didn't win the greatest vote share in the history of the country. He won 50.3% of the vote by current count. Donald Trump won 48.1% of the vote. That is not a massive victory by any stretch of the imagination for Joe Biden, even in the popular vote. That dude was expected to win by 7 percentage points. Instead, if he does win, he's going to end up winning by 2. Okay, that is nowhere near the kind of margin he was supposed to win by. He ran a lackluster garbage campaign. He's a lackluster garbage candidate. Everybody knows it. The only reason he won, if he indeed ends up winning, is because the media put their thumb and their elbow and their entire body weight on the scale against Donald Trump, and he was able to run headlong away from any difficult questions the entirety of the campaign. If Donald Trump ends up not being the president of the United States, the number one factor in him not being president of the United States will have been the media, which militarized to their fullest extent on behalf of Joe Biden. That is a simple truth. Now, the only good news is if Joe Biden is president, he is going to be a much hampered, feeble president. Right now, it appears pretty confident that the Republicans are going to maintain their Senate majority, which means he's not going to be dealing with a pliant Chuck Schumer pushing to get rid of the filibuster. He is instead going to be dealing with Cocaine Mitch. And good luck to Joe Biden on that one. That's good news for Americans, really good news for Americans. Having the backstop of Mitch McConnell and a Republican Senate is extremely important because Joe Biden, with all of the controls of the government levers, would be a hell of a lot more scary than feeble old Joe going up against Cocaine Mitch, one of the great political operators that I've ever seen. So that's worst case scenario. But this thing ain't over yet. It is not over yet, even though everybody is trying to declare it over yet. My favorite part of this is that Joe Biden then declared the presidency is not a partisan institution. Yeah, we're going to get bipartisan Joe after campaigning on wokeness and how half of Americans are terrible, awful, no good, very bad people. Now he's going to be the president for all Americans. Yeah, good luck with that, Joe.
To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution.
Okay, he was only VP under the most viciously partisan president of my lifetime. Yes, that is true. Barack Obama was more of a vicious partisan than Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually signed into law bills with bipartisan support. None of those were really negotiated or signed by Barack Obama. Okay, so spare me the histrionics about how Joe Biden is a great unifier. He is not. So no matter what happens with the Biden-Trump race, and it appears, according to the Fox News analysts, that Biden has the upper hand at this point. They are basically one state away from declaring the election for Biden. If Nevada comes in for Biden, they declare that Biden is the president. The Trump campaign keeps suggesting that Arizona is still on the table and Pennsylvania is going to be a win for them. We'll see how all of that shakes out, obviously. Regardless of what happens on the presidential level, this is a wild outperformance by Republicans. They're going to pick up somewhere from 7 to 12 seats in the House. They're going to maintain the Senate. Susan Collins wins in Maine. Tom Tillis wins in North Carolina. Joni Ernst wins in Iowa. Steve Daines wins in Montana. Republicans maintain both seats in Georgia in all likelihood. That means that Joe Biden would be face down with Mitch McConnell and a Senate majority led by Republicans. Not only that, Donald Trump has opened some doors here. Even if he ends up losing, he has opened some doors to future Republicans. According to exit polls from Edison, this was last night, according to Matt Bruning, who is a socialist, actually, from People Policy Project. He tweeted out, support for Trump by race and gender. Trump lost 5 points among white men. He picked up 2 points among white women. 54% of white women voted for him. He got 17% black male vote. Okay, that's a 4% uptick from last year, from last time around. He got 8% of the black female vote, 35% of the male Latino vote, and 28% of the Latino female vote, plus 36% of others. I mean, those are amazing crosstabs. What that shows is that Donald Trump, by the exit polls, has actually outperformed any Republican since 1960 in terms of the minority vote. That is astonishing. Astonishing. And they're supporting data to back this up. According to the New York Times, their exit polls showed that Donald Trump won the black vote. He won 12% of the black vote. Okay, that is an improvement on his performance from 2016. By race, Donald Trump won only 8% of the black vote last time. This time, 12%. By race, Donald Trump last time won 29% of the Hispanic vote. This time, he won 32% of the Hispanic vote. By race, last time he won 29% of the Asian vote. This time, 31% of the Asian vote. And for others, he won 37% last time and 40% this time. This is according to the New York Times. Okay, those are excellent numbers for the president. Like much better numbers for the president in minority communities. Now, he did drop his margin of victory among people who are 65 and older, who won 53% of the vote last time among 65 and over. This time among 65 and over, who won 51%. But the reality is that while everybody in the media keeps saying it was white people who put Trump over the top, precisely the opposite. Trump actually underperformed his performance last time with white people and did better with minorities. He particularly did heavy work among Latinos in Florida. If you look at the Republican coalition in Florida, that looks like the future of the Republican Party. 55% of Cubans voted for Donald Trump. 30% of Puerto Ricans voted for Donald Trump. A huge percentage of Venezuelans voted for Donald Trump. And the reason for that is, I think, twofold. Well, threefold. One, Trump actually took the time when in campaign, while the media was mocking his poor Donald Trump dance and music videos. People were actually watching that stuff. Two, Democrats kept saying that they were warm towards socialism. You know who doesn't like socialism? Anybody who's lived under it. People who've lived in Venezuela or Cuba, turns out they're not real fond of socialism. Okay, so that was factor number two. And factor number three is that Florida just happens to be a redder state. A lot of the people who are left behind by the Democrats who proclaim Black Lives Matter and sort of left Latinos behind, that has real impact. See, Democrats believe that if they just pander to each racial group, everything is fine. If you just say amnesty to a person of Latino extraction, that means they're going to vote Democrat. Or if you just say BLM to black people, they're going to vote Democrat. But this election shows that is not the case. You got to go, you got to do the heavy lifting, you got to go, and you got to campaign, and Trump did that, and it changed the math in Florida fairly dramatically. That is a much more durable and interesting coalition than the historic Republican coalition. There was a lot of talk in the aftermath of 2012, after Mitt Romney lost, about making the party more diverse. Who the hell knew that it would be Donald Trump who did that? I think one of the reasons for that, by the way, is because Donald Trump has a very durable public image. And we've talked about the fact that everybody has an opinion on Trump. Well, that has its downsides. It also has its upsides, meaning that if you're a Latino person and you've been watching Trump for 30 years, and you're watching him on TV, and suddenly they declare that he's a racist who hates Latinos, you're like, well, really? I've been watching him for a long time. Same thing with a lot of black Americans. Donald Trump is used in rap music from the 90s as like the epitome of being rich. And suddenly you're turning him into a vicious racist just because he's a Republican? I'm not sure it washed. So the woke narrative went down to flaming defeat last night, and that is a very, very good thing. So a lot of good things happened last night, even as we await the final outcome of the presidential election. We are joined on the line by Robert Cahaly. He is chief pollster at the Trafalgar Group. Of course, gained media attention in 2016 for being one of the pollsters to accurately predict the election of Donald J. Trump. Was much derided by the chicken entrail reading other pollsters in the business this year when he proclaimed that Donald Trump was leading in states ranging from Michigan to Pennsylvania. Well, now it seems like he's the only person who even remotely got it right. Robert, welcome back to the program for a well-deserved victory lap.
Hey, it is great to be here, and as complicated as today is, it's been gratifying for us to see all this, to get all this attention.
Well, let's talk about, again, what you guys did right and what everybody else did wrong. So there's new polls showing that a huge percentage of Trump voters say that they just lied to pollsters, or at least they said that they were not willing to answer questions from pollsters. You identified a Trump vote that the media suggested did not exist. Honestly, I was taken aback by how badly the polls did, considering they were supposed to have fixed this thing. I mean, that's the part that's so astonishing to me. You know, as somebody who's a fan of data, I have a certain level of faith that if somebody really, really screws up, the next time around they try to do a little bit better. But they did worse this time than they did the last time in terms of polling a lot of these races. That was particularly true in Florida, where they screwed it up in 2018. This time, the Real Clear Politics poll average had Joe Biden up somewhere between 1 and 2 points. He ended up losing it by 3. You had Donald Trump winning the state by 2 points. The Real Clear Politics polling average suggested that Wisconsin was a blowout in favor of Joe Biden. You had that thing basically dead even. It was dead even. What did you do right that everybody else did wrong?
Well, first of all, I wasn't shocked at all because they didn't understand what they did wrong, and they still do not know what they did wrong. They don't understand, they cannot accept that the model of certainly the live call is dead. The live call, live person, people are going to hide their feelings, especially in the light of cancel culture and being judged for their opinion. And so the live interview is dead. They have to get over that. They got to let that sacred cow go. But even worse, Michael Moore pointed out something that was very true, and that is Trump people tend to be even suspicious of giving their answer to anybody. And so you have to figure out a way to get around all of this. And you know, we explained what we did in 2016 with the neighbor question, which helped us. But this was a different threshold because in 2016, it was just give people something anonymous and that's good enough. But this year it was a little more because some of them just didn't want to participate at all, and they weren't anticipating the low propensity voters that were going to turn out. You know, as I think I told you before, we isolated what that universe was, and we built them into all of our models. They were being polled. People whose only vote in the last 20 years was 2016. You know, people who fit another set of parameters that we put together. And then we had another new technique that we use that we're not telling everybody. I mean, we're just not, because it's really good. And there's people who sign NDAs with punitive damages and who know about it, and it's good. That's all I can tell you. It's really good. It told me what not only who it was, but what the real percentage was.
We're speaking with Robert
of how much hidden vote there was.
He's chief pollster at Trafalgar Group, and of course, the pollster who came closest to getting it right. So you suggested in the last few polls, you found that Trump had advantages in North Carolina, which it looks like he's going to win. And in Florida, you also suggested he had advantages in Arizona and Michigan. Michigan has now been called by most of the networks as a state for Joe Biden. Arizona has been called by Fox News and AP. It has not been called by anybody else. The Trump campaign is suggesting that Arizona is still very much in play. What do you make of that?
I mean, the dirty secret about how disorganized American elections are when you get this close is going to come out. I mean, there are things that go on that probably your listeners have no idea about. I mean, for example, do you know that people who are American expats who live overseas, in many cases, are allowed to vote in the state they last lived in, even if it was 10 years ago, and allowed to vote by email?
I did not know that.
These things are happening. That's right. There's things people don't have any idea. And so digging into these things deep there's going to be a lot of things that it's not all nefarious. It's just a little more, it's as disorganized as you might assume something that the government puts on would be.
So let's talk for a second about the future of the polling industry. So I can say safely that I am one of the people who is most likely, I think, on the right, to cite polls, and I would always cite them with a grain of salt, given how wrong they were last time around, and the fact that they were wrong in 2012 as well, but in a different direction. I pretty much believe that you can never cite a poll again because this has been such a debacle. And honestly, it was a debacle not just in the presidential race, particularly in Michigan and Wisconsin, where things are just nail-bitingly close, but also in the Senate races. I mean, there was not a single poll, not one, that had Susan Collins winning that race. She's going to run away with that race. There were polls that were showing that Jamie Harrison was going to run a competitive race with Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. He blew him out by 13 points. I mean, how should Americans be treating polls in the future? Is the polling industry basically dead?
Well, I should certainly hope it's not dead for all of us. If it's going to be dead for the rest of those guys, that will be fine. But remember, it's always about what your goal was. So if your goal was to reflect the election, it might be dead. But if your goal was to affect the election, then they might be declaring mission accomplished in a couple of days.
So,
it depends on what your goal was.
Yeah. So you think that there was an actual nefarious goal by some of these pollsters to rack up points on behalf of the Biden campaign and therefore dissuade Trump voters from even going to the polls? It seems to be what you're suggesting.
I am suggesting that if you believe the media has an agenda, how can you possibly believe the media pollsters don't have an agenda? I mean, I have to have a conversation with everyone who hires us to do a poll. And generally the way the conversation goes, if I'm doing this for you and you want to release it publicly, you need to understand, if you don't like what it says, we won't release it. But I will not cook it for you. My reputation is not worth that. I don't know that everyone has those conversations. I have reason to believe they, in fact, do not have those conversations. And if you look to the Senate races we poll, we actually predicted McSally would lose. We predicted Tillis would win, and we also were the only ones who predicted John James would win. Now, that one's going to come down to the wire, too, and he might not. But everybody else said it was going to be a blowout, and we said he'd win by 1 point. And, again, we're going to be closer than everyone else.
So looking at some of the other pollsters, not all polls, as you mentioned, are created equal. It seems like some of these polls should just never be even looked at remotely again. The ones that I have in mind are Quinnipiac, which had Joe Biden up as of like 2 days ago, 11 points in the national race, and was polling that way consistently throughout the race. They had Biden up 10 points, 11 points throughout the race. How are places like Quinnipiac taken seriously? Do you think they still get paid by the media outlets? Do you think the media outlets have any interest at all in having better pollsters, or are they just perfectly satisfied with throwing out whatever chum allows their listenership or readership or viewership to feel good about themselves?
Well, I mean, you know, as much as I'm a fan of Fox News, I mean, look at how bad theirs are. And a lot, I mean, do you remember how many times last night the little meter showed like this huge percent, like an 80% chance of like Trump losing North Carolina? I mean, like, but they were basing their election desk calls on some surveys that they did that were already terrible. So I don't know how a lot of these guys stay employed. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense unless there's a reason. I don't understand how they failed again in 2018. I mean, they said they fixed it, but it wasn't adjusting for education. It was they weren't identifying the hidden voters. I watched an interview with Frank Luntz talking to Brett Baer today, and he was talking about, well, they missed this, they missed this, and they didn't find the Trump voters, and I know how. It's like, are you having an out-of-body experience? You missed this. You are the one who said that our industry will go away if we are wrong about this. You were wrong about it too. But yet he's still on Fox talking. How do you explain that?
And so we're speaking with Robert Cahaly, who's chief pollster at the Trafalgar Group, and obviously they came closest to getting this one right. So moving forward, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that President Trump eventually is declared not the winner of the election, and Joe Biden is declared the winner, and he's no longer on the ballot. Do you think that the social desirability bias that you've talked so much about, and that has really been a chief distinguishing feature of your polling strategy, do you think that remains in the absence of Trump, or do you think that that's a Trump-specific phenomenon?
I think that the social desirability bias that Trump had in 2016 would have evaporated. But the social desirability bias that is now a reflection of cancel culture will probably continue to a certain degree. Especially as people, you know, if under a Biden, if in the scenario Biden were to win, and under a Biden administration, the punishment of conservative values, the canceling, the demonization is allowed to run rampant, then you will see people go further to ground with their genuine opinions.
Well, Robert Cahaly, again.
So I think it will be baked in.
Again, congratulations on your successful showing last night. You put a lot of people who are supposed to be the wisest among us. You really put them behind the 8 ball. Trafalgar Group did an excellent job, as they have the last couple of elections, in forecasting this election in a way nobody else did. Congratulations, and dude, I hope that it results in money for you, because the other pollsters have received an enormous amount of money for getting this thing absolutely 100% wrong. I hope that the big checks come your way to continue doing what you're doing.
Well, listen, we appreciate that. It's been a bittersweet day. I mean, the country's going through a lot of drama, but we're getting a lot of accolades. So take it as it comes. But it's an honor to be on the show, and if you need anything, you let me know.
I appreciate it. It's Robert Cahaly, chief pollster at Trafalgar Group. So as we mentioned, it is chaos out there. You have some people forecasting that Trump is indeed going to win Pennsylvania. That is his campaign. You have others who are forecasting that he is going to lose Pennsylvania when all of the votes are eventually counted. And that includes a variety of mainstream media sources who are looking at the stats. Sean Trendy, who's been a guest on the program, he also suggests that there is a margin that could be made up here by Joe Biden. Jonathan Tamari, who is a writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer, he says the Trump's edge is now down to about 300,000 in Pennsylvania. There's still about 900,000 mail ballots uncounted as of yet. Biden has been winning about 78% of those. If that number holds, Biden would in fact surpass Trump's advantage in Pennsylvania. We're going to find out where all of this stands in very short order. Nevada is supposed to announce its statistics tonight. Arizona is supposed to announce its final statistics tonight. Trump has an awful lot of ground to make up, but this thing is not over yet. There are going to be lawsuits. There's going to be accusations of voter fraud, and we're going to have to see where all of it turns out. Every legitimately cast ballot should be counted, and no illegitimately cast ballot should be counted. All of that should be relatively uncontroversial at this point. We're joined on the line by Congressman Chip Roy, representative from the 21st District of Texas. Big winner last night, defeated Wendy Davis. That was a hotly contested race, considering that district covers parts of Austin. Wendy Davis, again, goes down to flaming defeat. Every time she runs for office, apparently, she goes down to flaming defeat every time she wants to enter the federal government. And that is excellent news, because basically the only thing she's ever famous for is abortion on demand. Congressman Roy, congratulations. Thanks for joining the show.
Hey, Ben, I appreciate it. Great to vanquish Wendy Davis, and hopefully she's done running for office. We'll see, but it's great to be victorious last night.
Yeah, it is definitely a good thing. So Texas was originally forecast as a state that might go blue last night. Once again, this was Lucy with the football. The Democrats, it turns out, had no shot of winning Texas. Trump won the state by 6. You defeated Wendy Davis by fully 7% of the vote. Why do Democrats keep thinking that Texas is turnable, and then why does it turn out that Texas is never turnable?
Well, look, I think there's a number of reasons why, and I appreciate the question. You know, people think that just because there's a lot of people who moved to Texas, they keep hanging their hat on, oh, these people moved there, you know, Texas, all these Californians, but now we can flip it. Look, I run into thousands of people across Texas who are seeking refuge from California, seeking refuge from Oregon, from Chicago, from New York, and they seek freedom. I see them every day. I go to events, go to rallies, and I talk about them, and they raise their hand. So I think that's a false notion. I also think what we saw yesterday, so many Hispanics voted for the president, voted for Republicans, and it proved a point. You remember back in 2012 when after the Romney loss, the RNC put out their autopsy saying we got to pretty much pander and, you know, break out like a mariachi band or something in order to win Hispanic votes? It's a lie. It's not true. Hispanic voters want what we want, freedom, opportunity. They also want border security. They do. Border Patrol agents, Hispanics along the border are tired of cartels, endangering lives, both for people here and immigrants who seek to come here. They want what we want. They want the rule of law. And so I think we should put that to bed. And we should make everybody understand the president ran on border security. I ran on border security. It sells. And so I think we saw that come out in spades last night.
It is definitely impressive how Republicans turned out Hispanic voters, particularly in Texas and Florida, where the statistics show, once again, that all of the demographics is destiny nonsense that you hear from both Democrats fairly on a mainstream level and alt-righters. It's just crap. Republicans are fully capable of winning a heavy share of the Hispanic vote. In fact, in the single most Hispanic district in America, in Texas, 96% Hispanic district, Joe Biden only won that district 52-47 over Donald Trump, who, according to the media, was a vicious racist who hated everybody of Hispanic heritage and extraction. It is pretty incredible that despite 4 years of the Democrats and the media, but I repeat myself, calling Republicans vicious racists, Republicans on the national level outperformed their percentage votes with minorities by leaps and bounds. They've done so much better this year than they did in 2012, for example, that it should, once and for all, start to put to bed a lot of the kind of woke ideology that suggests that there's no way Republicans can ever make inroads into these groups.
No, look, that's 100% right, and I hope we remember that, and that we talk about that we're running for the forgotten men and women who are working hard every day for America. We're out there campaigning for the people who love their country, who want their communities protected, who stand with the police. This is not complex stuff. It's the basic duty of government, and if we do that, people flock to it. Look, there's a handful of these woke white liberals, college-educated, sit down in the suburbs hand-wringing about all this, but look, they'll come home. And they'll come home when we go out and we start talking about keeping our community safe, having a strong economy, treating everybody with respect, but the rule of law matters. And be honest about it. And look, I think, honestly, if we had been on that message more robustly rather than on defense on the virus just a couple of weeks back, even sooner, I think the president would have rolled through the election. It wouldn't be close. Now, obviously, right now, we're hoping Arizona comes through. We're hoping the president pulls it through. But it's going to be really close. I'm certainly glad our election turned out well. And I ran in hardcore liberal Austin. I did better in Travis County in Austin this cycle than I did last cycle, running on a no-nonsense conservative agenda, highlighting a Wendy Davis side against the police sides of BLM and Antifa. And I just took it head on, and we won.
It seems to me more than anything else, this election was a referendum on wokeness and cancel culture, because that's really what it was about. I mean, the polls got it wrong because they assumed that everybody who's talking to a pollster was speaking honestly and was not afraid of being canceled or ostracized, and that just isn't true. And Democrats never put forward any sort of policy proposals. It was all, you're a bad person if you vote for a Republican, you're a bad person if you vote for Donald Trump, and you're just as bad a person if you vote for Chip Roy. And I think the American people roundly rejected that notion yesterday, which is why an election that was supposed to go to Joe Biden by 7 points, in the end, even if it goes to Joe Biden, is going to go by an extraordinarily slim margin, and Republicans retain the Senate, and Republicans pick up 7 to 12 seats in the House.
No, that's exactly right. Like, Ben, I can't make this up. There was a time when I was campaigning a few weeks ago when I would say, look, Wendy Davis and all of these outside leftist groups who, are all for abortion after 20 weeks, or all for BLM and Antifa for cops, all these things, they're saying that I hate veterans. They're saying that I hate old people. They're saying that I hate women because I voted against these big spending bills, these appropriations bills. Then I used to joke in my speeches that they were one day going to say I hate puppies. And Ben, I'm not making this up. 2 weeks ago, they put out mailers saying I hate puppies. Like, this is what they do. I mean, it's literally, it's like a walking just joke. It's like an SNL skit,
yeah.
And at the end of the day, the American people see through that.
Well,
And
that is
the
definitely
people
true.
in Central
Representative
Texas
Roy,
saw through that.
we are up on the end of the hour. Congratulations on your victory, and we're all crossing our fingers for Arizona and Pennsylvania for the president so that Republicans
Amen.
can have a clean, excellent night. Representative Roy, appreciate the time. You're listening to The Ben Shapiro Show. We'll be back tomorrow with all of your updates. The race continues apace. Joe Biden did a presser today. He then called a lid. He called two lids. He called one early this morning, then he called one later. It's just going to be lids all the way down. So here is Joe Biden claiming that he is going to be the next president of the United States, which, of course, again, it means nothing until the counts are actually completed.
Now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Okay, so a little bit of cautious wording there from Joe Biden, basically saying, I'm not saying we won, but I'm pretty sure we won. Right then, Joe Biden went off on the popular vote, which of course nobody cares about because that is not how the game is played. If this were about the popular vote, then what you would assume is that President Trump would worry deeply about going to deep red states and making sure that everybody got out to vote in, say, Tennessee. Right? If this were all just about the popular vote, then what you would end up with is Joe Biden campaigning solely in California and New York and Massachusetts, and Donald Trump campaigning all over the deepest red states. He'd be in Alabama all day long, making sure that every last person in Alabama went out and voted. But that's not how this works. Here's Joe Biden talking about the popular vote, even though nobody cares and it is completely irrelevant.
Every indication is that the majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes.
When people say this sort of stuff, that's because the electorate expanded. Okay, he didn't win the greatest vote share in the history of the country. He won 50.3% of the vote by current count. Donald Trump won 48.1% of the vote. That is not a massive victory by any stretch of the imagination for Joe Biden, even in the popular vote. That dude was expected to win by 7 percentage points. Instead, if he does win, he's going to end up winning by 2. Okay, that is nowhere near the kind of margin he was supposed to win by. He ran a lackluster garbage campaign. He's a lackluster garbage candidate. Everybody knows it. The only reason he won, if he indeed ends up winning, is because the media put their thumb and their elbow and their entire body weight on the scale against Donald Trump, and he was able to run headlong away from any difficult questions the entirety of the campaign. If Donald Trump ends up not being the president of the United States, the number one factor in him not being president of the United States will have been the media, which militarized to their fullest extent on behalf of Joe Biden. That is a simple truth. Now, the only good news is if Joe Biden is president, he is going to be a much hampered, feeble president. Right now, it appears pretty confident that the Republicans are going to maintain their Senate majority, which means he's not going to be dealing with a pliant Chuck Schumer pushing to get rid of the filibuster. He is instead going to be dealing with Cocaine Mitch. And good luck to Joe Biden on that one. That's good news for Americans, really good news for Americans. Having the backstop of Mitch McConnell and a Republican Senate is extremely important because Joe Biden, with all of the controls of the government levers, would be a hell of a lot more scary than feeble old Joe going up against Cocaine Mitch, one of the great political operators that I've ever seen. So that's worst case scenario. But this thing ain't over yet. It is not over yet, even though everybody is trying to declare it over yet. My favorite part of this is that Joe Biden then declared the presidency is not a partisan institution. Yeah, we're going to get bipartisan Joe after campaigning on wokeness and how half of Americans are terrible, awful, no good, very bad people. Now he's going to be the president for all Americans. Yeah, good luck with that, Joe.
To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as a Democrat, but I will govern as an American president. Mm-hmm. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution.
Okay, he was only VP under the most viciously partisan president of my lifetime. Yes, that is true. Barack Obama was more of a vicious partisan than Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually signed into law bills with bipartisan support. None of those were really negotiated or signed by Barack Obama. Okay, so spare me. the histrionics about how Joe Biden is a great unifier. He is not. I hope you enjoyed that clip from The Ben Shapiro Show. If you did, go ahead and hit the subscribe button so you stay up to date on all of our future content.
We had a great victory here 4 years ago, and I just noticed there happened to be a poll out that came out last night that has a very, very substantial margin. We're very happy with it. We're very happy with it, and we're very happy with Iowa. Thank you very much, Iowa. And we appreciate it, and we've had a great run together, and I've been working very hard with the farmers and making them hopefully very rich. Making them very rich and very successful. And hello to everyone here also from Wisconsin. We have a lot of people from Wisconsin. All right, let's see. Who's from Iowa? And who's from Wisconsin? All right, that's not terrible. That's not bad. We just left Wisconsin, and we're going back to Wisconsin. 2 days from now, we are going to win Iowa, and we are going to win Wisconsin. And we are going to win 4 more years in that very beautiful White House. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, and ensure that more products are made and raised and grown in the USA. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Next year, I think we're going to have the greatest year, economically speaking, in the history of our country. You saw the number that just came out, 33.1 GDP. That's the best number in the history of our country. And we're set. We call it a super V. We used to say a V, now we're calling it a super V. Under my leadership, our economy is now growing at the fastest rate ever. It's really something. We're set. We're all set. We were doing better than ever before. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, and then we got hit by the China plague, which we're not going to forget. So we closed it up, and then we opened it up, and we saved, I'll tell you, we saved 2 million lives. It was 2.2 million people were projected. We saved 2 million lives, but what happened, there shouldn't have been one life. Shouldn't have been, we can never forget. What China did to us, we can never forget. While foreign nations are in a free fall, you see what's going on in other lands. Look at what's happening in Europe. It's a shame. We're creating the world's greatest economic powerhouse. A recent Gallup poll found that 56% of the Americans polled said that they were better off now, much better off. It's a record than they were 4 years ago under Obama and Biden. As president, I kept my promise, and I protected ethanol. And I approved E15 for use all year round. You don't know what that means. That's a lot. They've been trying to get that approved. Let me just tell you, for all of the ethanol people, and you have Joni and you have Chuck over here, they fought with me. They would come in. They wanted it. And I said, can I give you just a little bit less? No, we won't accept anything less. That's Chuck and Joni. They were tough and they were good, but they didn't have to fight me. They didn't have to fight too hard. I was with the farmers. I was with them from the beginning. But if Biden gets in, you can forget about ethanol. You can forget about everything. You would have that terminated. You would have that terminated so fast. But authorized its use in existing gas pumps also. That doesn't mean much to you. It means a lot to the ethanol people. So you have the existing gas pumps. You don't have to go and spend a fortune to do the new gas pumps. Nobody knows that, and it doesn't even sound very elegant in a speech. But you have the gas pumps to ethanol, and everything ends if Biden never. It's not going to happen with Biden, let's face it. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. He would end everything that we've done. We've made this an incredible year. I got $28 billion from China that went to our farmers because they targeted you. We opened new markets for Iowa farmers and ranchers in Japan, the EU, South Korea, and all over the world. We surged exports with the new USMCA, we got rid of your horrible, terrible, worst trade deal ever made. Everyone said that would be impossible to do. We got it done. We got a lot done. We got a lot done. By the way, do you think it could be any windier up here? I'm sitting here, it's like, I'm standing up and this is one hell of a wind. It's lucky you have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter because these things are useless. They go. Oh, they are useless. They're moving in 17 directions. I'm going like. Now Sleepy Joe would be lost. He'd be. What am I going to do? How about this? They ask him questions. He puts it on a teleprompter. I've never seen this one. The hardest question he had recently was, what flavor ice cream do you have, sir? He looks down, I think vanilla and chocolate. Okay, that's it. They don't ask me questions like that. We confronted China's cheating and made them double their purchases. They doubled up their purchases. And, 3 weeks ago, you had the largest corn order in the history of our country, right? This guy's a corn guy. He's a big corn guy. He likes Trump. You had the largest purchase of soybeans in the history of our country and the largest beef order. You know why? Because China realized that I'm going to win. Because when you look, and they want to make me happy because what they did should not have been done. They dream about Sleepy Joe Biden. They own Sleepy Joe. They gave his boy a lot of money. China goes, they go to bed every night and they say, please let it be Sleepy Joe. They would own the United States. You see the whole deal with him, right? With the son, with the $1.5 billion goes to the son to manage. He makes millions of dollars a year. Then the kid asks for $10 million a year for recommendation purposes. He's going to recommend. He gets $10 million. He wants $10 million a year. It's a disgrace. Nah, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. And then he doesn't have a job for 4 years, and he goes, and his father becomes vice president, and he wants $183,000 a month, right, from Ukraine, Burisma Oil Company, not the best reputation. And then he said that wasn't enough. Could we have $3 million up front, please? And then they get from Russia. Russia. Oh, by the way, the laptop from hell. All of a sudden, Shifty Schiff, with the watermelon head, right, Schiff? He comes out, little Schiff. He comes out and he said, I think the laptop was developed by Russia. Russia's probably going, oh my, here we go again with it. Can you imagine that? 3 years, no collusion. $48 million. A friend of mine said, you've got to be the cleanest guy in the world. No collusion, no nothing. A waste of $48 million, 3 years. What a disgrace. And then they say, the laptop came from Russia. No, the laptop came from, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? It's called the laptop from hell. How about, though, the mayor of Moscow's wife gives Hunter a check for $3.5 million. He didn't have a job. He was just, his father became vice president and they were raking in money. And the father was supposed to get 10%, right? And then in another case, he was supposed to get 50%. And the media doesn't want to talk about it. They put silence on it. And big tech, they'll have to do something with Section 230, Chuck, I'll tell you. They're going to have to do something with Section 230 because what's going on is bad. What's going on could kill this country. They have to do something with Section 230. It's time we stop talking about it and get it done. We passed record because they wouldn't be here if it weren't for Section. We gave them this unbelievable gift of no liability, and they've abused it. They've totally abused it. We passed record middle-class tax cuts. And we virtually eliminated the estate tax, so you don't have a death tax. When you die, And at some point that'll happen. There's a couple of guys right here. Let's see. When you die and you have a beautiful farm and you want to leave it to your kids, right? In the old days, the kids would have to pay tax and they go out and borrow the money, and then 2 years comes along and they end up losing the farm. No estate tax, no death tax. Thank Chuck Grassley and thank Joni. Right? It's a big deal. You don't have the death tax or the estate tax. It's a big deal. Now, if you love your children, who loves your children here? And who does not love your child or children? There's one hand of a woman in the very back. So if you don't love them, it doesn't matter that much, okay? If you do, I did you one hell of a favor. You better remember that. We slashed a record number of job-killing regulations. No one has fought harder for the people of Iowa. That's true. For the people, for the farmers, I fought. For the farmers, for the ranches. And you know, China went after you, but I got the money for you because I got it a different way. I spoke with our great Secretary of Agriculture, who I think is great, Sonny Perdue. He knows more about farming and agriculture. I said, Sonny, how much did they hurt us 2 years ago? He said, $12 billion. How much last year? $16 billion. I said, good. Take $28 billion and we're giving it, I think it was proportioned right. I hope it was. I don't know. Did anybody get a bad deal? Did anybody? Because you're all wealthy. But we took $28 billion and we gave it to the farmers. And that's why you're all here and that's why you're all happy. And no other president would have done that. And we had a lot of money left over because we tariffed China a lot of money and they paid for it. You didn't pay. You know, the fake news likes to say, you don't pay. They paid. They devalued their currency even further and they paid. We got $28 billion for our farmers and I'm very happy about it. And so are they. For decades, Joe Biden let other countries rip off our country and cheat America blind. And there was a group, they would let him do anything. Biden has been there for 5 decades, and the only people who benefited from his policies were himself and his family, frankly. He shows up every 4 years and then goes back to Washington and caters to special interests, but my only interest is you. You know, it's very interesting. You know, this sleepy guy is raising a lot of money, right? So he raises money. You know how he raises money? By making deals. That's how you raise money. I would be the greatest political fundraiser in the history of the world. I could raise $1 billion and give me 2 days. Give me an extra day just in case. All I have to do is, hey, I know most of these guys one way or the other. President of the United States is calling Mr. So-and-so from Goldman Sachs, etc. President, do me a favor, send me $25 million, please, for the campaign. Yes, sir. They wouldn't even negotiate. I'd get so much, and I didn't do any of it, right? And we did very nicely. You know, we got a lot of small donations, but I didn't do any of it. I never made a call. Everybody I called would give them. The president, I mean, unless you're stupid, you're able to get a lot of money. Send me 10. Well, sir, we're having a hard time. All right, send me 5. That's okay.
Can you add me?
I would have raised $1 billion, but you can only spend so much. You know, you can only buy so many commercials. We've got so many commercials. They have so many. But if Biden, Harris, how about Harris?
No.
How about Harris? Kamala. You have to pronounce her name right. It's Kamala, like a comma. Kamala. And yet she pronounces her name differently than that, doesn't she, huh? Did Mike Pence beat her in the debate or what? Did anybody see the debate last week? Right? Everything you'd say, I'd say, well, why didn't you do it, Joe? You know, well, you should have done that. Really? First of all, everything I have done. I said, Joe, you were there for 47 years and you only left 3.5 years ago. Why didn't you do it, Joe? Well, I never thought of that. But if Biden and Harris, the radical left, gain power, they will crash the economy, destroy your farms, end all of the things I got you, like the estate tax. That's going to be ended. They don't want that. They fought us on that. And end America as we know it. You'll have a socialist country, and America will never be a socialist country. Biden has vowed to abolish the American oil industry. This would be a death sentence, as you know, for ethanol. So all of those people I've gotten to know a lot of the ethanol people through Chuck and Joni and Kim, all of them. Yeah, by the way, you do have a great governor, you know that. I don't even know if she's here. Is she here? There she is. I can't see her under all that stuff. Well, she's definitely wearing a mask, I will say. She's a great governor. The Biden-Harris plan would outlaw American energy, would unleash economic misery for Iowa, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and every other state in America. Your energy costs would go up at a level that you've never seen. He wants to raise your taxes. And you know, it's not him. He has no clue. He's shot, okay? The guy has no clue. You know it. I know it. We're all trying to be nice. But I know him also for a while. He's not a nice guy. If he was, I wouldn't talk this way. He's the only man that I've ever seen. His whole campaign is, we will raise your taxes. I've said I've never heard of it. You know, all my life I've watched politicians. I grow up with politicians. They always say, we'll cut your taxes. He's the only guy I know that says we're going to raise your taxes. So I cut your taxes with them. The highest level cut, the most in the history of our country. He wants to raise your taxes more than anybody has ever raised your taxes. How? Let me just ask you, how do you get elected? I mean, aside right, wrong, how do you get elected? So he wants to give you the largest tax increase in history. Now, for 1 year, he went along the stage. He had like 27 people running, right? Some ran well, some didn't go so good. Well, Kamala didn't do well. She was dropping like a rock, and she was mean to him, right? But they're going along, and everybody's against fracking. Okay, it doesn't pertain to you, but it does as your energy costs because you want your bills to be low. So he's going, no frack, no frack, no fracking. There will be no fracking. We've got a little play. I don't know if they put it. Oh, they did. We spent the money for Iowa. Look, see that? That board is expensive as hell. Whoa. Hey, Iowa must be a very important place. We've got a little show. Oh, we've got a little show. Look how beautiful. What a beautiful. See, you see a beautiful board. I see a lot of money was spent on that. When do you see it? It's incredible what they can do for money. But you're going to see in a second. But he goes, no fracking for a year. No fracking. There will be no fracking. So he said this like 100 times. And then he goes to Pennsylvania. And he goes, I believe in fracking. We will have fracking. And the fake news, look at all of them back there, every one of them. They're fake. And they're more fake now than they ever were. When you look at what happened, when are you going to look into Moscow and the 3.5 million? When are you going to ask Moscow? I want to find out, why did Moscow give Where's Hunter 3.5 million? It must be his expertise. Where is Hunter, by the way? Remember I said, where's Hunter? Is he here? And then the next day they made a t-shirt. It was the #1 shirt of the year. Where's Hunter? No, but we want them to ask that question instead of what flavor ice cream are you having. They'll terminate your school choice, eliminate your charter schools, defund religious schools, ban prayer in schools, indoctrinate your children anti-American lies, and force you to subsidize extreme late-term abortion. That's what they're doing. That's all in their platform. You got to read it. We call it the manifesto between Crazy Bernie. You have Bernie, who's one of the greatest losers of all time. Now think of it, they stole 2 elections, not 1. I've seen people where an election got stolen. And by the way, we're not going to let that happen to us, you know, with these ballots. How about the Supreme Court ruling where the Supreme Court, no, this was not good. The Supreme Court gave them more time. So what does this mean? Does this mean we go and we wait? So it's not November 3rd, it's going to be much later than that? No. We should know the result of the election on November 3rd, the evening of November 3rd. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it should be. What's going on in this country? What's going on? We believe that every child is a sacred gift from God. Biden and Harris will eliminate the private health insurance plans of 180 million Americans. Their socialist takeover will ration care and force you onto endless wait lists. That's what you're going to have wait lists. You know what we've done, by the way, for the military has been incredible. We've gotten rid of the wait list for our veterans. Our opponents would pack the Supreme Court with far-left justices. And by the way, he's never, we're into the voting now. It's ridiculous. By the way, I liked Election Day, and most of you do too. Who is going to vote on Election Day? Okay. And who's already voted? Okay. And you sent ballots in? Be careful with the ballots, be careful. Just be careful with those ballots. I don't know. Our opponents would pack the court, but remember, so a lot of people have already been, he has never said if he's going to pack the court. He's getting along the tap, tap. He's doing a little tap, tap, tap. So he has not said. Until he says he's not going to do that, you can't vote for him. And then on top of it, I created a list of 25, now it's 45, and we just got a great one approved. These two approved them. Amy is going to be fantastic, right? Amy, they all love Amy. She's going to be a fantastic, for a long time, a justice of the Supreme Court. She's going to be there. And we picked two other great ones, and we're very happy. We have 3 justices of the Supreme Court. Many presidents have never had a pick. They've never had a pick, and I've had 3. That's just blowing their mind. Look at them. They're saying, how the hell did this happen? This guy's driving us crazy. Well, the other thing we've done is, thank you to President Obama. He was unable to get anybody approved. He waited so long. And we had a little help, too, with the Senate, put it mildly. But he waited so long, if you go early enough, you'll get him through. And we ended up with 142 federal judges. But that's nothing. So we'll have, by the end of my first term, we're going to have almost 300, could be more, approximately 300 federal judges. So that's 300 federal judges, 3 justices of the United States Supreme Court. But so Bernie never said, he never created a list. I have a list, so I take one from the list. People didn't like it, they don't vote for it, because they say the most important thing that a president does is Supreme Court justices and judges. And he hasn't given us the answer yet. And he hasn't given us a list. And he can't, because they want far-left maniacs. And we can't he won't be able to get the votes. So you know what? He's tapping you along. He doesn't know he's doing it, but he's actually doing a very good job of it, because people are voting, and he still hasn't given a list, and he hasn't said whether or not he's going to pack the court. So you got to remember that when you look. Nobody in this group is voting for this guy. Nobody. He's not qualified. He wasn't qualified in prime time. 25 years ago he wasn't qualified, because he was never known as being the brightest bulb in the lot. They'll be shared on and you know that when it comes to your Second Amendment, they want to shred it. They want to abolish religious liberty, and they want to ban God from the public square. You've seen that. So the Pledge of Allegiance during the Democrat convention, right? See, it's supposed to be democratic, but it's really not. It's Democrat. Doesn't sound as good. That's why I use it all the time. No, it should be the Democratic. They should change their name. It sounds nicer. I hate to even say it. But the Democrat convention, on the Pledge of Allegiance, they took the word God out. And I heard it. I said, oh, you know that. I heard it. I said, oh, they must have made a mistake. They had a typo, maybe. We'll call it a typo. And then I heard it a second time. And I think, by the way, God is looking at us and saying, we want to give you a nice, cool day today. Because that wind, I don't know about you, but that wind is hitting me hard. I'm trying. Look at these flags. What the hell did my people put the stage right here for? Look at that. And there's the great Ivanka Trump is standing right there. Ivanka. Come here, Ivanka. Come here. My poor daughter, she's standing there freezing. Iowa's not like this all the time. They wouldn't grow great corn if it was like this too much. Look at that. It's Ivanka Trump. Wow. No, I looked over here. I'm looking at that freezing. I'm looking at the flags, those beautiful American flags that we love and respect. And I see my daughter. Hello, Ivanka. Would you like to hear from Ivanka? Come on.
love this man. A warrior through and through who never forgets why he's in Washington, why he ran for president, and who he's fighting for, which is you, the American people. What he has been able to accomplish in 4 years is extraordinary. But you know what? He'll do that and then some, if given another term, which you're going to bring him to. He fights so hard for each of us every day, and now we can fight for him and the future of this great country by using our voice and using our vote to win another historic victory for the people's president. Get out and vote, everyone. Thank you. God bless.
That's Ivanka. No, you know, I said, Ivanka, go down here. It's warmer. Thank you. Boy, it looked cold out there. She's all by herself under the flags. I said, stand next to Chuck Grassley, where it's nice and warm. Chuck will keep you warm. He's great. He's a great guy, I'll tell you that. The Biden-Harris agenda is a war on workers, a war on faith, and a war on our police. To defend your God-given rights, I appointed Justice Amy Coney Barrett to the United States Supreme Court. We will defend, protect, and preserve the American way of life. Joe Biden is the candidate of rioters, looters, arsonists. It's hard to believe, but you take a look at what's going on in Philadelphia. He doesn't even want to condemn it. Gun grabbers, flag burners, Marxists, lobbyists, and special interests. Other than that, he's not a bad guy, right? I'm the candidate of farmers, factory workers, police officers, hardworking people, law-abiding patriots, and every race, religion, color, and creed. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, that's because I'm not a politician, thank you. If I don't always play by the rules of Washington and the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than anybody has ever fought before. Joe Biden is a corrupt politician, and we know that. We know that. We have found that out. You don't have to take my word for it. Biden's 47 years. I've done something for you today that you're going to love. Roll that screen right there. Roll it.
My problem is I voted for NAFTA. I'm supporting NAFTA because I think it is a positive thing to do. And I do not pretend to be an expert on international trade matters.
Trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, which forced American workers to compete against people who are making pennies an hour, has resulted in the loss of 160,000 jobs.
The president is absolutely right when he says that China has been cheating for 25 years, and that Bill Clinton didn't do enough about it, George W. Bush didn't do enough about it, Barack Obama didn't do enough about it.
Rising China is an incredibly positive development for not only China, but the United States and the rest of the world. Rising China is a positive development. It is in our self-interest that China continue to prosper. We want to see China rise.
China's a great nation, and we should hope for the continued expansion.
China is not our enemy.
We talk about China as our competitor. We should be helping.
The idea that China is going to eat our lunch is bizarre.
The idea that they are our competition, they're going to beat us, is bizarre.
They're not bad folks.
China's not a problem.
Allowing China into the World Trade Organization, which he supported, extending most favored nation status to China, which he supported, that those steps allowed China to take advantage of the United States by using our own open trade deals against us.
No.
Do you think in retrospect that you were naive about China?
No.
But doesn't he deserve some credit for that? It's better. The USMCA is better than NAFTA.
It is better than NAFTA.
You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate. So vote! Vote! Visit iwill.com/Ohio. God bless you.
Can somebody tell Joe, by the way, it's not a real website, and Joe, you're running for president, not senator, and by the way, that senator, the Mormon guy, is Mitt Romney, not some Mormon governor. Now, sadly, what we showed you, that's just from a couple of hours today, because every time that Joe actually leaves the basement bunker and stays out past 10 a.m., well, disaster ensues. Here's a quick reminder.
Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead, aren't I? We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330. We choose truth over facts. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Donald Trump does pose an extra threat to this. It's not hypothetical.
This is pretty serious. By the way, these are way beyond an occasional campaign gaffe, and I am beginning, well, I'm more than a little worried that this man could represent a clear and present danger to this country. He's obviously not capable of leading. He's been hiding the entire campaign, and the corrupt media mob is covering for him. Joe wants to be the president of the United States of America. That would be the toughest job in the world, and at times, Joe doesn't seem to remember that he's even running for president, or what state he's in, or what day of the week it is. Does anyone really believe that if elected, that Joe Biden will actually be in control of anything?
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of George, he is going to find ourselves in a position where, if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
Barack and I think it's a right for people to have handicap care. Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't only need you to get me elected, I need you once I'm elected. I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Save a lot of words, don't we? We save a lot of words. Ay, ay, ay. Our country has such unbelievable potential. Let's not blow it. Go vote. This election is a choice between a Biden depression or a Trump super boom. We're going to be booming. We're going to have the greatest year. Yeah, the best year we've ever had last year. We're going to have the best year next year. We're set for it. It's a choice between a deadly Biden lockdown. He wants to lock down. We're never locking down. Or a safe vaccine that ends the pandemic. And we, frankly, we're going to end it anyway. The vaccines are coming. They're coming in a matter of weeks. It's all set. We're going to be delivering them to our elderly. We're going to start with the elderly, the military. Logistically, are the best in the world. They're going to be delivering it. And without the vaccine, you can have the vaccine, but without it, we're rounding the corner. Thank you. Thank you. That's really nice, I'll tell you. That's never been a chant that anybody's ever heard. Even Chuck Grassley has never heard. We love Chuck Grassley, don't we? No, but I've never heard of that one, Chuck. They say nobody's, not Reagan, not anybody. They've never heard. So it's good. I appreciate it very much, and I love you too. I do. We've developed groundbreaking therapeutics. Excuse me, here I am. I took something that was pretty good because I woke up and I said, I feel great. Boom, Superman, right? That's true. And the First Lady got it, and, Barron got it. Now, Barron's a young guy, 14, and the doctor came to see me, and he said, sir, your son tested positive. I said, for what? Tested positive for what? For COVID. I think he used COVID. There's about 29 different names we can use, the China plague. He said, I think he used COVID. He tested for COVID. And I go, wow, that's bad. That's not good. Like 12 minutes later, I saw the great White House doctor. How's Barron doing? Oh, he's okay. He shed it, no problem. So, like 12 minutes. I said, Barron, you feeling okay? Yeah, what was wrong? I had nothing wrong with me. young kids, they have a strong immune system. They knock the hell out of it. Send your kids back to school. We want to go back to school, right? For those states, you know. Pennsylvania, frankly, the governor, very bad lockdown. And North Carolina, we're winning in North Carolina. By the way, you know what's going on, right? We're winning in Florida. We're winning in North Carolina. We're winning in Pennsylvania. I think they've given up in Ohio. I think they've given up in Florida, frankly. And I think after the poll I saw from that very nice newspaper that usually doesn't treat me so well, but they treated me very well, I think maybe they're going to give up on a place called Iowa pretty soon, too. I think they'll give up on Iowa pretty soon. We will mass distribute the vaccine in just a few short weeks, and we will quickly eradicate the virus, wipe out the China plague. We just want to get back to normal. That's all we want. We don't want much. We don't want much. Just let's get back to normal. We had the greatest economy 7 months ago, and then we had the plague. That's not good. Think of what China has done to the world. Think of it. Now just think, you know, I see people, they come in, they're wrapped up in masks, and hey, how you doing? Don't touch, don't get close, don't... seriously, think of what China has done to the world. I had a group of people not so long ago at a place, nice place, and they said, President, could we say hello? They're wrapped in masks, and it's terrible. And they say, could we say you couldn't hear them because the mask, one person had the world's thickest mask I've never seen. I mean, and then the scientists would say, that one's no good, that one's no good. But they're saying, President, successful people, good people. And I'm saying, look at these people. I said, look at these people. What China has done to us, but what China has done to the whole world. They could have kept it in. They kept it in from China. Wuhan, they had the Wuhan province, they kept it in. But it got out to Europe, to the US, and all over the world. They could have, think of what they've done to us. Forget about their trade deal with your corn, okay? On the bigger picture, you know, we did that great trade deal, but the ink wasn't even dry, and all of a sudden, we got hit by this damn plague. And we won't forget it. We're not forgetting it, and you can never forget it. You can never forget it. The Biden plan will turn America into a prison state, locking you down while letting the far-left rioters roam free to loot and burn. Think of it. Think of it. You can't go to church. You can't go to school. You can't do anything. You have to stay in your house. But if you're a looter, an anarchist, a rioter, you can run down the streets of Portland. You can run down the streets of anywhere you want. And there you have no problems. In fact, we got to a point because we were shut out from having protests, right? Rallies. So they said, well, you can't have a rally, sir. You're not allowed to have anything political. I said, what can you do? The only thing you're allowed to do is protest. I said, good. Let's call our rallies from now on protests. So this is a protest. We are protesting, but your governor wouldn't do that to us. We don't have to worry about Iowa. We don't have to worry about Iowa. No, but you have some places. Minnesota, you saw that. We had 25,000 people that wanted to be there. And the Attorney General, well, I will say one thing about him. He was the first one, I think, or just about, him and one other person. On day one, he said, you know that Trump, this is 4 years ago, you know that Trump is going to win, don't you? They said, what do you mean? He said, Trump is going to win. So in one way, can't be so stupid, right? But the Attorney General and the governor of Minnesota said, no, we can only allow 250 people. We had 25,000 people that wanted to go. So I went there, and they thought that I'd cancel, you know, for 250 people, because we're drawing 25, 30, 40,000 people to every rally. So they figured I'd cancel. They said, nope, we're not going to cancel in Minnesota. Minnesota hasn't been won by a Republican since 1972, and we're going to win Minnesota because of that. And you know, it got actually, had we had the rally, we'd have 25, 30,000 people there. Thousands, and you probably saw thousands of people showed up, and the governor had them locked out. Frankly, that was a much bigger statement than if we had the rally. If we had a rally, we would have had a big, beautiful rally. But it was a big statement. But between that and Omar, Ilhan Omar, she's a real She's a real winner. Ilhan Omar, who obviously hates our country. She likes to tell us how to run our country. How the hell she gets elected anyway is hard to believe, but she's in Minnesota. And the other thing is, you know, we stopped. I said, you got to let the National Guard in. You know, they have to ask us, right? I said, you got to let in the National Guard. Well, a week and a half later, they let the National Guard in, and we stopped in, what would you say, 22 minutes? Like, do you remember? Wasn't that beautiful? I mean, look, sometimes, this week and a half, they're burning down Minneapolis, burning it down. And CNN's covering it, that reporter. He got hit on the knee with a canister of tear gas once. The guy, he said, I'm down, I got hit. Don't worry, it was only tear gas on the knee. He was down. But he was saying, this is a friendly protest. And you looked over his shoulder, right? The entire city was burning down. Did you see that? It's a famous picture. The thing must have been like 10 blocks long. They should have called us sooner, but we put it out in about 15 minutes, maybe 20. That was a beautiful sight, though. They just came in 1, 2, 3, then all of a sudden, more and more. You know, you could just see the busload. And they walked down that street with pepper spray and tear gas, and it was ball. Everybody took, I'm telling you, less than a half an hour, it was all over. That thing lasted for 2 weeks. Biden calls his lockdowns a dark winter. Wasn't he inspiring at the debate? How bad was he? Look. You know, I've debated guys that had intelligence. I had a debate crooked Hillary 4 years ago. But, I mean, at least she was an intelligent person. She's got a little wacko, you know. No, Hillary, you lost. Remember she said to me, will you respect the decision of the people? And I sort of said, no, maybe. I wasn't perfect. I said, maybe. If there's no cheating, we have to be careful with cheating, right? But then she didn't respect. And what did they do? They went on a witch hunt for years and years. And they spied on my campaign, and we caught them spying on the campaign. And now they say, will you respect the decision of the voters? And will there be a friendly transition? First of all, there's not going to be a transition. We're winning. But then you say, well, let me ask you, 4 years ago, was there a friendly transition? They were spying on my campaign before I even won. And what was worse was they were spying on my campaign after I won to overthrow the President of the United States, okay? Which is called treason, And let's see what the hell happens. I don't know why it takes so long, but it takes a long time. I'll tell you, that man right there, Chuck Grassley, is one of the most effective people. He's one of the people that does not want to let him get away with it, and I appreciate it. You know that. No, he's one of the most effective guys. He was the man. He looked at Comey. Remember when Comey lied in front of Congress? He looked at Comey. He said, did you leak? You know, Chuck is tough. When he's talking regular, he's like the toughest guy in the room. But Comey was tested, and Comey's a liar, worst director in the history of the FBI, beyond the worst director. He was a bad guy. But Chuck Grassley is interviewing him, asking, then he looks at him, oh, one more question, sort of like Columbo, right? He said, I have one more question. Remember Columbo? Hey. Oh, just one extra little question. So here he is, Perry Mason also, always the last question. That was true. With during the debate. When he said the oil, I said, whoa, this is the biggest question of the night. But with Chuck, he said, did you leak? What? Did you leak? Yes, I did. And I'm sitting there saying, I don't believe this. Oh, we love Chuck. What a piece of work Chuck is. What a piece of work that man is. I like that guy. He's tough as hell, though. I wasn't, and it's true. I guess I was only giving the ethanol guys 99%. And Chuck couldn't stand that. He wanted them. He wanted you people to get 100%, right? I said, Chuck, I've got the papers all ready to sign. I don't like them. Why? You didn't give that one little thing, that one little morsel for the other side. Like a little morsel right for the other side. Happened to be the oil industry. I said, could we give them something? And it wasn't any good. We love you, man. We love you. He ended up getting 100%. But it all goes away with Sleepy Joe. show. Just remember that, Chuck. The Biden lockdown will result in countless deaths, destroy millions in small businesses, and wipe out an entire generation of hopes and dreams. Earlier today, one of his top advisors again confirmed their desire for a shutdown. The damage to children, you know that, you saw that, it was in the news. They wanted to shut it down. I don't know, these people are crazy. We've got a thing that's rocking and rolling, and it doesn't work. The damage this will inflict on children, teenagers, and young adults is absolutely cruel. The far left has always yearned to wield the unchecked power. That's what they want, is the power. I think it's more than the power. I think it's the power and maybe the money. If you want a vaccine to kill the virus, a job to support your family and freedom to live your life, then you cast your ballot for me, and you have to do it on November 3rd. You got to get over there. Joining us today, got to get it done. We got to get it done. We got to get this election behind us and get to work. We have some great people in government. We have some great people that want to come into government. And our nation has unbelievable potential. You know, I didn't watch much of Biden's speech. He made a little speech, a little tiny. He does very short speeches. Very short. The shortest speeches I've ever seen, actually. He just wants to go home to the basement. He doesn't want to be. He is the most unhappy warrior I've ever. Did you ever see him? He's agitated, you know? He's just angry and agitated, and he doesn't want to be there. And now he's starting to lose in the polls, and it's driving him crazy. So what does he do? He brings in Barack Hussein Obama. And you know what happened to his attendance? It went down. His attendance, it actually brought it down. They all said, you know, they called and they said the other day, a couple of weeks ago, they said, sir, have a little bad news. Well, Barack Hussein Obama is going to campaign with Biden. I said, why is that bad news? That's good news. He campaigned with Hillary, and that was when she started really getting beaten. Remember that? He campaigned. He's a highly overrated person. Well, he gave us 142 judgeships. We'll take it. Joining us today are some incredible people, and if they want to come up and freeze their ass off, I've been fighting them up. See, you people are there and you're nice and warm. I'm up here all by myself. That's why I said to my daughter, oh, look, is that Hope Hicks? Is that Hope Hicks? Where's Hope Hicks, the great Hope Hicks? Get her. Is that Sarah Huckabee? You look like, come here, Sarah. You know what? You look like Hope Hicks. I thought Sarah Huckabee was Hope Hicks. That's not bad. Hope Hicks, come up here, Hope Hicks. The great Hope Hicks. Boy, we got them all. Come here, Sarah. How good is Sarah, huh? Look at Sarah. Come up here, Sarah. Look at Sarah. She did pretty well being with Trump, right? She's doing good. Say something.
Thank you, Mr. President. How good does that sound, President Trump? He's had an amazing 4 years as a mom of 3 young kids. There's nobody I trust more to build their future and protect our great country than President Donald Trump. We need everybody here to make sure they get out, because this is the most important election we've ever had. Everything is on the line, and the only person strong enough, tough enough, and willing to fight for it is President Donald Trump. I'm so proud to be here. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I don't know. She could be a governor of Arkansas one day. I don't know. Where's Hope? Come here, Hope. Do you know Hope? Hope Hicks. Come here, Hope. Come up here. The great Hope Hicks. Do you know Hope Hicks? She's become very famous. Very powerful woman. Very powerful. Look at her. Are you cold enough, Hope? Come on up, Hope. She does a fantastic job. if she loves public speaking. Just say hello.
Hi. How much do we love our president? Are you guys gonna vote on Tuesday? Who are you gonna vote for? We love you, Iowa. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Hope. So we have a person that you know very well, who's considered one of the best governors in our country, and she is, and I work with her. She's another one. She's unrelenting. You had a little flooding problem, to put it mildly. You were like a swimming pool for a period of time. And Kim was on the phone. Sir, we need money for the dikes, the dams, whatever the hell we were calling them. We got to get money. And I said, all right, Kim, is this enough? No, sir, we got to have more. But that's what a good governor is, right? The ones that don't call, they're not as good, but we don't want to tell them that. But she's really considered one of the greatest governors in our country, and she's a great person, a great husband. She got a great warrior husband, too, I will tell you that. Kim Reynolds. Come on up, Kim, if you can. Come on up.
We're so proud to have you here, and I've told you every time I had the opportunity to be in front of you that we were going to carry Iowa for Donald J. Trump, and we are going to bring it home. Yes, we're not satisfied with 7. We're going for 10. We're going to bring it home. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Kim. She's a dynamo, huh? Wow. I was saying, whoa. Thank you, Kim. And Lieutenant Governor Adam Gregg. Adam, thank you very much. Thank you. Doing a great job, Adam. Are we doing okay, Adam? We're doing good? Good. Bring it home, Adam. Also with us are 2 people. One is running, and the other one doesn't even have to run even when he's running. They say he might be the only politician in America who's just not beatable. People don't even run against him. He's a great guy. But let's get, because we have to do this, we have to get Joni Ernst elected. She's fantastic. She's so good. Joni, come up. Joni is fantastic and special woman, and she loves your state, and she loves our country. Joni, please.
Thank you, and President Trump, we love you. Thank you so much. God bless you. There is not a finer president, and one that has done so much for our farmers and our ranchers and our biofuel producers. President Trump, Iowa loves you. I love you. God bless you. 4 more years. 4 more years.
Thank you, Joni. Thank you, Joni. Yeah, get out and vote for Joni. She's a terrific person, and she really fights hard for the state. She really does. She really goes all at it. And the man that we've been talking a lot about today, I've talked about him so much, and everybody knows who he is. Everybody in Washington respects him. Most people are deathly afraid of him, but I've gotten to know him. Actually, when you get to know him, he's actually tougher than you even think. But he's a great man. He really is. He's a great man. He's been a great senator. I think somebody said he's never missed a vote in all these years. And I'd love to have either stay there or come right up here, Chuck, but we would love to have you. Chuck Grassley, really a legendary guy. A legendary guy. He really is. He's something special.
You know, while we were warming up the crowd for you in this cold day, and I think that's an impossible task, but I said the 4 words that ought to be the most used for you to be reelected is promises made, promises kept. And one of the things that you didn't make a promise on that has really materialized anyway, and that is your leadership in peace in the Middle East. And nominated by 3 parliamentarians of other countries for the Nobel Peace Prize. That's pretty darn good. And you're going to continue to work for peace. And we thank you very much. Iowa's going to go for you big time. And we're going to have such a successful election that CNN and SNBC is going to have to change their policy when they realize for 4 years that they couldn't get you out of office, and the people back you up, you'll be in there, and they'll have to change.
Great job, Chuck. Thank you. Unique man. Great guy. Agricultural Secretary Mike Nagy. Where's Mike? Where's Mike? Thank you, Mike. How's it going? Okay? Your agriculture strong? You got a check for $28 billion, your percentage, right? Well, how did you split that up? But you did a good job. And somebody that happens to have a very good end name, Pat Grassley. Do you know Pat? Pat Grassley. We talked about that, what good genes he's got. And another man who's done a fantastic job, I hope he's here, but he was your governor for 24 years. He set the record. And he told me a story that many, many years ago, he met a man in China, and he came home and he told his wife, they were young men together, and they were buying corn, or one was a buyer, one was a seller. I don't know how the hell it worked, but he met a man, and his name was Xi. His last name, Xi. And he came home years ago, many years ago, and he told his wife, I have just met a future president of China, and they were friends after that. And it turns out to be President Xi, current President Xi, the president of China. And when I met President Xi, he said, Terry Branstad, the governor, is a very good friend of mine. We've known each other for 35 years. So Terry becomes governor again, 24 years, longest serving governor in the history of the country. Okay? When you're a governor for, you know what, when you're a governor for 24 years, that's a long time. And I called him, like in the middle of his term, I said, Terry, you know, they like you in China. President Xi has great respect for you. How would you like to be the ambassador to China? And he said, you know, sir, I think after 24 years, maybe it's time. And he represented us so well. He is so smart and so tough. And so come on up here, Terry. What a great job he's done. So he wanted to come back, and he wanted to make sure that we get reelected. That's what he wanted to do. But what a job he's done. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are so honored to have you in Dubuque on the Sunday before the election. On the Sunday before the election 4 years ago, you were in Sioux City. And we're glad that you've come back the Sunday before the election this time. The polls have you in the same position, 7 points up over your opponent. But what I want the people of Iowa and America to know is nobody had the courage to stand up to the Chinese like President Donald Trump. And it's made a real difference. He asked Xi if he would make all of fentanyl a controlled substance, and it's saving thousands of lives in America. He had the courage to put sanctions on the Chinese to get us a fair reciprocal trade agreement, which we'd never had before, and it's already risen the price of corn $1 a bushel. Soybeans are over $10. They made record purchases. We need a strong president, and Trump is the one that can do the job for the next 4 years. I'm proud to be back in Iowa, proud to be back in America, and here to support Donald Trump, Joni Ernst, and our entire team.
What a great guy. You have great people. There's a lot of good genes in this state, right? Thank you very much. Is Eric here? Is your son here? Oh, look at you. I didn't recognize you with that big, beautiful hat on. Are you doing great? Are we doing okay? That's great. He has a father who's very proud of him, I have to tell you. Thank you, Eric. Great job you're doing. And Iowa GOP Chair Jeff Kaufman. He's been fantastic from day one. Thank you, Jeff. Looks good, Jeff, huh? Looking good, Jeff. Take it through. You bring it through, Jeff. I have no doubt about you. He's a great chairman, one of the best. Congressional candidates Ashley Hinson, who's unbelievable. Come here, quick, Ashley, come. Come here, Ashley. And Marionette Miller Meeks and Esther Joy King. Come on up here. Come on. Get up here. Say a couple of words because you are doing this.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for coming back to Iowa. Iowa is Trump country! We want to tell you, we've been traveling throughout the state. Marionette Miller Meeks and Esther Joy King, we are going to take these seats back because what do we want to do? We want to fire Nancy Pelosi. You need a partner in Congress so you can get your MAGA agenda done, and we are going to be there for you, Mr. President. So thank you for coming to Iowa.
Thank you. Our first vote, Mr. President, will be for Speaker of the House, and we're going to say to Nancy Pelosi, you're fired!
Nice to meet you, sir. As a soldier in the United States Army Reserve, I just want to say thank you for your support for the military, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. Great people. Really great people. And we've rebuilt the entire military. We've rebuilt it over 3.5 years. And that's why we can't worry too much about budgets. They can't say, gee, we kept within budget, but who are those people running up the White House lawn? We don't like that, right? We have the strongest military now that we've ever had, strongest in the world by far. Under my leadership, we achieved the most secure border in American history. As you probably know, the wall, which they no longer want to talk about, the wall is almost complete. We did 412 miles. We're doing approximately 10 miles a week. And it's done to the highest standard, what the Border Patrol desired, and it's been amazing. And we have now the safest southern border, and Joni and Chuck worked very much with me on that, and it's been amazing. We really had a great success. That's why you don't hear about it anymore. That's why you don't hear about it anymore. They used to love it when they didn't think we'd get it built. We had a hard time. That was a hard one. The Democrats were a wall. They were their own wall. Remember they said walls don't work? I said walls work and wheels work, right? Everything else becomes obsolete very quickly. Joe Biden has pledged to free health care for illegal aliens. That would bankrupt your Medicare and totally destroy Social Security. I will always protect Medicare and Social Security. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military. We now have the greatest equipment we've ever had. We have the greatest equipment anywhere in the world. We are the envy of the world. Russia, China, North Korea. We are the envy. We have the best planes, the best fighter jets, F-35 stealth. You can't see them. They're very, very tough to see. Very tough to beat a plane in the air when you can't see it. But we have the best planes, the best ships. Submarines, we're doing submarines like nobody's ever seen before. We have the best rockets and missiles. We have the best of everything. And our nuclear now is tippy top. And just hope to God we never have to use it. You know that, right? You know that. And the best way that we won't have to use it is to have it in shape like we have it now. But we have the best equipments. We have the hypersonic missiles that go 7 times faster than the world's current fastest missile. And these were things that should have been done before me, but they didn't decide to do that. So it's one of those things. We passed VA choice and VA accountability for our veterans. Nobody thought that could be done. We took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate in Iraq and Syria. And we killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. They were looking for him for a long time. We took out the mass murder of U.S. troops and many other people. Soleimani is dead. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. They worked 52 years, and we got it done in 2 hours approximately. And instead of endless war and when you look, this is what Chuck was just saying, what we're doing, and it's amazing what we're doing. We have 3 countries signed up. We have many, they're all coming in. We're forging peace in the Middle East without blood in the sand, without money that they would spend. A vote for me in the Republican Party is a vote for the American dream. Remember the party of Abraham Lincoln, the late great Abraham Lincoln, people forget, but it's the American dream. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China that's already begun. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will defend the right to life, religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, which is so good, starts January 1st, lower drug prices even more. You know, we're going favored nations. The drug companies are not in love with me. Favored nations. We'll be paying the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world instead of the highest drug prices in the world. But Big Pharma, I don't even want to look at Chuck and Joni because I have no idea if they're, you know, the biggest lobbyists in the world, right? They spend more money. I can tell you they're making more commercials about me than Sleepy Joe is. But we had to do it. Somebody had to do it. Only a non-politician would do that. And you pay a price, but we have to do the right thing. You'll see a 50, 60, 70% reduction in drugs. And I got the only reduction last year. We got it down a little bit, 1%. It came down. It's not that I'm bragging about it, but in 52 years, first time in 52 years that drug prices came down. So we're sort of, I'm semi-proud. At least it didn't go up. I'm semi-proud, but you'll see what happens with what we're doing with favored nations. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. It's all done. Our Space Center, NASA, is incredible. It was a closed-up, boarded-up mess when we took over 3.5 years ago. Now it's, again, the envy of the world. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag, right? And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Iowa and Wisconsin. We didn't forget you because you're going to vote us in too. You know, we're going to be there very soon. We love Wisconsin. Wisconsin came through for us 4 years ago too, and we won't forget that. To save the America we love, get every last person you know, get them to the voting booth in record numbers, vote, vote, vote. Join the red wave. We have a giant red wave that's formed. It's formed. From Cambridge to Council Bluffs to Cedar Rapids to Rock Rapids, from Davenport to Dubuque. We inherit the legacy of American patriots who poured out their heart, sweat, and soul to secure our liberty and defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people, with your help. Thank you. Your devotion and your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Iowa and Wisconsin back there, we have made America powerful again, our military, our beautiful military. We have made America wealthy again. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you, everybody. I hope it. Thank you very much. Thank you. What a group. What a group. We love this place. This was my first victory, right? This was our first victory. Remember that beautiful primary that we had? And Trump came in and Trump won this incredible, great state. And it was off to the races, right? Off to the races. So I want to thank you, and hello, New Hampshire. It's great to be with you on this beautiful day. On this beautiful day. 9 days from now, we are going to win this state. Can you believe 9 days? And we're going to win 4 more great years in the White House. We're going to keep it going. This is the most important election in the history of our country. The most important election. And I never thought I'd say it after what we went through with the last one 4 years ago. This is a more important election because we're fighting people that we've got to end it. We've got to end the fight. We've got to put them down. We've got to end the fight. Our country will never be a socialist country. We have to end the fight once and for all. For the last half century, Sleepy Joe Biden has been outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure in the endless, horrible, ridiculous foreign wars. Afghanistan, 19 years. 19 years. He voted for the war in Iraq, but for himself, did you know today? You know what happened, right? He put the lid on. You know what the lid is? He's constantly putting the lid on. Constantly putting the lid on. The lid means, I guess it's referring to a garbage can, right? You put the lid. And he's putting the lid on. This guy has more lids. I don't know. There's something going on. Somebody said it's strategy. It's not, because really strategy would be coming out. And by the way, a lot of things are happening lately. Have you been noticing? Have you been noticing? I just was asking some people to go back to the fake news and go to the back of the plane. A lot of people up there. A lot of cameras. And I was saying, and I wish those cameras would show behind the cameras. There are thousands of people there, thousands of people there, and thousands of people outside on the street. Thousands. There are thousands of people outside, but have you been noticing what's been happening? People know we've done a great job. Have been, it's so, what's going to happen? This is going to be as exciting, maybe, I don't know, you can't say more exciting. You remember that beautiful night in November 4 years ago, right? Well, I don't think this one will be as close. I don't think this is going to be as close. Thank you. No, that's a chant. In all fairness, I said, Has anyone in the history of politics, think about it, Ronald Reagan was popular, but they never had that chant. That is a chant, I won't even say it because I don't want to cry. But Ronald Reagan never had that chant. Nobody's ever had that chant. And you see what we go through. It's a tough thing. The swamp is deep and it's vicious. These people are vicious. These people don't report the truth. It's very hard. They don't report the truth. So, for instance, I asked them, would you please turn the cameras around? They don't do that. They never do. They have this shot all the time. I don't have that big an ego. I don't want that shot. They have this shot. You know what they show? They show myself and about 5 people back there. And on occasion, some of the people back there become big stars because they are on camera. But they never move the camera, and I used to think it was the way it is. You know, you couldn't move it. Mechanically, you couldn't do it. And then all of a sudden, we don't see that anymore. I shouldn't say it, but we don't see it anymore. They used to have little fights, right? Little problem. And the camera used to turn like a pretzel to catch it. Because they viewed that as a bad thing, right? A bad thing. And that camera would turn around, that steel would turn like there's nothing to it. But they never show the crowds. But you know what? They don't show Biden's crowd when 7 people show up. And you know what? They don't show Barack Hussein Obama. He came out to campaign 2 days ago. Right? And they had 42 people. He drew flies. Did you ever hear the expression? Obama drew flies. But they don't show that. But we want them to show our crowds because there's never been anybody, and this is us as a group, anybody, any group, any movement that's ever gotten the kind of crowds that we have. And I was told about New Hampshire. I understand New Hampshire. A lot of friends that live up here, but I understand New Hampshire. I was told in New Hampshire, you can't have big crowds. You have to go to everybody's dining room and have dinner with them. This was even as I was campaigning, you know, I said, I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. You gotta get together and all. And you know, you have guys that have nothing much to do, they're politicians, and they'll go and have dinner with 2 or 3 people every night, and they do this for years. And then they come in, you know, 7th in the primary or something. I said, no, we gotta do this. And we've been doing this from the beginning. You have the good arena that holds a lot of people, and we pack that all the time. But now with the COVID, what we do, and you know, they keep talking about cases. You know why we have cases so much? Because that's all we do is test. If we cut our testing down in half, they'd say, well, they wouldn't say that, but cases would go down. Now we have the best testing, and we are coming around. We're rounding the turn. We have the vaccines. We have everything. We're rounding the turn. Even without the vaccines, we're rounding the turn. It's going to be over. And you know who got it? I did. Can you believe it? Every time I'd have these meetings, a lot of people, because I can't put myself in a basement for the next year and a half, okay? I can't do it. No, I can't. Or I can't go to a beautiful bedroom in the White House and lock myself up for a year and a half. You're president. You have to do your job. And I'd have meetings, and I'd leave meetings. And I'd leave a meeting and I'd say, that wasn't good. You know, there are a lot of people and there's a lot of love in the rooms a lot of times. A lot of times there's no love at all, just the opposite. But I'd say that might not be good, but you got to do your job. And I went, and what they do is incredible. The doctors are incredible, and especially when you're president, because you have more doctors. I mean, I think I don't know if I could ever get used to this again, going back to a normal where you actually have one doctor. You have a doctor for every single part of your body. Sure. And they want to touch you too. They want to grab you. They, sir, I'm a specialist in this. Could I check this? I said I'd prefer not. But you know, I didn't feel good. And wonderful doctors, Sean, White House doctors, terrific. They're all really talented people. But I had 12 of them, literally 12. Johns Hopkins. I had doctors from the best schools and best hospitals in the world, because you're president, right? And I said, I'm not feeling too good, fellas. What are we going to do here? And the following morning, I took something called Regeneron. The following morning, I felt so good. I felt like Superman. I wanted to get back. I didn't want to cancel anything. No, we didn't want to be canceled. We didn't want to be canceling a lot of things, right? We didn't want to say, I'm going to take the next like Biden. I mean, I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. He never goes anywhere. And when he does, it's Delaware. Now, I like Delaware too, but you know, he just wants to stay right next to that house. He feels very uncomfortable. Yesterday, he did some kind of a crazy rally with the horns, right? And then the camera made a terrible mistake. The guy's going to get fired, I'm sure. Because the camera turned around and there was so few, there was nobody there. And then he got very agitated, right? You saw that. Because you know who was there? Our people were there, right? And they were screaming and he can't think too well. He was having a hard time. And he got very angry. And Obama got angry too because he went out someplace and it was all our people. And today they're having this incredible rally on Long Island. You know, what's happened to New York is so sad with the crime. Democrat run. Only Democrat run. Where you have Democrat run, you have problems. You have crime. You have, it's all closed up in many cases. Locked down. By the way, you have an excellent governor here, right? You have an excellent governor. Can I say that? Good. Sometimes I'll say that and people don't like it, but you do. You have a good governor, good guy. And he's with us, and the family is good, and his father's great. His father, you know, I'd see that name, Sununu, I said, man, he was brutal, he was tough. And once we won, there was nobody better than him. There was nobody rougher, and there was nobody better. But it's a good family, they really are. They've done a good job, and you're open up, and you're doing business, and here we are. But Biden has the lid on again. It's really, you know, I guess he figures if he keeps the lid on, he's not going to make a stupid statement. He made one yesterday. Yesterday he said, I'm getting tired of smart people. No, you got to like smart people. He said that. Then he said something much worse, right? He talked about the fact that we have the most corrupt drink. He didn't mean that. But I think maybe we'll put a clip up. You know, we have a new deal. If we like people, oh, there it is. See that little screen? That costs a lot of money. And if we like you, like we do the great state of New Hampshire, if we like you like we do New Hampshire, we put that up. And we have a couple of little clips like he's against Social Security, you know, little things like that. How about his oil comment? And I said, it took all the way to the end. He was doing okay. I wouldn't say it was Winston Churchill, but he was doing all right. He was getting through it, and then all of a sudden it came out, the oil. And he wants a transition. I said, okay, are you listening, Texas? Are you listening, Pennsylvania? Actually, are you listening? You know why? Because your bills, you know, you have, because of New York, you have the highest energy bills in the country. New Hampshire, all of New England. Because they won't allow, we're going to do it anyway, but they won't allow a pipeline to go through New York up to New England. You know that, right? And because of that, and all it would do is cause jobs, because upstate New York has been an economic disaster under Cuomo. And people are leaving. But think of it, a pipeline that nobody would see, way underground, would reduce your energy costs by 50, 60, 70%. And Governor Cuomo won't allow it. So we're having a little bit of a dispute, and this should have been done years ago. I get stuck with everything, you know, I get stuck. But we'll get it done, If we do that, we can get your energy costs down 50, 60%. So it means a lot to everybody. Sleepy Joe, and they are you turning the cameras around? Could I ask you to turn? Because you have never seen, people don't even believe it. Look at him. People don't even believe it. I only get disappointed because honestly, the media, the fake news is too close to me. If they were further back, we'd get more people up here, my people. I'm saying this to my representatives. If they move that back, they have magnifying lenses that are very good. If you move them back, you could have people, they wouldn't be blocked out by the fake news. Our lives are blocked out by the fake news, right? But Sleepy Joe voted for NAFTA, which was the worst thing that ever happened to your state and all of New England more than any place. Your factories are still, some of them, empty. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization. He shuttered your factories, shipped away your industries, and he allowed deadly drugs. One thing I learned more than any other place, New Hampshire drugs. For some reason, you get hit harder than anybody else. We brought it down 19%. We took it down. Now, we got set back because when the plague came in, all of a sudden we're looking at a different thing. But we got it down 19%. I met with your police. We went to the precincts. For some reason, your drug problem, opioids, everything else, is greater than most other states proportionately. And we focused very hard in New Hampshire. We got down 19%, coming down further. Had a setback when the plague came in from China. But we got it down to 19, and we're going to get it down a hell of a lot lower than 19 before we're finished, believe me. And he allowed drugs, deadly drugs, really deadly drugs, opioids and fentanyl to pour across our borders and flood into your schools and your towns and communities. And more in New Hampshire proportionately, as I said, than any other place. In 2016, you voted to fire the depraved political establishment, and you elected an outsider as your president who is finally putting America first. This is not the crowd that comes in second, okay? You know, when you leave, it's like a poll, right? Except much more accurate. When you leave a place like this where you have thousands and thousands of people and more people than all of this outside, unfortunately, can't get in, which I feel badly about. We put speakers out there, but they can't get in. But when you leave, you say, this is not a state where you're going to come in second. It's just not, because come in second. If Joe came in, even if he came in that beautiful Air Force One, is that beautiful? You know, I'll tell you quick, we have plenty of time today, right? Like, is there any football game? We don't watch football as much anymore, right? Until they stand and honor our country, we don't care. Until they honor that. But you know, when I first came in, I said, how old is Air Force One? Now, we have the greatest people in the world in our military. They're incredible. Look at the condition. That plane looks like it's 2 days old, right? But it's 30 years. Can you believe it? So I said, so what's going on? Well, they're negotiating with one, and they signed a contract for $5.7 billion. It's actually 2 planes. People don't realize this. Air Force One is 2 planes, okay? You always have 2. You're very spoiled when you have this job. I guess they figure if it's ever a little bit off or a little broken, you just rip out the second one for $2.5 billion. But it's a most incredible machine. So anyway, I said, well, but 30 years is a long time. I'm not talking about for me, I'm talking it's a long time, and I'm good at airplanes, okay? Been very good at airplanes. I said, so what's the price? $5.7 billion. I said, you gotta be kidding. For 2 airplanes, okay? I have friends, they order a Gulfstream and they pay $78 million. I said, half of an engine costs more than that. So 5.7, so I said, I met with the head of Boeing, good man, and I said, this is the first week. I said, we're not going to buy it. Signed contract, all done. $5.7 billion. I said, too much money. We're not buying it. They said, why do you say it's too much? I said, because Obama agreed to it, so it has to be too much. It's the only thing. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about it. But I knew if they were buying it, it was too much money. So I said, nope, I'm not going to do it. I said, cancel the order. So I went to a general. I said, General, I want to cancel the order. Yes, sir. And I said, why can't we keep using this 30 years, sir? And he's right. You know, look, you know, planes would come in from especially other countries, but from Arab countries. and it would be a brand new, what's called a 747-800. That's brand new right off the thing. It's actually a much different plane. It's much longer. It's got a much bigger wingspan. You wouldn't believe it. See the top the way it is? It's a much longer top. I hope you people are interested in this. But no, isn't this better than being on a teleprompter, right? No, but see the front. It's got its second floor is much longer. It's as beautiful as that is. It's far more beautiful, bigger, more impressive, more everything, and it's the right thing. So I said, so General, it's a signed contract. I want to terminate the contract. Yes, sir. I said, by the way, you can terminate no problem, right? Yes, sir. Very proud of it, sir. Good. You don't have to pay anything. Good. Yes, sir, we have a termination fee. Oh. How much is the termination fee, General? Sir, we pay $250 million that we're allowed to terminate the contract. It's $5.7 billion. So for $250 million, I said, wait a minute, General, wait. They haven't built it yet. They haven't even started it yet. We have to pay $250 million to terminate the contract. I don't like that deal, General. General, don't terminate it, because I want to get it. But I don't want to pay $250, and so just don't terminate it. Just tell them we don't want it. Yes, sir, so he told them. Then I told him, I said, nope, I don't want it. And we negotiated for about a month, and I said to the head of Boeing, really good guy, I said, hey, Dennis, look, it's 5.7. It's got to have a 3 in front of it. Now, I don't know anything about them. And it's very, very special what they have in this plane. They don't have in any plane in the world, okay? This is incredible. The kind of equipment. The equipment costs more than the plane. So I said, no, Dennis, it has to have a 3 in front of it. So this has 5.7, a 5. I said, got to have, in other words, we got to skip the 4s, we got to have a 3. No, sir, I can't do it. So then he comes back a couple of weeks later, he takes $100 million off. I said, nope, it's got to have a 3. I said, cancel it, I don't care. Don't cancel it in writing. I said, we don't want the planes. I was very careful. We don't want the planes. Are you canceling the order? I said, no, we don't want the plane. Because I don't want to pay $250 of your money, if you don't mind. By the way, I could tell you about 300 of these stories, all right? These are stories that all different things. This one, I just see the plane sitting there, so beautiful. So I said, no, we don't want the plane. Now, I can't really go to Europe and order the comparable plane, because there is no comparable plane, but I can. I can't say, I'm going to buy it in Europe. I'm going to buy Air Force One in Europe. Somehow that doesn't work, so I can't. I said, no, we're going to get used to this. We're going to have this plane. We'll fix it up. It'll be just fine. So time goes by, and they raise it. They bring it down another couple of hundred. They bring it down another couple, and then all of a sudden it started dropping like a rock. And we agreed to 3.95. Somebody said, well, it must be a totally different plane. Nope. In fact, I actually had one generator added. It's not a big deal. One generator added. And they said to me, then Boeing came to me, so it's 3.9 as opposed to 5.7. Now, that took about 2 months, 3 months. But isn't it really nice, right? The same exact plane, except with a different paint job. Our plane is going to be as beautiful as that looks, Jackie O. Our plane is going to be red, white, and blue. Doesn't that make sense? Red, white. And then they came to me, and the general came to me. The general came to me, and he said, sir, I know the way you like everything to be perfect. And sir, instead of coming down, see the big stairway on the left? You're really up there. When you're at that stairway, you're like on a 3-story building, right? And sir, if it's rainy or bad weather or it's blowing, and I'm thinking about my hair, right? Oh, sometimes, by the time I get down, the big one, the little one is a different deal, but the big one, which we use 95%, by the time I come down that big stairway, sometimes I am wiped out. You know, the wind is blowing. I said, is there any wind outside? Yes, sir, 50 miles an hour, that's good. The stairs are shaking, I'm shaking the whole thing. By the time I get into the car, I end up running the last. By the time I get into that car, I'm wiped out, okay? I gotta say. Does anybody have a mirror? So the general said, sir, we can build a new stairway under the plane, sir. It's a spiral stairway. I said, wow, that's a great idea. You'd be totally protected, sir. I said, fantastic. How much? 50. I said, wow, 50. That's a great deal. I'll take it. I said, I'll take it. I said, by the way, so for $50,000, I can build. No, sir, $50 million. I said, I don't want this stairway for $50 million. I tell you this because you people understand business. No, he said, we can build it for 50. I thought he meant $50,000. That's a lot of money for a stairway. No, we can do it for $50 million. So if you don't mind, I decided, let my hair get messed up, right? So that's the story. That's a long story on the beautiful Air Force One. So we have it coming in, and can you imagine after all that? I better win this damn contest. Can you imagine if I saw Sleepy Joe? He wouldn't even know it's a different plane. He'd get on, oh, this is very nice. Where am I? Where am I? You're an Air Force One. Oh, I didn't know that. This is very nice. How old is this plane? He'd say. I'd say, brand new, sir. It's brand new. Just came. If I see that gorgeous, you have to see the striping. It's incredible. There'll be nothing like it. And I don't want to see it. He won't appreciate it. He won't appreciate it because he won't understand it. But anyway, so that's a story that I tell. I could tell 100 stories like that. It's all the same. The waste, it's all the same. And it was all coming together. And then we had to spend $3 trillion on the plague. Can you believe it? With all of that, peanuts we're talking, we had to spend, and we signed a trade deal with China, which was so great. But the ink wasn't dry when we got hit by the China plague. We'll never forget it. We'll never forget it. You watch. Sleepy Joe Biden doesn't care about New Hampshire. I saw that. He left this state before the primary was even over. He abandoned you, you know? He likes to say Pennsylvania, well, he left them too when he was 9 years old, you know? And based on the polls, I'm seeing the people of Pennsylvania understand that very much. And as I said at the very beginning, a lot of strange things. You know, we're way up in Florida. We're doing fantastic in Iowa, fantastic in North Carolina. We think really good in Pennsylvania. We're doing great in the great state of Texas. And these aren't polls, these are people now. You know, now you don't need polls so much. These are people. We're doing great all over. Georgia's looking very good. We're doing great all over. This could be a very interesting evening on November 3rd. Now, you know, the biggest risk we have are the fake ballots. To me, they send millions of ballots all over the country. They found some in a garbage can, military ballots. The name Trump was written in by the military, and they found them in a garbage can. Thousands and thousands, 500,000 incorrect applications in Virginia. Thousands and thousands of things. I say the biggest risk we have are the fake ballots. You know, I voted yesterday in Florida, and I went, and I voted in person, because I like to vote in person. Call me old-fashioned, but a lot of our people want to vote in person. They want to vote. So I went to Florida. Sir, do you have identification? They said that. And no, and they didn't mean to be rude. They want to go through like they would. I took out a passport. I gave him a passport. I took an ID. Wouldn't it be nice to have voter ID, by the way? Okay. So the woman was great, very smart, and I gave her the passport. I gave her the ID. She said, sir, I think you might be President Trump. Okay, so I qualified. And then I sat. They gave me the voting thing, slips. Very computerized, very good. I went through every one. They said, sir, is this it? Yes. Good. Then I signed my name on something else. Sir, you can go to the booth and please, here's a pad. You can keep it secret. I said, I don't want to keep it secret. I voted for Donald Trump. I don't want to keep it secret. Now, if I voted for Sleepy Joe, that would be a story, right? That I would want to keep secret. So no, but I went in. The people were fantastic, and I went in, really professional people, great people. I went in, I took it out of the folder. I mean, they wanted me to put it in a folder just to walk it 20 feet to a machine. I took it out, I put it in, I put it in again, 2 pages, certain things they had in, a lot of different races, presidency and other races, good races, congressperson, good races, put them in. And I said, wow, there was no cheating. There was no way you could cheat. There was no way anything could go wrong. It was like a perfect deal. Now they send, think of that. So that's one way. The other way, they send millions of ballots. We don't know who's sending them. We don't know where they're going. We don't know who's bringing them back. We don't know who signed them. In Nevada, they want to have a thing where you don't have to have any verification of the signature. It is so terrible. And you know who knows it more than us? The Democrats. All Democrat-run states are the ones that are the problem. And they know it, and they say, he's against our freedom. He's against our freedom. No. I want to have a real election. I don't want to have millions of votes sent to millions of different people. And I call them unsolicited. I say solicited is good. That's where you write in, you want, they send it to you, etc. Which still is not as good as being there. But it's pretty good. But when you have unsolicited, meaning you don't want them, they call them universal. I said, that name doesn't make sense. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. They call it different names. I came up with a name. They have millions of unsolicited ballots being sent all over. And it's no good. It's no good. And there's tremendous, every day you pick up the newspaper and you read about, the only good thing is we have people watching them like crazy, both law enforcement and yourselves and everybody. But in Philadelphia, which is notorious for what goes on, we want to have poll watchers. They won't let us have poll watchers. So we're in court over poll watchers. Why won't they let you have a poll watcher? What's wrong? Think of it. What's wrong? Philadelphia has been unbelievable. When a candidate, very wonderful candidate, happened to lose very badly, ran a number of years ago, a man named Mitt Romney. Did anybody ever hear of Mitt Romney? He did so badly in Philadelphia, almost nobody voted for him. Now, you know that's not so, but they gave almost no votes for him, almost nothing. And you know that's not so, and it's not right. And we want poll watchers in Philadelphia, and they won't let us have them, so we're in court. But think of it, when they won't let you have a poll watcher, what's that all about? What's that all about? So we're watching it very closely, but I was really impressed yesterday in Florida because there was no way there could be any cheating. There was no way. These people were great, the system is great, and there was no way you're voting twice, you're voting 20 times, or you're not voting at all. It was a beautiful thing to see. But the ballots are not that way. The ballots get handled by many, many people by the time they even get there. And it shouldn't be allowed. And the Democrats know it's a hoax, and they know, and it's going to cause problems. Then we have a ruling from a court, I won't say which court, a ruling that the ballots can go beyond November 3rd, and then they can take time to, in the state of Pennsylvania, which we love, which we think we're going to win. I love Pennsylvania. I won it the last time against Crooked Hillary, right? It was the first time in a long time that somebody won. And we have a situation where they have their ballots, and they have a long time to count the ballots. A lot of bad things will happen during that period of time. Terrible things will happen. Crooked, dishonest things. But that means that Pennsylvania, major state, an important state, very important to me. I'm there all the time. I went to school there. Pennsylvania. So if we don't know the result on November 3rd, that means, unlike has always been where you generally find out the election that night or soon, we could be going on forever with this. It's the craziest thing, and it's frankly, it's a crazy ruling, and we shouldn't let it happen. We shouldn't let it happen. I think that's my biggest fear, my biggest risk for this election is the unsolicited, the millions of unsolicited ballots they're sending out. In California, they're sending millions and millions and millions of ballots. People are getting ballots that don't want them. People are getting ballots that don't even know why they're getting them. It's a terrible thing. Sleepy Joe Biden works for big tech and big donors, and you know, I'll tell you, when you watch what's happened, how he's being protected, because you see what's going on, he is a corrupt politician. And one of the reasons, and I would say the primary reason he's put the lid on again, is because he can't answer the questions. No, he can't answer these questions. He goes to China, the family makes a fortune. He goes to Ukraine, his son gets put on a board for $183,000 a month. How about Russia? Russia, the wife of the mayor of Moscow, pays him $3.5 million for the son, and then he has stuff that he has to give his father, 10%. Then he has another one where it's 50%. What the hell is going on? Terrible. And then the media refuses to write it. They refuse, except for the New York Post, by the way, whose stock has gone way up. I have a lot of respect for the New York Post. What they've done is incredible. So I'm not just running against Joe Biden, I'm running against the left-wing media, Silicon Valley, censors who want to manipulate and control the American people. No, it's unbelievable. And if you say anything bad about Biden, they block you. They take you down. Or they make it so you can't go on any of these sites, Twitter or any of them. It's unbelievable. Some high-quality people. They put up a story from the New York Post, fourth largest newspaper in the country, and the oldest by far, founded by Alexander Hamilton. Somebody puts up a story about this Biden corruption, which is incredible, and they block the story and take down his site. It's unbelievable. The great Charlie Kirk. But many of them. With your vote, we will continue to fight for American workers, lower drug prices. We are bringing drug prices down, way down. It's already happened. Support our great police, protect the Second Amendment, defend our borders, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that very beautiful phrase, made in the USA, like the old days, right? We go back to the old days sometimes, made in the USA. People used to be so proud of that, we are again. We will deliver record prosperity, epic job growth, groundbreaking therapies. The therapies are unbelievable. By the way, here I am. Now, I don't know, maybe I didn't need it. Maybe I didn't need it, but I'm happy I took that Regeneron. Superman. And a safe vaccine, and we have many of our greatest companies and labs are coming out very quickly with the vaccines. They're doing great, very shortly, very quickly. It's going to be delivered fast. That will quickly end the pandemic. It's ending anyway. We're rounding the turn, but the vaccine will get it down fast. Because we want normal life to resume, normal life. We just want normal. Normal life. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. You know, last year, New Hampshire had by far the best year economically that you've ever had. And I can say that for, I think, every state in the union. I really think just about. I don't have to go check. I don't have to be like Joe where he has no idea, you know. You just say, no, it's uniform. I think just about every state in the union. And you see what's happening now. We have a super V. We're recovering at a level. Housing starts. The Atlanta Fed just predicted. Now, this is not a forecast by me. This is the Atlanta Fed. That GDP has risen, will rise for the third quarter, which will end, by the way, it'll be, I think the number will be produced on November 1st, which is just before, but hopefully you'll have voted by that time. That's the crazy thing. Everybody will have voted before some of this incredible news comes in, but the news has been very good anyway. They're predicting GDP up 35%. Nobody's ever had that, right? I think 8%, I don't know what the record is, but like 8 or 9 or something maybe is a record, but this is 35% up, faster than any other country anywhere in the world. We went down less, and we've gone up faster. So within my first year in office, I delivered the largest tax cuts and reform in the history of our country. We cut taxes $2,200 a year, so that's for the typical American family. We doubled the child tax credit, $1,000 a child, and we increased median household income to the highest levels ever recorded. Highest. Then we had to close it up, save millions of lives, at least 2 million lives, and now we're opening it up. The radical Biden-Harris agenda. What do you think of Harris? Oh, boy. More liberal than Crazy Bernie. Can you believe it? So you have Crazy Bernie. He's crazy, there's no question. But he's a good sport. He's a great sport. No. Have you ever seen anybody lose so much and be so happy about it? It's happened now twice. Is Bernie running again in 4 years? Media, is Bernie Sanders projected to run again in 4 years? I think so. He'll be up there. One thing about him, he fights. Yeah. You know, he fights, but he somehow doesn't mind losing because Elizabeth Warren, a neighbor of yours, no. Elizabeth Warren, super radical left, not as bad as Bernie, and by the way, not even close to Kamala. But if she would have, and you know, I say it all the time, if she would have left, because she was gone. If she would have left before Super Tuesday, Bernie would have won every single state. That Sleepy Joe, he was shocked when he won. They said, Joe, you won. What? I did? How? What happened? Well, Elizabeth Warren stayed in the race, Joe. So when people voted, they split the vote. So Bernie Sanders would have gotten all of it. He didn't have to get all. If he got just a few of her votes, he would have won everything. I mean, literally, but he would have gotten almost all of them. He said, oh, okay, explain, how does that work? I said, forget it, Joe. He wanted to know how that worked. The radical Biden-Harris agenda is projected to slash the typical American's income, and you saw this in the Wall Street Journal, income by $6,500 a year over a short period of time. And also, it will destroy at least 5 million jobs. Joe Biden is promising the largest tax hike in American history. This is the first time, I said it last night, we were in Ohio, we were in Wisconsin, we were in North Carolina. I'm doing 3 or 4 of these suckers a day. That's not bad. Right? And he's got the lid on everything. I said, where is he campaigning? Sir, he's decided you can't have a president in this world where you have President Xi, President Putin, Kim Jong-un, and lots of people. You cannot have a low-energy president. Now, there's a reason he's got the lid, and I'm trying to figure it out, and I have a feeling it's because of the corruption, because he can't have. Did you see where he walked out in prime time right after it happened, holding ice cream, right? And the press asked him, what flavor is it, sir? What flavor? I think it's vanilla and chocolate. That was the question. They don't ask me questions like that. What flavor, sir? I don't think he likes me too much. We better win. No, he's not a nice guy. He's not. No, people that knew him in prime time, he was never a nice guy. Phony guy. He was never a nice guy. I don't think he's a nice guy. But now he's probably more agitated than ever before. Biden's $4 trillion tax increase is a missile aimed at the heart of the middle class and middle class families. That's all it is. You're going to lose all your jobs. These companies are all going to go back where they came from. We brought in tremendous numbers of companies. I mean, look at the auto business. We hadn't had a factory in 40 years, and now they're opening up all over Michigan, all over the place. Ohio, North Carolina, South Carolina. We didn't have, I'd say to Prime Minister Abe, a great, great gentleman who retired. He had a problem, medical problem, but he retired. I'd say, Shinzo, you got to open some factories in Michigan. You got to open up some factories in the U.S. I don't care where, you got to open up factories, Shinzo. You're selling too many cars made in Japan. You got to make them in the U.S. And he'd say, well, I don't do that. I mean, look, we don't have anything to do with that. This is done by the private sector. I said, Shinzo, you're a powerful man. You can do it. I really can't. I said, you have to do it. Next day, they announced 5 companies were opening up factories. So that was the end of that argument. And he's a great guy, Shinzo. And I hope he's going to be well. He was a great leader of Japan. In my second term, I will pass another historic middle-class tax cut. It's already... No, Biden, you know, all my life I've been studying politics. I watched it. I was on the other side. I was a contributor to like everybody. They came to my office. I was a contributor to everybody. And they would come in. But all my life I watched, and I'd watch Texas. And I've never seen this before, where somebody goes, we will raise your taxes. Vote for me. No, it's never happened. I've always watched politicians, we will cut your taxes, we will cut your taxes, we will cut your taxes. Biden gets up, we will raise your taxes. And people say, oh, a lot of people don't get it. They'll go like, oh, did I hear that right? No, it's going to raise your taxes. So Biden wants to eliminate oil. Think of it in Texas. You saw him in the debate the other night. Now, he can't get away with that. I said, so tell me, because he almost made it. And then that last question got him. And Kristen, who is, you know, not particularly in my camp, I thought she did a good job, to be honest. I thought she did a good job. She looks at him, she goes, why would you do that? And then I said, yeah, why would you do that? And unfortunately for his party, he said he will transition out of oil. And I said, are you listening, Texas, right? Are you listening, Pennsylvania? And are all the people in the country, because we have an energy-independent country right now. And once we get New Hampshire and New England, the pipeline cutting across New York, which we're very close to getting, you will have energy prices that will be like low, very low, very low. And nobody else will be able to get that pipeline, that I can tell you, nobody else. That means that no heat in New Hampshire, winters, $5 a gallon gasoline, much more than that, I think. Think of it, what are you now, $2? And you'll go under $2, right? $2, right? Armenia, you know Armenia? We're working on that, you know, we're working. We did it with Kosovo and Serbia. Do you believe? I got 3 nominations for the Nobel Peace Prize, can you believe it? Can you believe it? The Middle East, we're doing peace. I did it the opposite way of what these fools did for years. We just signed the 3rd Sudan yesterday, we signed. So we have Bahrain, UAE, United Arab Emirates, led by a great gentleman, a great leader, a great warrior, actually, Mohammed. And yesterday we got Sudan. I mean, no blood in the sand, no cost, no this, no that. The opposite way. And then we got one, Serbia. We had Serbia, because this relates to Armenia. We had Serbia, Kosovo. We're doing a trade deal. I said, wait a minute. These people, right? Serbia. These people have been killing themselves. They've been killing each other for years and years and decades. And we're dealing with both of them unrelated. I said, fellas, if you don't get your act together, we're not going to deal with you. What the hell do we have to deal for? We don't have to. You know, we're doing trade deals. I said, wait a minute. They've been fighting each other and killing each other for years. I told my people, tell them they got to work a deal. Otherwise, we're not going to do a deal with either of them. Of course, it's nothing. And you know what? They hugged and they kissed in the Oval Office, and they were so happy. And this is after many years. Nobody thought they could come together. Nobody thought they'd come together. That deal was worse than Israel, if you think about it, and the Palestinians. Israel and the Palestinians, they say, can't. It'll come together. It'll come together. We stopped paying. We used to give the Palestinians $750 million a year. And I said, look, we're not going to pay you if you're not going to make a deal. Why would we pay? And other people said that was a terrible thing. It wasn't a terrible thing, because they'd say death to America, death to Israel, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And now they want to talk. They all want to talk. So we have 3 countries. We have many countries lined up. You'll end up with peace in the Middle East with nothing, but for nothing. And a neighbor of yours, John Kerry, said 2 years ago, it would be impossible to do the deal that way. No, that's the only way you can do the deal. And it'll all come, it's all coming together beautifully. We're going to have peace in the Middle East. What we've done is pretty amazing. But with Serbia, Kosovo, so we signed a deal. So they gave me a Nobel Prize for that. They gave me a Nobel Prize for something else. They should give me a Nobel Prize for what I did in Syria. When I say Nobel Prize, nomination, I don't know. You know, I don't know. But with Serbia, so now we have Armenia. Look at the Armenia. They are incredible people. They're fighting like hell, right? They're fighting like hell. And you know what? We're going to get something done because, thank you, and I love you too. You know, the Armenians have had a tough go. But I saw, in fact, I was in yesterday, Ohio, actually. I was in Ohio because I went to various stops, but in Ohio, we had a tremendous group of Armenians with the flag and the whole thing. The spirit and the problems that they have and the death and the fighting and everything else, we'll get that straightened out. That's going to be, I call that an easy one, okay? We'll get that. Go back and tell your people. Go back and tell your people, all right? We'll get that straightened out. Armenia, why not? It's easy. If you know what you're doing, it's like that. If you know what you're doing, it's easy. But we will. But think of that with Kosovo, Serbia. I said, well, we're doing these two. We're not doing either deal unless they put it together. And they both came back, the prime ministers, they came back, they were in the Oval Office 2 weeks ago, hugging and kissing. It was an incredible thing, very historic. And what are we doing? We're saving a lot of lives. We're saving a lot of good people from being killed. See, normally I wouldn't tell you all this stuff, but we're in the afternoon. Where are we going from here? There's no more NFL that you watch. Where the hell are we going? Biden is also vowed. You think Sleepy Joe would be doing these things? I don't think so. I don't think. He'll go back to bed. Hillary used to spend a lot of time in bed, too. But she had more energy than him. She did. She had more. They said, what's the difference between crooked Hillary Clinton and Biden? I said, well, obviously they're both crooked, but let's get out of that. The big difference is she had more energy, but not much. And she's a more intelligent person. I will say this, she's a much more intelligent person. Until she used the word deplorables, I thought she was very smart. Biden has also vowed to impose the highest business tax rate in the developed world on companies that created jobs in our country. They came over here, they created jobs. They'll be gone in 2 minutes. It would trigger a mass exodus of companies and jobs out of America and back into the places they came for or other places. That's what happens. They would leave. And we don't want people to leave. We want them to stay, and we want those jobs, and we want that income. You've had them leave already under NAFTA. Biden also pledged to eliminate our tariffs on China. We're taking in tens of billions of dollars. We taxed them where they dumped the steel. We taxed them where they targeted our farmers. I gave our farmers, this doesn't pertain too much to you, but a little bit. I gave our farmers $28 billion from China because they were targeted. And it kept our farmers solvent and actually strong. In other words, he wants to raise taxes on American factories and give preferential treatment to Chinese factories. There's nobody that wants to see us raise taxes on companies more than China and other countries because they're going to pick up the business. So remember this, if Biden wins, China wins. If we win, New Hampshire wins and America wins. Very simple. Very simple. Besides that, how can he make a deal with China when he's taking a lot of money out of China, right? For himself and his family. His son walked away with $1.5 billion. He gets fees on $1.5 billion. So how can a guy like that, seriously, did you see the letter? Oh, that laptop he's got, you know, the laptop. You know what it's called? I said it last night in Wisconsin. It's called the laptop from hell, right? That laptop. That laptop is not good. But did you see that he wants $10 million a year from China for introductory reasons? In other words, he's going to introduce them to people. You know who the people are going to be? His father. Going to introduce him to his father. So this guy was, we won't say why and how, sadly, no longer in the Navy, right? Empty years, nothing. And then his father becomes vice president, and now he's making tens of millions of dollars. It's wrong. It's wrong. And Joe's making it too, by the way. Joe's making it too. 10%. We got to give 10% to the big guy. Oh, what does that mean? Tell us. What does 10% to the big guy mean? Explain that. That's why Joe has got the, that's why Joe has the lid on. The Biden tax hikes will also reimpose Obamacare's individual mandate penalty, which I ended. I ended the individual mandate, most unpopular part, which really makes it not even Obamacare anymore. We took it, the most egregious thing in Obamacare was the individual mandate. You had to pay a fortune for the privileges of not paying a fortune to have terrible health insurance, all right? And in the meantime, we've brought the rates down, we've done it well, we've done a great job with it, but much better would be if we come up with brand new health care. We'll see what happens in the Supreme Court. Always protecting people with pre-existing conditions, always. 80% of this tax would fall on Americans making less than $50,000 a year. You know, he keeps talking about the 400. It doesn't work that way, and he knows that. Well, he doesn't know it, but the people surrounding him. There's virtually no aspect of American life that Joe Biden does not want to tax and regulate into oblivion. And worse will be the regulations, because the taxes will go through the roof. But I think that the biggest reason we were successful is that I took off more regulations than any president, whether it's 4 years, 8 years, or in one case more. He will also massively cut your, he's always wanted to do this, massively cut your Social Security and your Medicare. And it's all part of the war on the middle class. I don't know what he's thinking. I've never seen a politician that wants to hurt Social Security that survives. And then he denied it, but you'll see in a second. Because you don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to Biden explain his crazy views and crazy plans just a little while ago. So roll out the video. I do this because I love this state. I spent a fortune for that, so I hope it works. I hope it works.
The way we pay for it is by rolling back unproductive tax cuts. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts.
Guess what? If you elect me, you're not going to have your taxes are going to be raised, not cut.
I would repeal the $2 trillion tax cut. First thing I would do as president was eliminate the president's tax cut. Let's reverse the Trump tax cut.
The Vice President has laid out a plan to increase taxes.
When would you make these changes is my point, because the economy is in a bad state right now. You wouldn't, I mean, would you wait for unemployment to go under 2%?
No. I'd make the changes on the corporate taxes on day one.
Bingo.
Let me ask you a question, John.
Yeah.
You're right here with me.
Yeah.
Have you been on the floor of the Senate? You were in the Senate for a few years.
Yeah.
Time and time again, talking about the necessity, with pride, about cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare, cutting veterans programs.
No.
You never said that.
No.
When I argued that we should freeze federal spending, I meant Social Security as well. I meant Medicare and Medicaid. I meant veterans spending. I meant every single solitary thing in the government.
Look, here's the deal.
You're an honest guy. Why don't you just tell the truth here? We all make mistakes.
I am telling the truth.
And I not only tried it once, I tried it twice, I tried it a third time, and I tried it a fourth time.
Joe, let me repeat it again. I want you just to be straight with the American people. I am saying that you have been on the floor of the Senate time and time again talking about the need to cut Social Security, Medicare, and veterans programs. Is that true, or is that
No,
not
it's
true?
not true.
That is not true?
That is not true.
I meant veterans spending. I meant every single solitary thing in the government.
Everything was on the table. I did not support any of those cuts in Social Security or in veterans benefits.
Whoa. Everything was on the table. All right, you're right. You just said it. Including, in your judgment, cuts to Social Security and veterans.
In order to get the kinds of changes we need on other things related.
Joe,
But we did not cut it.
I know, because people like me helped stop that. All that I would say to the American people, go to YouTube. It's all over the place. Joe said it many, many times. I'm surprised. You know, you can defend that or change your mind on it, but you can't deny the reality.
Secondly, we're in a situation where we have put together, and you guys did it for our the President Obama's administration before this. We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Proudly for your dad, first African-American state senator in the state of Delaware. everything about. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
So he did try and cut your Social Security, just like he said for a year, there will be no fracking. And then he got through that, and he goes to Pennsylvania, and he says you can frack. And then he denied it, and the media never did anything about it. They don't ask him the question. But the other day, fortunately in the debate, in one of the better parts of the debate, he said he's getting rid of it. So I think Pennsylvania's going to, he will not let you frack. It's not him. His party will never let you frack, okay? It's 1 million jobs in Pennsylvania, and for you, it's billions of dollars in energy costs. I will cut your taxes, not raise them, and I will always protect Medicare and Social Security, just like I've been doing. This election is a choice between a Trump recovery, and I call it a Trump super recovery because that's what's happening. You see the name. And a Biden depression. If he gets in, you're going to have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen before, with the possible exception of 1929. He's going to raise your taxes through the sky. He's going to put all those regulations. It would take 18 years to get a highway approved. We have it down to 2. We're trying to get it down to 1. And it may not get approved for environmental or for safety reasons, but you're going to know very quickly. We have regulation cuts. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. He wants to put all that garbage back in, all that wasted stuff. And we have more cuts to come. And we need regulation. We're going to have regulation, but it's going to be reasonable. It's not going to be where it's impossible to build a simple road from point A to point B. So you have a choice, New Hampshire, between a Trump boom or a Biden lockdown. He wants to lock it down. He said, no, I'd lock it down. We're not locking down. We understand the disease. We're going to take such, and we've been taking care of our elderly, especially with heart or diabetes problems. And we're going to take care of it, and we're going to be careful. We're going to be vigilant. But we're not locking down. He would lock it down in a heartbeat. He would. The Biden lockdown would permanently destroy the lives and dreams of tens of millions of our citizens, wipe out what will be and what's turning out to be the greatest economic comeback of all time. You see what's happening. Desperately hurt our small businesses, inflict lasting harm on our children, and massively reduce life expectancy for the American people. Life expectancy. So, for the American people, you see what happens. And I came up with a statement. I don't know. I think it was me. They'll try and find somebody else said it 25 years ago. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. When you look at what's happening with these lockdowns, right? I mean, look at Michigan, how she's so vicious. She's vicious to everybody but her husband. He can do whatever he wants. He can go sailing. He can do whatever he wants. No, but look, and we won that case in the Supreme Court. Michigan has to open. It was unconstitutional. She was running like jail cells over there. And Pennsylvania and so many other places. But fortunately, you people are in good shape. You're in good shape. You have no complaints. Lockdowns will also lead to a surge in drug overdoses. That's what's happening. Drugs, alcohol, depression, suicides all over the place, tremendous family disputes like they've never had before. It's a horrible thing that happens. The cure can't be worse. Under my leadership, we have marshaled the full power of government in our fight to end the opioid epidemic, to help those addicted, and to keep our precious children from getting hooked on drugs. It's had a tremendous impact. And it's really, because this was one of the first states I really worked hard on and campaigned in, I learned so much about that whole drug problem from New Hampshire. This is really the place because, and you have incredible law enforcement, police, fire departments, where I met with them, and they know this problem better than the experts. Biden is the shutdown candidate. The Democrats are the shutdown party. They will shut down your jobs, shut down your schools, your businesses, your police departments, your energy. They'll shut down your freedom, and they will shut down the greatest economic comeback in the history of our country. That's what we're doing. Do you know how hard it was for me to say, we'll shut it down? You know, we have the greatest economy in history. We're blowing away China. China was supposed to overtake us 10 years ago. 2019, they were going to overtake us. They were so far behind, we left them in the dust. Now, all of a sudden, we have to shut it down. But we saved, remember, 2.2 million people were going to die. We saved 2 million people, and now we're opening up. And it was a great honor. We had such incredible people. The ventilators, what we did with ventilators, we didn't have ventilators. And now we're making them for the entire world. We have all we can use in our countries. We got along great with a lot of the governors. Some governors, they were all thankful on the phone. Sir, this is incredible what you've done for this state, that state, that. If they happen to be not good people, they would then go out and see the reporters, these people right there, and they'd say, we're not happy with the job the president is doing. We got them gowns and masks and goggles and ventilators and everything else. But now we have the vaccines coming way ahead of schedule. If this were another administration, you wouldn't have vaccines for 3 years. If this were another administration, you wouldn't have Regeneron that nobody heard of 4 months ago. You wouldn't have these new super drugs. And you look at the mortality rate down 85%. 85. Yet it's incredible. And then you look at Europe, it's what's going on. You know, they always used to use Europe. Now they're not using it anymore. Yet as we've seen from surging cases in Europe, they're never-ending shutdowns. It just never stops. Europe shut it down tight, and now they have a surge. And it'll work out, but it should have never happened. Should have never happened from China. They closed up most of China, but they didn't close the world. They let it come to Europe, the U.S., the rest of the world. Joe Biden has made a corrupt bargain in exchange for his party's nomination. He's handed control of his party over to the socialists. He's handed it over to some very, very bad people. They are filled, and I've seen it, they're filled with rage and desperate for power. This election day, the people of New Hampshire must stop the anti-American radicals by giving Joe Biden, and it's really not Joe Biden, it's the people that control him, the people that surround him, because Joe doesn't have a clue. Joe doesn't have a clue. I really believe he doesn't have a clue. And you know, we can be nice, and we can say, oh, it's okay, or let's vote for him, we feel sorry. There's nothing to feel sorry about. This is our democracy, this is our country. We have to do what's right. And he's not a nice person. He's not a nice person. We have to give the Democrats a thundering defeat, and that includes Congress, that includes your Senate. You have a very good, by the way, you have a very good Senate candidate. I hope you're going to get out there. Because Corky, you know, Corky is, where is he? Is he here? Corky. Corky Mester. Where's Corky? Corky Mester is doing great. I hear he's doing great. Right? Is he? He better do great. He's running for somebody that doesn't help our nation very much, I will tell you that. So I hope you're going to be able to get out and vote for Corky. And congressional candidates, Matt Bowers and Steve Negron. Right? Great. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Hello, fellas. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck. And also a friend of mine who's been with me from day one, GOP Chairman Steve Stepanek. Where's Steve? Where's Steve? Are we doing okay? Because otherwise you're going to be fired so fast you're ahead. doing good? Steve is great. He loves his state and he loves our country, and he's the head of the GOP, and he tells us we're going to win. He said, sir, could you come up for a rally? I said, when would you like it? How about Sunday? I said, that's great. So I got in. It's okay. So I got in about 1 o'clock in the morning, just left. Actually, 4 states. Left Florida, right, where I voted. I went to North Carolina, I went to Ohio. I did a big one in Ohio. The crowds were unbelievable. It's an unbelievable state. We got Big Ten football back. I got it back. You know why? Because Biden and his group said, Donald Trump killed Big Ten football. I said, what do I have to do with Big Ten? What's this all about? And then I said, well, not only didn't we kill, I didn't even know they weren't going to open. I'm more focused on China, if you don't mind. And when I heard that, I said, that's terrible. I called the commissioner of football, the commissioner of Big Ten, nice guy, Warren. I said, Commissioner, we got to get it back. And he was good. And we worked very hard. I had a great group of people, Tim Pataki and some others. And we got it back. And then we got Pac-12 back, too. I said, get it back. Get it back. We got to get it back. So we have Big Ten opened up. Ohio State won and Wisconsin won. So they both won. It's nice that they won. I wouldn't have wanted to go there if they lost, but they don't lose too often. But Steve has been with us from the beginning, and he's been fantastic. He was with us for the great primary win, which was so good. And another man who's been incredible. He was from day one. He said, sir, you're going to win. I said, say it again. You're going to win, sir. And he's a real character. And he's a really good guy. And his name, I'm sure nobody ever heard of him, Corey Lewandowski. Oh, there they are. I'm looking for these people. Hi, Corey. Are you doing okay, Corey? Are we going to win, Corey? You better win, Corey. I'll never speak to you again. I'll never speak to you again. Hey, Corey, next time you could take a bigger chunk of the runway, please. We'd get everybody. Okay. Pretty good crowd, right? But even bigger is what's outside. What's outside? No, Corey's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's great. He does. He loves his state, and he loves our country, and he's a great person. He's a great person. In my first 3 years, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world, and now we are doing it again. You know, I see the hat. Make America great again, again. Make America great again, again. I'm going to add another again. This way I can sell you all an extra hat. It all goes to the again. Make America great again, again. No, we did. We had it. It was the greatest. We had the greatest economy. And I'll tell you something. We were coming together. I was getting calls. You've heard me say this. I was getting calls from people that normally I wouldn't be getting calls from. We had the best numbers, the best everything, in every way. And things were happening. Success will bring us together. And we're going to soon have that same, we will soon be in that position again. Very soon. We increased family income over $6,000, more than 5 times the gains in all 8 years. So think of that. In 3.5 years, we did more than they did in 8 years times 5. I mean, think of that. African American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment, and Asian American unemployment all reached the lowest levels ever recorded. Women had unbelievable numbers, and more women were working than ever at any time before. Think of it. Think of it. Think of that. And by the way, suburban women, you know that. I got rid of the regulation. You know, they keep saying he's not going to do well with suburban women. And you know why they say that? Why? Because I'm going to stop crime. You know, their next spot, the Antifa people, it only happens with the Democrat-run areas, right? But like in Portland, but their next stop is suburbia. But I got rid of the regulation that will allow projects to be built right alongside of your home. And I think that, I have a feeling suburban women are going to be voting for Trump. And you know, if Biden gets in, they're putting that regulation, very specific, they're putting that regulation back, and you're going to have low-income housing and projects built. You're going to have crime like you never saw, and you're going to want to get the hell out of suburbia. So I think we're going to do very well with suburban women, and I think it's going to be one of the surprises. Remember last time, 4 years ago? We listened, I suffered with this for 6 months. My wife would say, our first lady, by the way, says hello to everybody. She tested positive also. How about that? She was positive, and then she was better within a few days, you know. But thank you. But she's great. People love Melania. Every time I go, they have signs. We love our first lady. We love our first lady. She's great, great first lady. She represents you well, I can tell you. They don't treat her fairly, but that's all right. She understands it very well. She's done a great job, very popular. But when you look at what we've done, and the last time, right, 4 years ago, he will not do well with women. Right, Corey? Remember that? He will not do well with women. And then they said, wow, he did well with women. After they're crying. They said, what happened? What happened? He did well with women. Was that the greatest evening, really? Remember, I wasn't going to win Florida. I wasn't going to win North Carolina. I wasn't going to win Pennsylvania. Michigan wasn't even talked about. Nobody had won Michigan for decades and decades, Republican. Wasn't going to win Wisconsin, same thing. All of a sudden they start, the evening begins. Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio by 8 points. Nobody ever thought possible. That hasn't happened. So I start off with Ohio, and they all said, 8 points, what's going on? That's when we knew there was something happening. 8 points. Donald Trump won. Then we won Florida. We won Georgia. We won South Carolina. Then we won their firewall. They called it North Carolina. They spent a fortune. They spent a fortune in North Carolina. We won North Carolina. And then we just ran it up, and it was a beautiful, right? And then you saw these very unbiased anchors with the tears coming down. They were very unbiased. Remember John King with the red board, right? His hand was shaking at the end. He was like, well, this is not that bad that he lost Florida, that Hillary lost Florida. She could do, but when we started getting into Pennsylvania, North Carolina, they started getting a little bit worried, right? Now, that was an amazing evening, and we're going to have an even more amazing evening in 10 days. After the virus hit, we recovered faster than any major nation in the world. We're in the process now, but there's no nation in the world that's recovered like we've recovered. Since April, we created a record 11.4 million jobs. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden and Obama inflicted. Look, we've done more in 47 months than Sleepy Joe has done in 47 years. And I really mean it, too. I really mean it. Biden is the living embodiment of the corrupt and treacherous political class that I've had to deal with. Nobody told me the swamp was going to be that vicious or that deep. Swamp creatures, I can't even believe it. I thought it would be a lot easier. They're tougher, smarter, more vicious, and we're beating the hell out of them. We're beating the hell out of them. And they got rich by bleeding America dry. These same wealthy interests are now funding my opponent's campaign. By the way, you know all the money he raises? I could raise much more. I could sit for one day in the White House and call up every guy on Wall Street, the heads of every firm. I need 10 million, I need 25 million right now. Give it to the campaign. I'd have money. I would set every record in the book. I don't want to do that, because when you do that, number one, we don't need it. Remember last time Hillary spent 3 or 4 times more money. It's not about the money. In fact, recently I was criticized. They said, Hillary Clinton raised more money than Donald Trump. I said, what the hell? Because, we won. And they're bragging that she raised more money. My father taught me a long time ago, if you can win and spend less money, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Right? It's a good thing. But I would have those donors, I would be talking, Trump raised $900 million. I could do that so easy, but I don't want to do that. If I do that, you'll see there's something wrong. I'm the President of the United States. I know many of these people. Every time he raises big money like that, they've made deals. They've made deals. They're very simple. I serve the people. Joe Biden has proven to be a corrupt politician, whether you like it or not. It's a corrupt politician. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. And the people of New Hampshire, you had a lot to do with it because that was a very big win we had here in that primary. And you don't want a politician. If I don't always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight harder than any president has ever fought before. I ended the NAFTA nightmare, and you know it better than anybody else. You have the scars of it better than almost any other place in the United States, and proudly signed the brand new USMCA, which has just kicked in, a whole different ballgame. I wouldn't say Mexico and Canada are thrilled with that deal, but that's okay. I took the toughest ever action to stand up to China under my leadership. We achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. And the wall is going to be finished very shortly, over 400 miles. We're doing 10 miles a week. 10 miles a week. We're doing 10 miles a week. Biden and Harris, the wall. You notice they don't talk about the wall anymore. They used to say the wall will never get built. It's terrible. Every day, front page, hammering me, hammering me. I had a major party, the Democrats, along with the fake news media, and now we find out big tech. And the rhinos, too, the rhinos. You know, the rhinos in many ways are worse than all of them. That's Republican in name only. Does anybody? No, I had this major group of guys, and they used to hammer me. The wall will not happen. It will not happen. Then I won a couple of cases. They kept saying, then the wall started. Now they never mention the wall anymore. And by the way, Mexico is paying for the wall. You do know that, okay? A fee. Biden and Harris have put forward the most radical immigration plan ever conceived by a major party, including nationwide catch and release, which means open borders. It's a disaster. You catch a murderer, you catch a rapist, you know they're murderers, you know they're rapists, and you release them only into our country. If you don't mind, I ended it, and it was very tough to end it. It was very tough. And then Joe said the other night, and they come back to court. No, they never come back. I told him only a very low IQ individual comes back. They never come back. He said they come back for a trial. They say, come back in 4 years. And then nobody comes back. Why would they come back? There's no reason to come back. They would never come back. Only, I'm serious, like 1%, a tiny fraction comes back. And he was so solid on that, right? You saw that. They then come back for a trial. He was making it sound, catch and release was a disaster. I've ended it. We're not letting criminals into our country. Our country would surrender control of our border, and we would surrender control to the cartels in Mexico, who are vicious. The Biden border plan would be the biggest gift in the history. There's never been anything like it to drug traffickers, to human traffickers. They traffic in women, not so much children, not men almost at all. They traffic in women. And because of the wall, they can't come in. This is a problem, by the way, that's all over the world. This is not just us in the southern border. This is a modern-day problem at a level that it's never been before. They traffic in women all over the world, and it's because of the internet, because of the computer, but it's because of the internet, and children to a much lesser extent, but women. But the drug traffickers would be allowed to freely infiltrate our country and pump their poison into our towns and schools, especially places like New Hampshire, where it was so prevalent before I came onto the scene. It's been a lot better, and we're going to get it much, much better. Under my administration, over the last 3 years, Border Patrol and ICE have seized over 2 million pounds of deadly narcotics. That's a number that is unthinkable. We even have our Navy, our ships are now in the Gulf and in the Pacific getting it, because when we closed up the border, they went by water. Okay, they don't miss a trick. They're very smart, but we're seizing tremendous amounts in the ocean and in the Gulf. Working with Colombian officials, we've also seized or disrupted 227 tons of poisonous narcotics since April. That's just since April. And then Joe Biden goes out and says the other day that America is nothing more than an idea. No, America is a great country. That's what it is. It's not an idea. It's a great country. And you can't have a great country unless you have borders. Unless you have borders. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military, all made in the USA, much of it in New Hampshire. And we have weaponry, missiles, rockets, tanks, planes, tankers, submarines. We have weapons. We're the envy of the world. Russia, China, North Korea. You take any, we're the envy of the world, and they all know it. Our nuclear plants are all brought back to perfect condition or new. And just hope to God we never have to use it. But you know what? It's going to be far less likely to use when we have it. But it's all been brought back. We have the greatest weapons, the hydrosonic missiles that go 7 times faster than a normal very fast missile. We have the greatest equipment. We're the envy of the world. And hopefully, hope to God we don't have to use it. We passed big veteran area. Where's Big Al? Where's Al? I used to love that guy. We passed VA choice and VA accountability. We got it done, right? We got it done. So now instead of waiting online for weeks and weeks and days, and we have your VA choice. You go to a doctor, you get yourself taken care of, we pay the bill, and it's just been a great thing. We just got a 91% approval rating from the vets, the highest we've ever had by a lot. How's Al? Is he around? Where's Al? Where's Al? Where's Al? Al, did I do a good job with the vets? Look at him. Al was great. Al was so depressed when I first started running. I saw him. I just liked him. A big vet. He headed up some groups, and he was telling me how badly the vets were treated. So, Al, we got 91% approval rating from the vets. Thank you, Al. And I hope you're feeling good. You're feeling all right, right? He went through a lot. We killed the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We killed him, took out 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we took out the mass murder of American troops and many others. Soleimani is dead, the both of them dead. Worst terrorists. I withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, $150 billion, $1.8 billion in cash. I withdrew. The deal was nothing. And by the way, the first call I get if we win will be from the leaders of Iran. They want to make a deal because their country is going to hell with the sanctions. They're down 26 or 27% in GDP, which I think is a record also. I recognize the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And instead of never-ending wars, we are forging peace in the Middle East. No more blood on this hill. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. And do me a favor, vote for your senator, please. He's going to be such a great senator. I don't know. It's probably a tough race, but you should vote. He will be fantastic. He's what we need. And in conclusion, I want to just say this. A vote for Republicans is really a vote for the American dream, because we're about the American dream. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. It's already happening. It's already happening. That's already happening. We will hire more police. We love our police. Increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. And we're giving you a great new Supreme Court justice, by the way. That'll take place on Monday. The Democrats are thrilled. Monday. 3 of them, all great. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. That's what we have. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, already signed and done, goes into effect on January 1st. Lower drug prices, favored nations, lowest prices in the world. I'm instituting favored nations. The drug companies do not love me too much. They're taking more ads than anybody's ever taken, but that's okay. People understand. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions, always. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years, you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of New Hampshire. I'm standing up. For the last 4 years, you've seen me fight for you, and now I'm relying on you to deliver another historic victory for our country. Get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your coworkers, even get your bosses. Say, boss, you gotta come with me. And get out and vote. You gotta get out and vote. From Nashua to Dixville, from Portsmouth to Plymouth, from Concord to Claremont, and from Meredith to right here in Manchester. I like Manchester. We inherit the legacy of red-blooded New Hampshire patriots who lived by that immortal motto, live free or die. Live free or die. That's probably about as good as it gets, right? That's good. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed our oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Proud citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. It's happening very quickly. With your help, your devotion, and your drive, we are going to keep on working. We are going to keep on fighting. And we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of New Hampshire, we have made America powerful again, our military. We have made America wealthy again, our stock market, 401ks. How are your 401ks doing? We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. Thank you. see what's going on the road all the way up here. We have people all the way up. I'll tell you. It was never like that for the last administration, they tell me. You know, I'll ask the guys that happened to be with me. They were with the last one, too. They don't say much. I said, was it like that? They said, sir, nothing was like that. Nothing. It was never like that. And they've got the Trump signs and the flags and the American flags all over the place. All those American flags. Thank you very much. Hello, Carson City. Hello. It's great to be back in Nevada with the thousands of loyal, hard-working American patriots, great people. Can you believe it? 16 days? 16 days. And you know what? 16 days from now, we're going to win the state of Nevada. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. And we're going to keep it going. Early voting is underway, so get out and vote. And they're getting a little worried because certain areas, you know we're going to have a big red wave. We're going to have a tremendous, they know it. These fakers back there, they know it. They know it. All you have to do is look at this crowd. When did we set this up? Like 2 days ago? We'll be in Carson City in about 2 days, and the people come out like crazy. And the people on the road, thousands and thousands, because they couldn't get in. It's pretty sad when you take an airport and it's not big enough, right? Sir, we have a problem. We have an airport, it's not big enough. But you know what's happening? So we have the big red wave is going to happen. And that's going to happen on November 3rd and a little before for the voting. But you can get out now, right, Michael? They can get out now and they can vote. But you know, strange things are happening in North Carolina. A lot of people are out there voting. You know, those lines are miles long. They're miles long. And they're wearing a lot of red caps. They're wearing caps, and they're wearing badges, and they're wearing those beautiful shirts. A lot of them, they love our country. They work so hard, but they weren't into voting for a long time. Then about 4 years ago, they went out, and now they're out, and I think even more so. There's even more enthusiasm now than we had 4 years ago. Actually, it's hard to believe, and I'll say it for the fake news, by a lot. So, like, I'll give you an example. Michigan. In Michigan, we're supposed to be probably 80-20 with us on the back, but we're going to catch them. You know, everyone's expecting we're going to do well. We should with all the auto plants being built in Michigan. Hadn't been built for 42 years, and now they're building them all over the place. They're building a lot of jobs. They had the best year they ever had. Michigan had the best year. They have a governor that's got it locked down, but now we forced it to open up. They ruled unconstitutional what she's doing, but here's what's happening. So in Michigan, it was supposed to be, you know, they were going to take the big lead, then we were like a racehorse, then we were going to catch them with a big red wave, because our people like to go and vote, you know? They like to go and vote. But something strange is happening in Michigan. It's happening in other places too, but it's happening in Michigan because we're not at 20%. We're leading in the early vote. And that's never happened. That's never happened before for the Republicans. It doesn't work that way. Now, in all fairness, until I won Michigan 4 years ago, Michigan hadn't been won in decades, many decades, by a Republican. But we won it, and now we should win it by even more, because everything I said that would happen, happened. All the plans, all the good economy and everything, until the China virus came in. The plague from China. But now we're, and how do I look, okay? Do I look okay? Yeah, we can do things today that we couldn't do. We can do things today we couldn't do 7 months ago when we got hit with this thing. The whole world got hit with it. They should have kept it in. They could have kept it in. They protected their country, but they didn't protect the world or us, Europe. And we will never forget. We will never forget. We had just signed an incredible trade deal. The ink wasn't dry, and then we got hit by the plague. But we will not forget. But you know, we were doing numbers like the likes of which we've never done before. 160 million people employed. You had the best year you ever had. But almost all states, I can say it, I don't have to do a lot of research. Almost every state was having the best year they ever had. And then we closed it up and we saved over 2 million lives by doing what we did. You know, they don't like to say that. We did a great job. But we're now doing the vaccines. They're coming out very soon, very strong. Great companies, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, a lot of Moderna, great companies, a lot more than that. But they also have a lot of other things. And I would, you know, they call them therapeutics. For me, it was a cure. I mean, what's the difference? I said, give me a definition. Because I wasn't feeling, I wasn't like, oh, gee, I feel great. Okay? I hate to admit I didn't feel, you know, I haven't been somebody that's had a lot of problems with that stuff. So I hate to admit it, but you know what? I was not feeling great. Does that make sense to you? I wasn't exactly feeling the best. But the great thing is when you're president, you have so many doctors. I was saying to a group this morning, I said, I had 12 doctors around the bed, and everyone was grabbing a different part of my body. I did not know. And they're all super geniuses. But I was not feeling good, and then they gave me this Regeneron, which is an antibody, and great company, great company, tremendous success with cures, vaccines, other things. And they actually came up with the Ebola drug, which saved so many lives. They came up with a lot of good stuff, and look at the other ones too, but this was one I liked because it just seemed to have a very good record, but it was brand new, hadn't been tested, hadn't been approved or anything. By the way, we're approving it for everybody that needs it, free of charge, because it wasn't your fault, okay? And Eli Lilly makes a drug based on the same concept. Eli Lilly, great company from Indiana, great state. Great state because I won it by a lot. You know, every state that I win by a lot or win by a little, we're happy with. And by the way, we're leading, you know, in the state of Nevada. You better get out of here. Why wouldn't we be? But anyway, I took this drug. I wasn't feeling good. It's a transfusion, as they say. Like 1 hour. And the next day, I felt like Superman. I got up, I said, what the hell is going on? Whoa. I felt like Superman. I said, come on, bring him on, whoever it is. No, I felt good, and I could have left. I wanted to leave the hospital then. They said, sir, could we have a couple of more days, please? But these doctors are great. I love you, too. I love you, too. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. Thank you. But these doctors are great, and we can do things today 7 months ago was unheard of, really. The whole antibody thing was you know, what they've done is incredible. With the therapeutics and all of the vaccines that you're going to see coming on board right now. So, you know, I say you get out there and things are opening up. Tell your governor to open up. Tell everybody to open up. I told Michigan, you know, Michigan we sued. And they found her. It was unconstitutional. The only person that her state was opened up for was her husband. He was allowed to go and sail his boat, do whatever the hell he wanted to, but nobody else could do anything. They were like locked in a prison. And it's very bad. You know, that causes a lot of problems. That causes with the alcohol and drugs and depression and suicide, believe it or not. And the cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. So it can't be, right? It can't be. So if you vote for me, and you know what's going to happen. Let me change it. When you vote for me, So we have a lot of people here. Is there anybody that's going to vote for Sleepy Joe in this crowd? Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. Not too many. Not too many. Sleepy Joe. I can't even believe it. He should have never even gotten the nomination. You know, it was Bernie's nomination until Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, split up the vote. But let's change it. When you vote for me, prosperity will surge. Your taxes will be cut even further. You know, I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. The pandemic is rounding the turn. It's rounding, and we have the vaccines coming, and they go crazy, the fake news. But I will tell you, it's rounding the turn with or without. It's rounding the turn. You'll see that. Normal life, that's all we want. We want normal life, right? We want normal. We want to be where we were 7 months ago, right? We'll fully resume the Nevada tourism and hospitality industry, which is fantastic. Will come roaring back. And it will. And next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country for everybody. Unless somebody like Sleepy Joe Biden wants to substantially increase your taxes and your regulations. You know, we cut your regulations. It used to take up to 21 years to get a highway approved. Can you believe it? 21 years. You ever see the big charts where it showed you have to go here, then back? Take years and years. It could be 21 years, and then they get, not only that, 21 years, and then they disapprove it, okay? You know, how would you like to have that job? After 21 years, you're going for a vote, and then you lose 3-2, and that's the end of that. So a big portion of your life was trying to get something approved. And we have it down to 2 years. I think I'll have it down to 1 year, and it may be disapproved. If it's environmentally not good, if it's unsafe, it may be, but it's going to be 1 year, 2 years, and most likely it will be approved, and it will get done. He wants to terminate our newfound energy independence, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to end fracking. You know, do you ever see this guy? For a year and a half, there will be no fracking, no fracking, no fracking. Then he goes to a great place, Pennsylvania, and they say, by the way, we have 1 million jobs for fracking. Oh, we will have fracking. We will have. And the fake news doesn't even talk to him about it. They don't ask him, like, well, how come for a year and a half you said there's no fracking? And then as soon as you get the nomination, you say there's fracking. Remember Hillary? She said no coal, no clean coal, no coal, forget it. Then 3 weeks later, she had to go to, no, him up, you mean him up, because you see what's happening with Biden? He is a corrupt politician. But did you see Hillary? And then she goes to West Virginia, and she said, oh, well, actually, I like coal, but it was a little bit too late. It was a little bit too late. She got record low numbers. West Virginia, great place. They don't like it when somebody says you can't dig coal. That was not good. But Biden wants to launch a socialist takeover of health care to cut our military budget, and he wants to cut it right to the bone. Well, the Democrats do not like our military. They always, you know, traditionally, we have built the greatest military anytime that we've ever had anywhere in the world. If you vote for Biden, he will surrender your jobs to China. He will surrender your future to the virus. He's going to lock down. This guy wants to lock down. He'll listen to the scientists. If I listened totally to the scientists, we would right now have a country that would be in a massive depression. Instead of, we're like a rocket ship. Take a look at the numbers. And that's despite the fact that we have like 5 or 6 of these Democrats keeping their states closed because they're trying to hurt us on November 3rd. But the numbers are so good anyway, they'd be even better. But New York should be open. Michigan now has to open because of the court case. North Carolina should be open. They should be open. You guys, you want to open? Yeah, you want to open. Pennsylvania has to open. I mean, you know, we have places, and sometimes they're open, but they're partially open. They're not open like they should be. Get the places open. Let's go. Let's go. But he'll surrender your country to the radical socialist left. You see that happening. This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery, which we're in right now, or a Biden depression. You will have a depression. First of all, your taxes are going to be quadrupled. You will have a depression, the likes of which we have not seen since 1929. That's what's going to happen. And I'm very good at those things. You will have one of the Great Depressions of all time. Your taxes are going to go up. Your regulations are going to go up. Everybody's going to be leaving our country. All those jobs and companies that I brought in, they're all going back to where they came from. All he wants to do is raise it, even in the companies. Who wants to raise it for the companies so they go back to another location? They came because we cut taxes. Now he wants to raise their taxes. They will leave. It's very simple. You know, it's one of those things. It's a choice between strong borders or no borders, between supporting the police or defunding the police, between delivering a vaccine in record time to kill the virus or a Biden shutdown to kill the economy. On November 3rd, vote for jobs, safety, lower taxes, a secure Second Amendment, and freedom. There's a lot of people here. Look at that. Wow. It's a lot of people. I wish the cameras would show it. They never show it, right? They never show it. They show me. And you know what happens over my shoulders? About 3 or 4 people. 3 or 4. They're always complaining, I don't see masks. I mean, there's a lot of masks on. A lot of masks. Now they're corrupt people, but Joe Biden is from a failed and corrupt political class that enriched itself while draining the economic life and soul from our country. The guy's been here for 47 years. Isn't it amazing? I do something, he says, oh, I would have done it. He's been here for 47 years. Now all of a sudden he says, oh, we should have done this. When I closed and put a ban on China coming and heavily infected, I saved thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of lives. He said I was xenophobic, I shouldn't have done it. Months later, he agreed it was the right thing to do. Now he goes out, I should have done it sooner. And yet he didn't want me to do it months later. These people, I don't know how they get away with it. You know why? Because those people are more corrupt than anybody. They don't even ask them. They don't even ask them. For the last 47 years, they shipped away your jobs, shut down your factories, let drugs pour into our country and all over our great communities, and they ravaged our cities while sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless, ridiculous foreign wars in countries that you never even heard of. By the way, they're all coming back. They've been coming back. People don't like to hear it. People don't like to report it. They're coming back rapidly. He's a servant of the wealthy donors, globalists, and special interests who got rich bleeding America dry and putting America last. As your president, I could have been the greatest fundraiser of all time. You know, you see these numbers that they raised 300 million. You know why? When they raise money, that's a deal. They're making deals. I would be the single greatest fundraiser in history. I'll call up the head of Goldman Sachs. I'll call up the head of all these Wall Street guys. Most of them I know or know enough about. I know them all. I know too much. And I could call up, listen, do me a favor. Would you give 10 million to my campaign? Yes, Mr. President. Would you give 20 million to yes? But you know, when you do that, you don't have to say anything. When they call you in 3 months and they say, we need help with this or that, it's, you know, very hard. Like sort of almost morally, they did for you and you did for them. It doesn't have to be a deal or a quid pro quo like he had, right? Like he had with the $1 billion to get his son out of problems with the prosecutor, right? And they never ask him about that either. But I would be the greatest fundraiser of all time, but I don't like to do that because it puts us at a disadvantage, and we never want to be at a disadvantage. So easy though. Think of it. The president calls, he'll give me whatever the hell I want. 2016, you voted to fire this corrupted and decrepit political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. Joe Biden is, and always has been, a corrupt politician. He always has been. And as far as I'm concerned, the Biden family is a criminal enterprise. It really is. Look at what's going on. It's a criminal. You know, I don't know what's going on with the Democrats, a very powerful party, but it's not the Democrats. It's the Democrats plus the fake news media. And then it's also including big tech. Okay? Here it is. It's me. I'm all you have between your Second Amendment and chaos and all the problems. It's me. I'm all you have. And the Republicans, I love the Republicans, and we have some great, but they have to learn to stick together better. You know, we have some stupid people. You know, we have some stupid people. Some of them are gone. Flake, Corker, they're gone. But now we have this guy Sass, wants to make a statement. Little Ben Sass. The Republicans have to stick together better. You don't see that. Well, one thing I respect about the Democrats, they stick together. You know what? They have lousy policy. They want open borders. They want sanctuary cities. They want a lot. They want to raise your tax. They want to quadruple your taxes. But the one thing is, they stick together. The Republicans have to learn. They got to stick together. I don't know. And by the way, it's been that way for decades. I don't know what the hell is in the blood. Could you explain that to me, please, Michael? What the hell is going on? It's been that way for many decades. I don't know. There's always a few. They want to make a statement. It's just a bunch of wimps. Go ahead, Joe. No, I love them. They've been great. Hey, look, on the impeachment hoax, I couldn't do better. The 197 to nothing in the House, Republicans. And we even had the Democrat or two come and join us, right? That was an impeachment over a telephone call that was perfect. Other than that, think of that. But 197 to nothing. And with the Senate, 52 and a half to a half. Who was the half? I can't think of it. Oh, Biden couldn't think. He couldn't remember the name, right? He couldn't remember the name. Look, you know the guy from, I think he was the governor, I'm not sure. Or now what? Is he a senator now? Yeah. What's his name? Mitt Romney. That's right. Oh, he didn't remember, which I thought was insulting to Mitt Romney. I wouldn't insult Mitt Romney that way. Okay. But Biden couldn't remember his name. You know, they've only known each other for about 35 years. Now, Biden is gone. Let's not kid ourselves. We want to be nice. Biden is gonzo. Can you imagine having Kamala? Most liberal member of Congress. The most liberal member of Congress. And I think that whole thing, that's why Nancy Pelosi is talking about the 25th Amendment. That's the real reason. They want to get him the hell out. The Bidens make crooked Hillary Clinton look like an absolute amateur. It's true. And she's pretty bad. And I do want to hear from law enforcement. Why aren't they looking at? Maybe they are, and I hope they are. You know, I try and stay out of it because I'm trying very hard to be so right down the middle. But why aren't they looking at the fact that she got a subpoena from the United States Congress for 33,000 emails, and she deleted every single one of them, and then acid washed them, and then she pounded her telephones with a hammer. I've gotten rid of cell phones, and I throw them away, you know. Now I throw them into the Secret Service, okay, I give them back. But before this, I throw them away, I get a new one, right? She pounded the crap out of them with a hammer. How many people have gotten rid of your cell phones and pounded them to death with a hammer? So I just want to know, why aren't they looking at that? Why aren't they looking at that? Why aren't they looking at Ilhan Omar? But the biggest of them all is Joe. He's corrupt. And they found the laptop. You know what they call that? The laptop from hell. That is a laptop. That's a laptop from hell. Let's see what happens with it. Let's see what happens with it. So a giant trove of emails show Hunter Biden making deals, setting up meetings with his father, Joe, and using the office of the vice president for a for-profit cash machine. That's what it is. This guy's a vacuum cleaner. He follows his father around and takes millions, hundreds of millions, and billions of dollars out of these countries. I mean, that is so dishonest. That's so crooked. He is, no, I call him the human vacuum cleaner, right? You know those things on television? He's better than any one of them. Joe Biden said he knew nothing, but he lied because I'm telling you, this laptop is a disaster. The fake news and big tech don't want to write about it, though. They don't want anything to do with it. And they punish. And thank you to the New York Post. It's unbelievable what they're doing. You know, it's the 5th or 4th largest newspaper. So you'd call it the mainstream, not the lamestream, but the mainstream media. But it's I guess the 4th largest. It's the oldest newspaper in the U.S. I think it was Alexander Hamilton founded it, right? And they should be very proud of what they're doing. Because the New York Times refuses to write about it. And the fake Washington Post, which is a total fake, you know, that's a lobbyist for Bezos and the group, okay, for Amazon. But he calls it the lobbyist. You must call it that. I call it the lobbyist, okay? You own the Washington Post, you have a little power. It's a free lobbyist. Although it's probably not a free one. It probably costs him a fortune. But it gives him what he needs. But it's fake. And if you look at NBC and MSDNC, right? And if you look at ABC, how about Stephanopoulos the other day? You know, he interviewed me 2 weeks ago. He gave me a tough interview, but I didn't consider it unfair. Although it turned out the audience was stacked against me, you know. There were some Trump people and some Biden people and some did, well, no, it didn't work out that way, did it? And actually, they were very nice, right? The one woman said how handsome I was. You know, the one woman, no, it's true. I'd rather have that. I'd rather have that than have her say, you're a wonderful politician. Hell with that. I'd rather have her say, what's better than that, right, Michael? You're so handsome. You have such a great smile. But see, here's what happened with her. She was so nice, but she was supposed to be like, I think, a former Hillary supporter. But the way she said it to me, it was so nice. And then, after the show, and she said it, right? Did anyone see that? It was so lovely. And then after the show, she went rogue. I wouldn't vote for him. In other words, they said, wait a minute, this isn't the deal here. What are you doing? I'm sure that Democrats, together with their partner, ABC Television Network, said, what the hell happened with her? That's a terrible thing that she did. So I'm sure they hit her very hard, and she got back in line, okay? But I think hopefully her first statement was the statement she believed. He's a handsome man. See now, the fake news will say, President Trump went on a rant talking about how handsome he is. They don't understand. He went on a rant. It was a terrible thing. We don't think he's handsome. Actually, they think I must be the most unattractive human being they've ever seen. Except what they don't realize is without me, they will have ratings that will nosedive. They'll go out of business, every one of them. Right? You know, I'm making this speech a little bit longer, then I'm looking at this crazy Nevada sun, and I'm sitting here with his white skin. But who the hell cares if I get a little sunburn, right? They don't want to write about or report on this scandal because they want Biden to win. You know, I've always said, in the end, they're going to all endorse me. Because if Biden wins, they're out of business. This is the most boring human being I've ever seen. But they want Biden to win so they can take over our country. Because they will take it over between big tech, Section 230, by the way. All right, go ahead. No. No, it'll be one of the great disasters. I'm telling you, depression. Just remember the word. And you know it. And California, are you from California? You do. You do. You do. Come on, Gabe. Let's go, Gabe. Come on, Gabe. You know, I just left. I'll tell you what. So I just left California. And I was in a place that was sort of Republican. But I was with a wonderful reporter. I just spoke to him from the Washington Times, which is a really good newspaper, by the way. And he reported very strongly. The crowds were unbelievable. Unbelievable. And I don't know why we wouldn't win California. We're playing it a little bit. In theory, you're not supposed to be able. But they have everything against them. High crime, homeless, they don't take care of their homeless. I tell Nancy Pelosi, come back to San Francisco and take care of your homeless, Nancy. The endless forest fires, they're endless. I do, I like the governor, but I said, do you ever stop with these forest fires? Can you ever stop? They gotta manage the forest, you know? They talk it's all sorts of reasons. They got to manage the forest. Manage it. It's called forest management. But they got to stop. They got to stop. And now they have a new thing. They're running out of water. And you know, they've run out of electricity. They have brownouts, blackouts. What's going on? And a lot of people are leaving. They're leaving for Texas. They're leaving for Texas. They're leaving for Florida. They're leaving for places that are really well run. But it's very interesting. A big thing the other day. They're going to ration their water in California. And I felt so badly. I called up and said, oh, do you have a drought? No. You know what they do? Millions of gallons an hour come down from the north, pour down, pour down. So they have so much, right? They have so much water. But they route it into the Pacific Ocean because they have a smelt, right? Is it a smelt? How's that for a memory? Good? There's no problem there. Ask, smelt. It's a little tiny fish. And it's been having difficulty over the last long time. With water, without water, it's having difficulty. But they want to save the smelt. And in saving the smelt, they're destroying human lives, right? And they're destroying the farmers. And even Los Angeles, the homes, they do. So they have a thing where they're bringing it down ultimately to 42 gallons a person. And that sounds like a lot. Look, if somebody said you could have 42 gallons a person, I think a day, it sounds like a lot of water, right? It's not. It's like a quick shower and let's wash your hands. Then they have a mandate, wash your hands at all times. You must always constantly wash. Then they say 42 gallons. I say, wait a minute. Okay, I got a deal. I won't take a shower for the next couple of weeks. But I'll wash. No, it's true. So 42 gallons, it sounds like a lot, but it's really not. A friend of mine, he has this massive house. He says, I'm not going to be able to take a shower. I live in a house, this gorgeous house, right? Can't take a shower. Wash your hands every hour, every 15 minutes. You know what I did? I'll tell you this crazy story. So you know what bothers me? When you go into a new hotel or new house, they have these faucets, right? And you turn them on, no water comes out. Even if you live in like North Carolina, you live in areas where, up in New England, most of our country has so much water we don't know what to do with it. The problem is how do you get rid of it? But they do for, like the desert, like here, but they do for areas that are a little bit tougher for water. But even you have the water. So they do it. So they come up with this one regulation for all over the country. So you go into a hotel or you buy a house, and they have what's called a restrictor. Yeah, look at it, they're all nodding. Same thing, by the way, same thing with your dishwasher. I freed that up too. The dishwashers, they had a little problem. They didn't give enough water. Like, so people would run them 10 times. So they end up using more water. And the thing's no damn good. We freed it up. Now you can buy a dishwasher. It comes out. It's beautiful. Go buy a dishwasher. Go buy it. Those companies. I said, what's wrong with this thing? It doesn't clean the dishes, right? The women come up to me. The women who they say don't like me, they actually do like me a lot. Suburban women, please vote for me. I'm saving your house. I'm saving your community. I'm keeping your crime way down. I keep hearing, no, they keep, it's all fake stuff. Remember they said last time about women. Women will never vote. He will never vote for Donald Trump. They'll never vote. Then at the end of the evening, they're all crying, oh my God, what happened? Remember John King? What's going on over here? The red. He won Florida. Oh, he won Florida. It wasn't that I won Florida, I won it like fast. And by the way, we're way up in Florida right now, too. Because we've done a great job. Okeechobee, we've done a great job for Florida. We've done things for Florida that nobody thought could ever be done. But anyway, John King, so he's up there. He won Florida. Oh, well, that was quick. But the big, when we won Ohio, because did you ever hear for a year and a half when we were thinking about doing this, you cannot win unless you win the great state of Ohio, right? You heard that 100 times. They were doing that for me. Shtick. And then I get these polls. I had great people in Ohio. They said, sir, you're going to win Ohio. You don't even have to come back. You're going to win Ohio. By the way, they said that to me again just recently. But they said you cannot win. So we end up winning Ohio by 8 points. And it wasn't that we won Ohio, but the polls closed at 7 o'clock. And at 7 o'clock and 1 second, because, unless you win big, Michael, right? You have to, they keep you waiting. So the polls have closed in the great state of Ohio. Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio. They kept saying I was even. We had groups, they said I was, I'll tell you how accurate their polls were 4 years ago. I was down in 9 states the day of the election. I won all 9 states. Right? Other than that, they were quite accurate. Actually, this time they're much better. You want to know the truth. This time they're actually much better. No, but we're doing much better. And as I said, we have much more enthusiasm now. But anyway, getting back to my very boring story about faucets and dishwashers. So I said to the head, I called up great dishwasher company from Ohio that we saved, by the way. I said, what's the problem with your dishwasher? Everyone's going, well, they don't give us any water. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to get enough water. What's the problem? We need more water. Not that much, but I said, how much you need? This. Would you like more? Well, I'd love more. Would you give us more? I'll give you more. You have so much water, you don't know what to do with it, right? So we gave them what they need. And now the dishwashers are incredible. They work beautifully. And you go one time, and you come back and your dishes are nice and beautiful and clean and dry. You don't have to go 10 times. The same thing with the restrictors in the faucet. So I hate to say the 3 things. It's the shower, it's the sink, and the third element in the bathroom. But I don't say it, because every time I say it, they only talk about that one. Because it's sort of gross to talk about, right? So I won't talk about the fact that people have to flush their toilet 15 times. Okay. I will not talk about it. I'll only talk about showers, but there is 3 things. I won't talk about it. This way they can't report it. So what happens? I call my people, environmental people, why are we doing this? Because when you wash your hands, it takes you 5 times longer. The water's not coming. You got soap, you can't get it off. I said, open it up. They said, what do you mean? Take the restrictors off. People know. And if you're out here, you got to be careful, and you got to do all the things you've been doing anyway. Take the restrictors off. And you may leave it in certain areas where you might need it, but most of the country, big portion, it doesn't need it. Then on the shower, the worst. You ever get under a shower where no water comes out? And me, I want that hair to be so beautiful. Right? I want the hair to look good. I go into some of these hotels, when you travel, and I go into these hotels, new hotels, they do it, and I said, it's not their fault. And I get in there, I say, oh, I can look at it now, I know everything. I say, oh, here we go. Turn on the water. Drip, 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 drip. But now, you go into a shower and the water pours out. You go into a sink and you can wash your hands very nicely, beautiful. And the third thing, don't worry about, okay? We won't talk about it. There's one time, that's all. So I'm not just running against Biden, but you watch, they'll be talking about the third thing. They won't. I've done this before. And they never even talk about sinks and showers. So I never talked to it. You'll see how dishonest they are. But I'm running against a left-wing media, big tech giants, and a corrupt political class and a corrupt Democratic Party. You saw what they did. They spied on my campaign and got caught. They tried to take down the President of the United States. But they went after the wrong president. Let me tell you something. I really believe this. Somebody said it just today. Any other president would not have been able to withstand what we've done. They'd be in a corner with their thumb in their mouth saying, please take me home to mommy, please. These people are evil. Even Schiff today, you know Shifty Schiff? So, did you hear the new one? I was waiting for this. So they find this horrible, horrible laptop of Hunter. Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? But Joe is far more corrupt than Hunter, because Joe knew Joe's getting a piece of everything. They have it in the email, 10% and 50%. But Joe is far more corrupt than Hunter. But what happens is, they say, where's Hunter? And they see what's going on. Everybody's looking for him. Everybody wants to find. And all we're hearing is that you can't talk about this kind of thing. You can't talk. Can you imagine if that were Don Trump Jr.'s laptop? Or Eric Trump, who's such a fun, these are good kids, but they have just been brutalized by these maniacs. Or what about our great Ivanka Trump? Can you imagine? Tiffany, even Barron, right? Barron. You know, Barron. No, they're all good kids. But could you imagine? You know, Barron had the problem, okay? He got healed in about 15 seconds, right? You got to understand that. You know, the young kids, was it 99.9 something? They said Barron tested positive. Even I wasn't worried. You know, he's strong. He's definitely tall. He's tall. And he's a good kid. He's a good kid. He's a smart kid. But they said, sir, Barron tested positive. At first she said, oh. I said, well, is he okay? Yeah. Are you going to give him anything? No. Like 2 seconds later, I said, how's Barron? Oh, he's all set. He beat it. I hate to say it. They have a much stronger immune system than we do. I hate to say that. You know? I said, congratulations, Barron. I said, that was quick. I said, how did it feel? I don't know. But the Democrats and this horrible group of people, they have nothing but disdain for you and for your values. They lecture you on the need for open borders while they live behind gated communities like Nancy Pelosi. She doesn't want a wall, but she lives in this very beautiful house with lots of good ice cream. They support crippling lockdowns while their jobs remain totally exempt. They keep your kids out of school while their kids and their families have private tutors, right? They want to take away your guns. They want to destroy your Second Amendment while they employ armed guards. And it's time that we sent them a very strong message, because they're hypocrites in Washington, D.C. and in Silicon Valley. And in Silicon Valley, Section 230, on Election Day. Not everybody understands that, but we have some great politicians here today that understand it. But on Election Day, you can send a message to the fake news media right there, to the big tech companies, and to the Washington swamp. We never knew it could be this deep. When I said, drain the swamp, I didn't know it was this bad. But send them a message that they will never forget. Show them that the American people are still in charge by delivering Sleepy Joe Biden and the Democrats a thundering defeat on November 3rd. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because I'm not a politician. But I've dealt in politics for a long time. I know them very well. I know them all very well. I've dealt for a long time. I know them all. If I do not, thank you very much. If I do not always play by the rules of the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you harder than anyone ever before. Thank you very much. By the way, did you see Biden this one? He was very agitated. You get agitated. He was very agitated, and he's screaming at him, and he had nobody in the audience. He had a couple of cars. He just had to honk in the horn. I can't believe it. And they don't report that. You know, we got lucky. I think the cameraman slipped and the camera went a little off kilter because they would never. Just like we want them to show our crowds. They don't want that. I love watching those circles. He's got those big, they're so well done now. The best thing about his campaign is the guy or woman that does the circles. No, there's a lot of talent there. They're perfect. You know, I'm a perfectionist, frankly. I am. He's always a good builder. Now look at those circles, very thick. And very far apart. I think you got about 6 of them, because that's the number of people that show up. This way he could say, we were sold out today. I'm fighting against forces who want to destroy everything that you love and cherish. People think of Joe Biden as a nice man, but he's not a nice man. No, he's not a nice man. He was never a nice man. And he was never a smart man. He got lucky. He got lucky that Pocahontas didn't quit earlier. And he's not a good man. He's a corrupt man. And he took an ad against me knowing it was false. You probably know the ad. It's a horrible, vicious ad having to do with the military. It's a totally false, horrible, horrible ad. And nobody has ever done more for the military than I have. Nobody. And we advised him and his group of dishonest cronies, legally and every other way. We advised them and we let them know. We're putting complaints in all over the place. But he took a vicious, vicious, horrible ad of something I never said. It was a magazine that's an Obama-type magazine with Obama and Biden and crooked Hillary. It's a third, I won't even mention it, third-rate magazine, loses a fortune. And they made up a story. And they said I said certain things. There's no human being on earth, unless they're seriously, seriously deranged, that would say such a thing. And I said it in front of other soldiers. And I have 26, I think, witnesses saying, it's ridiculous. Number one, you wouldn't need any witnesses. Nobody would say a thing like that. But we said it never happened. They have no witnesses. They have, I think, an anonymous source. But the source doesn't exist. It was made up. It was made up just like the Russia bullshit was made up. So they made it up. They made up this lie, and now it's in television commercials, like I said it. And frankly, if I were a military person and if I saw that ad, I would never vote for Trump. And I told my people, this is a very serious thing. They took a statement, made up a statement, just like they do. It's what they do. They're vicious, horrible people. They made up a statement, and now they put ads in during a football game. I see an ad. I'm watching the game. I mean, I must tell you, I'm not into football so much anymore. You want to know that? No, I'm not. It's hard to watch. I love people that honor our anthem and honor our flag and honor our country. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you look at the basketball. Did you see the basketball already? It's final. Down 7 up, 70%. Who the hell? I didn't watch one shot. No interest. No, we want people. You know what? People want to watch sports. They want to watch sports. We have enough of us, right? They have enough of us. There's plenty of us. But down 70%. I mean, in one way it's a shame, in another way, you know, when we had this argument with the NFL 2 years ago, it really hurt them badly. They were down 25, 30%, right? People weren't going to the games. And I thought we won the battle. I thought it was over. Then I saw Roger, nice guy, Roger Goodell, in his basement wearing a blue T-shirt, tight, very tight. You know, like he's a player. It doesn't work. I don't want to have a tight one. I want it as loose as possible. But he's wearing a tight one. He thinks he's all buffed up and everything. No tie, you know, just a T-shirt, like an undershirt that's painted blue. That's a blue color. I don't even think it had anything on it. And he said, we've decided to do this or that. And I said, there goes the NFL, right down the tubes. And nobody was, this was during, I think, August. Nobody was even talking about it. What the hell is he doing? And here it goes again. Nobody cares about football because of it. And I don't know how many chances they're going to get, but they ought to get smart because they can't win this war. We want people that love our country. We don't want this crap. If a player's making $25 million a year doing something he'd be doing anyway on the weekend, okay, because he loves playing football, and if somebody's making $10 million for blocking or $25 million for throwing, and they say what a horrible country we're living, we can't do that. Can't do it. And you know what? I want them to protest. I think if they want to protest, they can, and there's always reason to protest. They can, but not then, and not sitting on a knee instead of standing proudly with your hand on your heart. And you know, in the contract, they have a clause. You have to stand hand on heart. They actually have, I think, hand on heart. They don't want to exercise it because they're weak. They're weak people. And weak people is what got our country in trouble. And you talk about weak, Joe Biden. Joe Biden and the socialists will kill your jobs, dismantle your police departments, dissolve your borders, confiscate your guns, and impose a $4 trillion tax hike on your companies and yourselves. $4 trillion. You know what $4 trillion is? That's the largest tax hike in the history. And you know what they're going to do with it? They're going to spend it on the Green New Deal. Conceived by the brilliant AOC +3, a poor student with absolutely no environmental experience. Right? They want to attack religious liberty, drive God from the public square, and destroy your suburbs. I say that to the women because I keep hearing, they said, the women from the suburbs. No, I think the women from the suburbs are looking for a couple of things. One of them is safety, one of them is good, strong security, and one of them is they don't want to have low-income housing built next to their house. And you know who makes up 30% of your suburbs? Minorities, African Americans, right? Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, minorities, okay? People think, is it racist? It's not racist, it's the opposite. I've had them come to me, people come to me and say, thank you so much. But they keep talking about the women from the suburbs. I think we're gonna have a big resounding, what the hell happened with women to the suburbs? They really like Trump a lot. You know? Only vote for me if you're a woman from the suburbs. And you know, I shouldn't say this because they'll bring it up, but one time, early on, you know, I haven't been doing this that long, right? You know, I haven't been doing it. I have guys that have been running, sir, I've been running for 40 years. I said, well, I've only run for 2 years, but I became president, you didn't. But you know, it's sort of interesting because I really think that women from the suburbs are going to like Trump because I think it's going to be one of the big, because that's it. It is about safety. It is about safety. And when you see what happens in our cities where they run and ransack and they're anarchists. And you know what? They say the suburbs are they actually say the suburbs are next. And just so you know, so important, these are Democrat-run states and cities. Republicans are doing great. And we're not going to let this happen. And we'll stop it. We want a resounding victory. We're going to stop it. But the suburbs are next. But I did say, you know, early on, I said housewives from the suburbs. They went after me when I said that. Let me ask you, the women from the suburbs, do you mind when we say housewives from the suburbs? You know? No? They're all saying no. But I'll do it politically correct anyway. If you don't, I'll say women. But I said housewives from the suburbs. They went crazy. Donald Trump. He wasn't politically correct, they said, Michael. Biden supports cutting police funding, abolishing cash bail. You know, you get a murderer. Oh, let's let him out. Oh, let's let him walk the street. You see what's happening in New York? What they're doing to New York, our governor, what he's doing to New York is horrible. And he called law enforcement, Sleepy Joe, he called law enforcement recently the enemy. No. Law enforcement has done an incredible job. And you're always going to have a bad apple. You're always going to have somebody that chokes. You know, they have like a quarter of a second. You ever see the test where somebody slashes open the door? You got a quarter of a second. And they could be on the force for 30 years. But that's a hard thing to do, right? And you're going to have people, they choke. Like in sports, you see, they choke. Some people choke. Then you have Jack Nicklaus, and you have Tiger, and you have great people that tend to choke a lot less. But you know, some people choke, and it's not their fault. It's just the way it is. You have a quarter of a second to make a decision. Quarter of a second. Think of it. Joe Biden and the Democrat Party have waged a war on police, on cops, and inciting riots. And that's what you do. When you take away the majesty of that position, you are inciting violence. When you allow people to loot stores and you have the police standing back and they want to go in and do their job, and they can do it so easy. You don't even need us to bring in the National Guard like we did in Minneapolis, like we were ready to do in Seattle, and then they gave up the night before because they didn't want to play games. I was so disappointed when they gave up. I was. The one I really want to do is Portland. That's going to be so easy. You know, we have to be invited in. The governor doesn't want. I call her. I say, Governor, let us go in. Give us 30 minutes, Governor. But you know what? I don't want to violate. I could, I guess, if I did. But we have to be invited in. And the city, it's the craziest thing. These are anarchists. That would be the easier one. Would love to go in and do something big with Chicago. That's actually a bigger problem. That's actually a bigger problem. Hard. The easy one are the anarchists in the middle of the street that hate our country, hate our cops. You saw them. They killed this young man. Right? They shot him in the street. And a day went by. They knew the guy. And they didn't arrest him. Another day went by. They didn't. I called down. I said, what's going on? They didn't arrest him. They knew who he was. They knew where he was. They didn't want. They would have never. So I sent in our great U.S. Marshals. They were so happy. You know, the law enforcement, they love our country. They were so happy. And this guy was a killer. He had other crimes too, by the way, bad ones. But he shot this young man right in the middle of the street. He shot him. You heard the bullet ring out. You heard the people scream. They knew who it was. They said that was so-and-so. So after 2.5 days, I said, go in. Gotta get him. 15 minutes, it was all over. It was all over. That was it. It's all over. Here in Nevada, rioters burned the city of Reno. And during the violent demonstrations in Las Vegas, a 29-year-old police officer was deliberately shot in the head while he was doing his job. Think of it, you know who that was, right? You know who he is, was. Joe Biden, is he here or no? Right? You know who I talked to, because his partners were, we talked to a lot of the people that were there. I think his partner's here. But I want to tell you, we can't let this happen. They've taken away the respect. You have to let them do their job. They'll do it well. You can't have, remember in Minneapolis, where the mayor ordered the police to leave the premises, right? Seattle, leave the premises. And then they took over the police department. You have that, you're not going to have a country. But this is the radical left. This is the radical left. Joe Biden will appease the rioters, looters, and anarchists. And I'm having them arrested instead, okay, if you don't mind. And remember, it's all in Democrat cities and states, all in Democrat. If you're a moderate Democrat or a liberal who knows that your party has gone totally off the rails, we are welcoming you with open arms to the Republican Party. Biden's agenda would also be a catastrophe for Nevada seniors. Seniors, any seniors here? For years, Biden tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. You know that, right? Remember they used to say, I'm going to cut it. Well, what happened? I never cut it. Remember they said, I'm going to be in wars. You know, that's my personality. They think it's not really. It is if we have to. I'll be better than anybody else. But, you know, you say, whatever happened to North Korea? Remember we were supposed to be in a war with Obama or Hillary or whoever it was. You would have been in a war. Obama expected to be in a war. That would have been a bad war. Now Biden is pledging mass amnesty and free health care for illegal aliens, decimating Medicare and destroying your Social Security. While I am president, no one will touch your Medicare or your Social Security, including me. No one. Under my leadership, we are delivering a safe vaccine and very rapid recovery, and we're all set to deliver it. We have the military ready to deliver it. It's going to be incredible. We have a general, that's what he does. He delivers soldiers and delivers everything. This is easy for them. It'll be delivered very, very rapidly. Joe Biden would terminate our recovery, delay the vaccine, and annihilate Nevada's economy with a draconian, unscientific lockdown. Because, you know, they're finding out these lockdowns aren't working. Look at Europe. They're having this massive surge. They've been locked down. Okay, look at these lockdowns. They've been locked down, and now they're having a surge. Look at Michigan. Michigan had a surge. Well, who's been tougher than her? She ran like a prisoner. She was like a warden, right? And they have a surge. And then they say she's doing a wonderful job. I think she's doing a terrible job. By the way, I know all of the governors. You know, we basically deal with the governors. The governors run their states. We give them the equipment. We help them out. We got them all of the ventilators. We did an incredible job with that. Jared Kushner did a great job. We had so many. No, he did an incredible job. No, but he got these guys from Silicon Valley. Nobody understood. Ventilators, right? No, but, you know, for that, they're good. I have to tell you, they came in. Everybody said these things are complicated. They walked in like, that's got to be the simplest piece of equipment we've ever seen. And we now have become the ventilator. I mean, we're making thousands and thousands a month, and we're actually giving them. We don't need any. But we didn't have ventilators. We weren't equipped for a thing like this. Our cupboards were empty. The governors were. And I got to know all the governors. Some did a great job, and some did a poor job. But when we had our weekly calls with the governors, they would say, even the biggest enemies, the biggest haters, sir, thank you very much, or to our great vice president who headed up the task force, Mike Pence. Mike Pence. Oh, did he do well in his debate with her? That was unfair. If that were a fight, they would have stopped it, right? They should have stopped it. I said they should have stopped that debate in the middle. That's a great expression, right? Boxing, you know, you learn UFC. If that were a fight, they would have stopped it. But Mike was great, and he's done great, and he did great with this whole thing. But the governors would say on conference calls, all 50, usually almost all of them were on, because they all wanted everything. You know, their cupboards were empty. That was their fault, I guess. You know, but let's say it was their fault. But we had to help them, and we did. We built hospitals for some of them. We built everything. We did a great job. But they would say, thank you very much, great job, great job, great job, every one of them. And if they weren't happy, we'd make them happy during the call, because we had the generals, the admirals, we had great people, and we took care of them. And they'd say, great job, thank you very much. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you very much, great job. We're sending a lot of gowns to Michigan, goggles to Michigan, lots of things to all the different states. But she'd say, great job, thank you very much. And we have it all down. You know, it's all down. Because I think all those calls, I hope they were taped. Hey, could you imagine if we didn't have my call with the president of Ukraine, if we didn't have that transcribed, then it would have been this crazy maniac named Adam Schiff with his phony story that he told to the United States. But we had it transcribed. Isn't that a wonderful thing? So I think we have it transcribed or taped. But all the governors, every one of them, thank you very much, great job, great job, great job. Then they go outside and they see the press. You know, they get nervous with the press. These guys, they make them nervous. We're not very happy with the job the president's doing. I said, he's no good people. But you know what? Someday I'll tell you the story. We had some great ones, and we had some people that didn't know what the hell they're doing. But I'll let you know at the right time. Under the Biden lockdown, the lights of Reno and Las Vegas were extinguished. Carson City will become a ghost town. If he comes in, Carson City will become a ghost town. And the Christmas season will be canceled. Look, remember I said we're going to bring back Christmas, right? The name. Remember we brought it back? Remember? I used to go around saying we will bring, because I saw these big department stores, you know, they thought it was politically correct. So they say, have a great season. I said, no, I don't want to have a great season. I want to say Merry Christmas, say Merry Christmas. Now they're all saying Merry Christmas. So I just want to introduce a couple of warriors that are here. We're joined tonight by Congressman Mark Amadei. Come up, Mark. What a job you're doing, Mark. He's a warrior. Thank you, Mark. What a great job. What a great job. How we doing? Okay, we're doing all right here, right? Thank you very much. You're doing good. Thank you, Mark, very much. We're also a man who's a fighter. But if he loses, I will never talk to him again. And he's the Nevada Republican Party chairman, respected by everybody, loved by everybody, Michael McDonald. Michael. Good, Michael? You look good, Michael. And congressional candidate, somebody that's going to win, and we're working with him very strong, Jim Marchand. Jim, thank you. I hear you're doing good. I heard you're leading in the poll. Jim, get it done. We'll help you. A friend of mine and a man who's doing really well, and he's watching those, he's a very smart guy and respected by everybody. He's watching those ballots come in. I think he's watching every one of them. Attorney General, your former Attorney General, respected. They love him, and I love him. Adam Laxalt. So, Adam, are you and Nick finding any bad things? Anything bad happening? Can you please watch very closely? For the people, not for me. You know, you're not doing this for me, you're doing it for the people, okay? He's got the most important assignment there is. Because a lot of bad things, they're finding those things in creeks. They're finding them in riverbeds. They're finding them in ash cans and dumpsters. In large numbers in Ohio, 50,000 were missing. In Virginia, 500,000 applications were made that were false. And in one place, everything was good except for one problem. They forgot to put my name on it. Other than that, it was great. Other than that, it was great. Other than that, they were very reasonable, but my name wasn't on it, and then somehow that didn't work out too well, Michael. A lot of them, too. And then they found some military ones, great, great military ones, and they were found in a waste paper basket, and they all had the name Trump on it. They were all signed for Trump. They were Trump. They were voted for Trump. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get there because they were in a waste paper basket. Anyway, and the Republican National Committeeman from Nevada, Jim DeGraffeney. Jim. Thank you, Jim. Great job. Great job, Jim. How's it going? Good? We're doing all right over here, Jim? Good. You're a handsome man.